When you want the best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
Welcome along to Emirates Old Trafford on a day of pomp and pageantry. We're here for instalment number 4 of the Thunder's Rachael Heyhoe-Fint Trophy season as they face the Sparks. I'm Michael McCann. Alison Byrne, the former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, will be alongside me shortly. We're not too far away from the first ball on this royal of royal days. The Thunder, of course, still looking for their first win of the campaign. The Sparks have 1 win from 3 so far. The 2 skippers earlier on, Eve Jones and Ellie Frogkeld for the Thunder, doing the spin of the coin, and it was the Sparks that won it and decided they were going to have a bowl on a day where the sun has popped out in the warm-ups, but the clouds have just dipped back in now. There is a fear that the only Thunder, well, there's a hope that the only Thunder we'll be seeing today is on the pitch, but there is a fear due to forecasts of thundery showers that we might well be seeing that kind in terms of the weather as well. But hopefully it holds, and as of now it is. We shall see what we get across the day. The 2 openers just ready to come across the boundary and get us underway, and all ready to join me now is the aforementioned Alison Byrne. Very good morning to you.
Good morning. Apologies for being a little bit tardy there, Michael.
Well, you have, I was going to come on to this, you have the very best excuse, which is I understand you were attending something of a Legends breakfast before a Legends lunch.
More of a coffee and a croissant than a full English, to be fair. But yeah, lovely to see some of the old girls that represented this fine Lancashire and Cheshire area that we're in at the moment. Because, of course, in the old days, the counties were Lancashire and Cheshire combined, and now they'd split, and now we're back full circle against the Thunder, of course, including the area of Cumbria now as well. But yeah, it's lovely to see them. They're including Carol Hodges, famous Carol Hodges, World Cup winner, and 1 or 2 other girls, Stella Peters, Anne Monaghan, and I'm not quite sure who else is arriving later, but they're dribbling and drabbing in as we speak.
Fantastic, and look forward to going over and having a slap-up lunch, I understand, is happening, and then coming back with plenty of stories to regale us with in the afternoon.
Hopefully I'll come back with a few telltales for you, Michael. Keep you entertained.
But and you mentioned as well the regionalisation is worth setting up for those who might be trying women's cricket for the first time in joining this stream, or indeed your more seasoned viewers, that of course this competition is split into 8 regions, with the Thunder representing Cheshire, Cumbria and Lancashire. The Central Sparks, which of course didn't exist until a few years ago, represent Herefordshire, Shropshire, Staffordshire, and then the first class counties that they're affiliated with are Warwickshire and Worcestershire. Out come the Sparks in their kit that you're certainly not going to miss them in. It's black with sort of shades of purple, yellow and orange, bit of a funky design, and the Sparks will be bowling, and my goodness me, they've got some bowling in their ranks. Of course, a certain Erin Burns making her debut. There's Izzy Wong, Eve Jones and Katie George to keep an eye out for. We've all got international experience, and the Thunder, of course, to help them try and get their first win on the board, have got that England trio. Kate Cross is back from illness after missing the last couple. Sophie Eccleston should finally get to bowl her first ball of the season, of course, after Monday's unfortunate washout. And Emma Lamb is out there wielding the willow. Naomi Detarney at the non-striker's end, and it will be Lamb to take the first ball of the game from the Jimmy Anderson end, and it looks like it will be Grace Potts who's setting herself up to bowl it. Power play, of course, fielding restrictions very much in play, and it looks like it will be a deep third and deep fine leg as the 2 allowed out. Slip in place as well with a 6-3 offside field here as Potts gets ready to get things underway. Took 3 for 46 off her 10 in the game away at the Blaze, and then none for 17 off 6 in the home match against the Diamonds, so has had a very good start to the season so far. Lamb batting out of her crease to try and negate the swing. Here we go then, Thunder versus the Sparks. And that's a no ball to start off with from Potts, a front foot no ball.
Good line already though, Michael.
Yeah, very tidy first couple of games. Bit of quick maths from me is saying that from those overs that she's bowled, that economy rate is hovering in around the region of 4.5 and over. Hit hard by Lamb, but straight at long on. Bit of a bottom-handed swing, but a good contact on it. Should mention as well that also took none for 17 off 6 against the Vipers and none for 20 off 5 against the Diamonds. So across 21 overs this season has conceded 81 runs. Actually, I was harsh. My quick maths initially was not quite correct. Her economy rate for the season is just under 4. That's jabbed down and ends up in the gloves.
Yeah, I think she, despite the wide, I think she'll be pleased with this start.
Yeah, very tight and tidy, and Lamb was just slightly caught out there. It was a very late defensive shot. In the end, it ends up going off the bounce into the gloves of Abby Freeborn. Short cut away, but deep third is out there and very much in play, enthusiastically fielded and well fielded by Izzy Wong at the expense of 1. 3 without loss. 2 without loss, beg your pardon.
Thunder could do with you keeping the score for them today, couldn't they? An extra run for every 2 scored, Michael. That would be rather jolly.
Well, I was simply not quickly double-checked how rapidly that single had been updated. Datani taking strike now, left-hand, right-hand combination as teams tend to prefer at the top of the order where possible. Let's just play with a straight bat to cover. Potts continuing right arm over to the left-handed Datani, and just from judging who had the pads on in the national anthems, would expect that it will be Ellie Frelkeld and Fee Morris coming in at 3 or 4 one way round or the other. That's back of a length, played away with a straight bat to extra cover. Still 1 ball left in the over, of course, from that no ball that got us started. It was Lamb, Datani, Morris and Frelkeld who were the 4 to have the pads on as we went through the pre-match rituals.
Should be the last ball of the over.
Well bowled by Potts, LBW shout.
It's got to be close.
Umpire unmoved. Datani survives. End of the first over. Very tidy one from Potts, all told. Very much in keeping with the season that Grace Potts has had so far. Concedes just 2.
That one seemed to keep a little bit low, I thought, Michael.
Yeah, just kind of skidded on a bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
And what would you say that Thunder should be targeting here, batting first?
Well, it does look like it's moving around a little bit. Sparks, a bit like ourselves really, they've got a very tight bowling unit. We've hit 200 at least in I think it was all 3 of our innings that we've played so far, but I think, you know, 225, 250, ambitious 250. I think that's what they're aiming for, because they've been in the low 200, so I think moving forward, that's what, at the moment, that's the target, I think. But at the moment, they've just got to see this new ball off. Well, in fact, 2 new balls, because as you know, they get the new ball from both ends, which I don't think we mentioned last time. So maybe the next new ball loses its lacquer after about 5-7 overs, so potentially 12-14 overs in, perhaps start to really attack then when the ball's not moving as much. But meanwhile, we've got Emily Arlott, I think. Is this Emily Arlott coming in? Yeah.
Emily Arlott from the Brimes Statham end with a deep square leg and a deep wide third. And that's a nice start. Length ball on off stump, just played out by Lamb with a straight bat. Out to extra cover.
Fielded by Erin Burns, I believe.
Yes, a pretty handy
Not
player
bad.
to bring into your squad, and a player that, in truth, if she'd have been born in a slightly different era or maybe in a slightly different country, would have a heck of a lot more international caps than she has.
Oh,
Short,
dear.
mistimed, over the keeper's head. Wilby runs and will be for them. First boundary of the day. Slightly fortuitous for Lamb, not that she'll care. Skied top edge.
It was the right shot to play, she just didn't quite get there in time, I think, Michael. Slightly rushed at the end there.
Yeah, definitely late on it, as that replay confirms. Now, how does Arlott respond to that? She goes short again, or go full? The old push them back, bring them forward.
Wouldn't be surprised if he went short again. She wouldn't have been too unhappy with the end result of that one, to be fair, at this stage.
Goes Fuller, and that is well played. The pose duly held by Lamb. Just sending that subtle psychological message that nothing is getting through me today. Sometimes a forward defence can send as much of a message when played in the right way as a more aggressive shot. Just to remind you, of course, the Thunder, the only team yet to win of the 8 in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy this season. That's very full and well dug out. Good areas again from Arlott. Just in and around that off-stump area. Just getting a bit of shape in, I reckon, too. So Thunder with 2 losses and that washout so far when playing the Blaze at Welbeck on Monday. And the Sparks in 5th after a win and 2 losses. The Sparks with 5 points from 3 games so far. Thunder with 2 points. Full and a nice looking straight drive, but too straight a straight drive.
I was listening to her
From
commentary on a match
hitting
the
the
other day.
stumps, no
Sorry,
run.
Michael, and somebody was suggesting that that should actually be a run if you hit the stumps. 'Cause it does seem unfair if you've played such a beautiful shot like that and you get nothing for it.
But then this is where you get into the intricacies of how are you defining in what particular situation. Is that purely if it just cannons in without fielding?
Yeah, without fielding. Don't know who
Okay.
it was who suggested it. It'll come to me. Bear with.
Fuller, and again a nice looking drive. They are going to take a quick single this time, shy at the stumps, but even if it had hit, would not have been out. Even from our angle, that is probably sort of a long on when the bowling's coming from the Brian Stafe. Men could clearly see that that was a well judged quick single. So Lamb has 6 of the 7 so far. Datani yet to get off the mark, 7 without loss after 2.
Yeah, it's quite encouraging to see them running quick singles like that. Obviously they've not batted an awful lot together, so the partnership is starting to show a little bit of understanding there, which all bodes well. But still, they're having to dig deep here, Michael.
Emma Lamb facing up. Lamb, who so far has 6 off 13 balls against the South East Stars here a couple of weeks ago, and then that impressive 74 off 85 away against the Storm in the 2nd game of the season. Oh, beautifully bowled. Not quite finding the edge, Potts, but that is a very nice space to be in, and a very uncomfortable one for Lamb, who's quite pleased to have played and missed and survived. It's exactly where Grace Potts wants to be. Nice bit of outswing on that one from Potts, driven by Lamb. Came off the inside half of the bat, along the ground to mid-off for no run. Emma Lamb, an England international, of course. Might see her later on with her off spin as well. Good areas once more from Potts, and just played out for straight bat. Back of a length, up to extra cover, another dot. Just building the pressure nicely here, Potts. 3 dots. This is of course not the only game today. The Northern Diamonds playing the Blaze and the Southern Vipers up against the Western Storm. Oh, back of length, and again for the second time in the over. Potts comes very close to finding the edge, but not quite. Lamb just left pushing and prodding. That corridor of uncertainty. Comes down for a little chat with Datani. I would assume it's a slightly more eloquent version of trying to see this out. It is an excellent over from Grace Potts so far. Who will win the battle?
Nice.
Shorter and well played by Lamb, but it's a good shot. 4-0. It is straight at point, fielded by Davina Perrin. 5 dots in a row.
I think Lamb will feel she's missed out there. It's one of her favourite shots.
Well, either side of Perrin there, and it's probably 4. Can Potts make it a maiden, or even a wicket maiden? Back of a length, it will be a maiden. Just played out, turning it away to short mid-wicket Lamb. So it is the first maiden of the day. It is 7 without loss after 3, and it is a very tidy start from Central Sparks. Will be Arlott to continue. And again, well, I mentioned that with Potts' economy rate.
Incredible.
So he's conceded. So economy rate before today was just a tickle under 4 and over in her 21 overs bowled in the competition so far, and almost all of those have been bowled in the power play or at the death, which only adds to how impressive that is.
Well, yes, it does and it doesn't, because obviously she's bowling with this new ball, and the white ball is notorious for swinging around a little bit early doors. So she's got that advantage, but as you say, there's less fielders to guard those boundaries, so still impressive. But it'd be interesting to see that breakdown of how many overs bowled in the power play with the new ball and how many were bowled in other periods of the game. Here comes Arlott again. Shaping
across the left-handed Datani, who, much like Lamb in the previous over against Potts, is just left pushing at it outside off stump. It's excellent bowling.
Shaped right across the left-hander there. Really, really good area.
It's exactly where you want to be, right on the button from Emily Arlott. This time just straying towards the pads of Datani. He works this away into the gap at square leg for 1. Gets off the dreaded duck, 8 without loss.
And there we go, the umpires are playing shuffle across some square leg and point areas. There we go.
Yeah, there's nothing an umpire enjoys more than a left-hand, right-hand combination full of singles.
Through the ceiling now, Michael.
Get one of those pedometer trackers on.
Yep.
Shorter, played away, and it's gone through backward point, but there is a deep backward point out there for that shot. So that moves on to 7, 9 without loss now.
Yeah, good field placing from the Sparks captain there, recognising that Lamb likes a cut, and put a fielder just in the right place there.
Short again from Arlott. Thuds into the pads of Datani, who might be a bit frustrated to have potentially missed out on that scoring opportunity. Naomi Datani, who will sweep even against the seamers. It is something to watch out for and keep an eye on. Got a deep square leg and a deep third as the 2 out. It's a better line from Arlott. back to where she'd been on the very first ball of the over that had Ditani playing and missing. Naomi Ditani, who so far this season has 33 from 62 here against the Stars on her Thunder debut after signing from the Sunrisers. Then made just 1 of 8 in that game against the Storm. Shoving across Ditani, but down the leg side. Comes off the thigh pad, goes out to short square leg position. End of another very tidy over. 4 gone. And the Thunder are 9 without loss. If you can hear a bit of drilling and building work in the background, that is the new hotel complex that's being built away to our right hand side, just by the University 92 Academy, around that part of the ground, not too far from where you're going to take the tram into. Well, it's also a different technical. The tram.
Yeah, the tram line is in that direction. Actually, the nearest station is over there. So.
But the one that's behind us to our right, no? What's that? Is that the metro?
Yes, I think so.
Don't
okay. Ask me. I'm from Birkenhead.
Start the 5th over. Worked away for 1. It's the technical name for it was what I was straining for. The station that is behind the Brian Statham end. Anyone who goes to Old Trafford will know what I mean. The metro line is what I mean.
I'm amazed they're working this weekend, Michael. They must be on at least double time for working at Coronation Day. There you go. Good for them.
That's lovely from Potts, and finds the outside edge of Ditani, who did at least guide it with soft hands.
I thought that was skillful from both players there, actually. I thought Ditani, as you say, did a really good job of nullifying the threat of the ball there.
So Ditani doubles her score, 11 without loss. Areas of game from Potts, driven all along the ground, straight to extra cover, fielded by Amy Campbell. And looking solid out there, but right now, much like Ditani, is having to absorb the pressure of what has been a very tidy opening set so far.
Just the 1 boundary from it, already in the 5th over. Nice
just flicked away, and that's clever from Lamb. It was a half volley in terms of length, but it was on and around the sort of middle stump area, and it was just whipped wristily. It was a controlled bit of aggression, though, towards that shorter boundary.
Shot of the day.
Often the temporary stand. 15 without loss. Lamb has 12 of them.
Right on cue. She doubles the number of boundaries for us. That was kind of, wasn't it?
It's better area from Potts, just with that outswing heading into that sort of 4th, 5th stump area and back of a length. Nice bit of whippage on the wrists there from Lamb, just to turn it away. Whippage, yeah.
I like it.
But it was, knew where the gap was. There was short mid wicket, there was deep fine leg, vacant area in between. Of length, wanted a quick single into the offside, and did make a few strides down the pitch in doing so, Lamb, but then when she saw Amy Campbell charging into field, it thought better of it, and it's a good thing from Thunder's point of view too, because there definitely wasn't one there. 15 without loss after 5. That is the aforementioned building site away to our right hand side. If you can hear bits of drilling and construction work, that is why. And I understand the plan is that in terms of look, it will broadly mirror the 2 that we've already got either side of the pavilion opposite us.
I don't know, I fancy being on the top floor of that, Michael. But it's a bit windy as well up there. The flags are quite breezy.
Yeah, not a good one if you fear heights.
Not
yeah.
at all.
Arlott to continue. Played back with a straight bat. And that's another dot. Datani has 2 off 11. But keep being positive here, Thunder, even in defence. You don't want to end up sort of blocking yourself into a hole.
Well, the weather does seem a bit brighter than last time we were here. At least we can see the tower blocks in the city centre to our right. Seems a few patchy blue areas in the sky. Hopefully we'll get some more sunshine later. That'd be lovely for the hardy few who've made it down today.
Nice swing from Arlott, but maybe just starting it a touch too far outside that leg stump, and it gives Datani the chance to just turn it into the vacant gap at short mid-wicket for 1. So Datani has 3, 16 without loss. Do remember as well, get involved on social media at ThunderCrick. Your hashtag is Bring the Thunder. All things Central Sparks on at Central Sparks. Hashtag Sparks will fly. Too short from Arlott and well punished by Lamb. That's a beautiful cricket shot. Cutting the ball just a few yards in front of the fielder at backward point.
Lamb's back foot square cut there is a thing of beauty. I'm watching this again. It's absolutely glorious. Look at that.
Straight out of the proverbial textbook. So Lamb has 16 of the 20 scored so far. It's just starting to find her groove. Full and nice looking shot with a straight drive, taking on the quick single, putting pressure on the fielder at mid-off and getting the quick single. There was a misfield, but even if there wasn't, Lamb was definitely making that at the striker's end, even with a quick pick-up and a direct hit. And of course, at almost any level of cricket, it is amazing how many misfields you can create too by, I would describe it as constructively putting the fielder under pressure.
Absolutely, got to be done.
To Ray by Datani, out to fine leg. It's managed to get through Campbell. Maybe took a little bit of a bobble. Campbell was diving for it and half stopped it. Fine leg comes around to complete the work at the expense of 1. So Datani has 4, 22 without loss.
It's noticeable also that the fielders within the ring are taking a couple of strides back. They're more on the edge of the ring now. So that's a little moral victory, if you like, for the Thunder batters.
Straight bat and pad together from Lamb down the line of off stump, countering Arlott's in swing. Most expensive over thus far, that one. 22 without loss after 6, 7 off it. Just to finish those plugs, if you wish to get in touch with us on social media, you can do as well. Michael McCann joined by Alison Byrne. You can use at This Is McCann, and remember your hashtags Bring the Thunder and hashtag Sparks will fly. Just referring to the domestic format this season, some might not know, but it's been massively expanded. So 14 games in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy, which means you play everybody twice, home and away, and 7 in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, which means that you get to play everybody once, which wasn't necessarily the case last season. I know some felt that maybe that wasn't ideal, shall we say. So welcome changes, expanding both as Potts continues. Just tucked away by Datani. It's down the leg side from Potts, and Datani gets 1. She has 5, 23 without loss. Welcome changes on both fronts. Brings us to 21 games for the Thunder across the campaign in T20 and 50 over cricket.
I think it's an interesting move, but I also think that as the number of professional contracts has been expanded, I think if you look at both squads today, they've expanded their ranks, and most of the other squads have done so as well. So it is giving more opportunities for squad players to come in and get games. And undoubtedly that will improve the standard. Oh, and that's nearly a run out there.
It's turned away to short mid-wicket by Lamb. Datani had to scurry back into her ground at the non-strikers.
She scurried back beautifully, well scurried young lady. But yeah, I do think it's a positive move. The more cricket at this level people can play, then, you know, it's got to be good for the international moving forward. You can see a lot of young players on show here today, and in all the other games, if people were to go and watch the other games, that certainly, you know, their ambition will be to go international standard. And you know, if you look at the internationals on show here and in all the other games, the gap isn't that big between some of the current internationals and some of the ones coming through.
Just cut away for 2 there, backward of point, 27 without loss. Lamb is starting to look in good fettle here. That's 19 off 27. As of mid-April, there are 101 professional cricketers in England. That's a fun sentence to say out loud.
Can you hear that in the library, girls? Former girls, that is.
Short and just flicked away, down through fine leg. And that is going to go for 4, and it will be leg byes. So it won't count to Lamb's tally, but the Thunder will take it nonetheless. And runs just starting to flow a little bit more now. 29 without loss.
Yeah, I don't want to say too much because I'm a bit of a jinx, really. I'll keep quiet on that one.
But yeah, so the rapidly expanding programme essentially means that once you've got your England internationals back, as pretty much everybody has now, or the vast majority of them, played back for straight bat from Lamb off the bowling of Potts.
I mean, you just have to look at the quality of the players that haven't made the squad today. I mean, you've got the likes of Hannah Jones, left-hand spinner, took a shed full of wickets for Thunder last year. Phoebe Graham, another very experienced right-arm fast bowler.
Steph Butler,
Sashi Pai. You know, I could go on, and I'm sure that's the same for the other regions as well.
Played away out to extra cover, block from Lamb, respecting another good ball from Potts that finishes off her 4th over, 29 without loss after 7. Likes of Daisy Mullen, Sophia Turner, Laura Marshall and Alice Clark also in that group with the aforementioned players who are all still yet to play a game this season. Of course, that match on Monday unfortunately called off without a ball bowled. Liv Thomas played in the first 2 but is not in the 11 today.
And Sparks are continuing with Arlott.
Yeah, you'd imagine it would be Arlott and Potts for this first 10 at least. Shaping across to Tani, who drives a nice flowing square drive through the offside, and it goes for 4. Naomi Datani's first boundary. Timed that beautifully, didn't try and hit it too hard, just threaded it through the offside field for 4 runs.
And the cheers you can hear there, Michael, as well, we know, is the rest of the squad underneath us, but we're above the changing rooms here. And you can hear them soundly applauding that shot. They like that one.
Datani on to 9. Comfortably her best shot of the day. That will give her a lot of confidence. Fuller and a lovely straight drive now from Datani. This is going to take some stopping from Wong, who chases it down at the expense of 2. 35 without loss. Datani suddenly into double figures. Just starting to look a little bit more comfortable out there.
Yeah, run rate's actually a little bit higher than that when you look at it. She's done a good job so far out there, Michael.
Yeah, has had slightly less than a strike. Shorter, Datani goes to pull it, ends up bottom edging it into her own thigh pad. Didn't know where the ball was for a second. It had dribbled out just in front of Potts at fine leg, but Lamb was very alert in realising that she had the danger end and she would get there. Called her 3 for 1, 36 without loss.
Yeah, that was good teamwork again from the pair. Lamb did well to call her through, and Datani responded with gusto, scampered her way through.
Shorter and just played. Seen that quite a few times today from Lam. Famous last words, but as on the whole, apart from a couple of plays and misses off pots, it's looked very compact in her defence around that off stump against the swinging ball. And it is to be expected as an opener in these conditions that you are inevitably going to play and miss occasionally. Shorter, nicely pulled away, well timed by Lam. Had to wait for it. Good fielding by Campbell, who had a long commute there from deep square leg right around to a sort of deep fine leg on the 45. 2 to Lam, 38 without loss.
Yeah, she did really well, Campbell, there, didn't she? It was a real old slog around to get that one and pull it back in.
Fuller and played away by Lam, who was trying to sort of guide that into the offside for a single, ends up playing it straight to Davina Perrin instead. End of the 8th over. Lam has 21. Tani onto 12. 38 without loss. Run rate just below 5. Bit of rain causing issues around the country today. It is one of those days where people are nervously looking at the weather, but we are off and underway in all 3 games today. It is a delayed start, in fact, I beg your pardon, between the Vipers and the Western Storm, but between the Northern Diamonds and the Blaze, they're up and running. 31 for 1 of 6, the Northern Diamonds. As it is a change in the bowling, it will be Izzy Wong from the Jimmy Anderson end, who is one of those cricketers that you just cannot take your eyes off. Took a hat-trick for the Mumbai Indians in winning the WPL, 13 England caps. Has very, very quickly made a name for herself. Short and jabbed away by Datani, who's used the pace of Wong against her to hit it through square leg for 4. That's a great pull shot.
Yeah. There's quite a bit of controversy over one of Wong's wickets, as you know, from the WPL, and that hat-trick, because wasn't it the one that was not called a no ball? It was very close to being above
marginal
waist height. It was could have gone either way, I think, that call, but then she got another wicket with a full toss, I think, in the same game, didn't she? So, but I mean, if they're coming at you at that pace, they are quite difficult to get away at times, and it's amazing how many wickets people, bowlers, fast bowlers in particular, get with that type of delivery. But
pace makes chaos happen.
She'll be hoping not to bowl too many full tosses today, I'm sure.
Shorter from Wong, and that's hit straight down deep square leg. It's exactly what we just said. The pace of Wong causing problems, the pace of Wong getting the breakthrough for Central Sparks. It's Naomi Datani who has to go for 16. She'll be furious with herself. It's short from Wong. She goes to play the same shot that brought her for the previous ball, and she could not have picked out deep square leg better if she'd have tried. 42 for 1. The end of Datani for 16 of 18.
Bit of a sucker punch, I think. She had a whole field to aim for, and managed to find the mousetrap, if you like. Good captaincy, good bowling. Unlucky Datani. She's going to have probably a little quiet seethe to herself there.
It was definitely a better directed short ball than the previous ball. It got up more. It was the previous ball looked more like a back of a length delivery that was unintentionally shorter than meant. That was a really deliberate bounce that was dug in. But even so, Datani didn't quite commit to trying to hit it really hard along the ground and hit the sweeper for 1, or try and loft the ball over that deep square leg for 6, and kind of did neither. I agree.
It just didn't seem that she had time to roll her wrists over that one.
Yeah, and that goes back to what we were saying about the difference the pace makes. That slight second or two, or well, milliseconds or two,
That's a shame they were going well, those two. But Fee Morris is very, very experienced player. Hopefully she will not be fazed by this.
Morris, so far, after signing from the Western Storm, making 18 of 25, including a 4 and a 6, and then 1 against the Storm in game 2. Starts there with defensive block out into the covers with a straight bat off Wong. We've seen early season shuffle their batting order around somewhat, Thunder.
They're not quite sure of their best order yet, are they?
And I guess that's what you get with quite a few new signings as well.
Yeah. But for me, I think Titani looks the part there.
Good areas again from Wong, back of a length down line of middle and off. Played by Morris again with a straight bat, this time out to mid-off. Wong continuing, as they have done all innings, with the 2 that they're allowed out being behind square, 1 either side the wicket. Deep square leg, just fine of the umpire on line, and a deep third as well. Yorker from Wong, and very well kept out by Morris. That is not an easy delivery to face when you've just come in. Indeed, not an easy trio of deliveries so far bowled by Wong, which has kept Morris still looking to get off the mark.
She's such an exciting bowler to watch, though. You never know what's going to come out of her hand. She's got a variety of deliveries. She can play the knuckleball, slower ball. I mean, she's just boxer.
You know that
tricks.
old story from the Edgbaston Academy?
I don't. Tell me more.
Well, I'll tell you after this ball.
Okay.
Left alone outside the off stump, so has managed to negotiate the rest of that over. Morris yet to score off her 4th faced. 42 for 1, I should say, off 9. So you'll be interested, as will people at home. They were talking about it on the Wisden Cricket podcast. So Izzy Wong essentially walked into the nets at Edgbaston once upon a time and basically said, I'm going to be the fastest bowler in the world. And the response was along the lines, as it does in all these great cricket academy stories, of who is this kid? And then they saw a bowler bit and they were like, okay, wow, she's got something here. It's not just chat. There's the goods to back this up. And all these years later, of course,
she's getting there.
Her and a real star.
And if all these fast bowlers keep retiring, then she's going to be won't be long before she is.
Picked up cricket at her primary school through the Chance to Shine scheme initially. Here's Katie George on, continuing the seam battery for the Sparks. Left arm over, and Lamb was early on that one. Comes off the inside edge of her bat, trying a flowing extra cover drive. Luckily for her, no chop on, instead hit the pad. Katie George, who of course has 7 England caps, has struggled in recent times with some back injuries that have, I was going to say set her back, which was a genuine, completely inadvertent attempt at a pun, but it's just stalled her development. George full on the off stump, driven straight to mid-off, no run. Katie George, who lost her England contract in 2022, moved to Sparks from the Western Storm. She's played for the Welsh Fire as well as now, as of this summer coming, the Manchester Originals in the 100, which will go on through August. Shaping that one across Lamb, who just turns it inside out. That's a very dicey single, and she has made it, in fact. Just about got there.
That must have been by an absolute millimetre of a millimetre.
It looked
so close.
It looked very, very dangerous from our commentary box, that as a single. It was It was in that sort of awkward area as well, where it was just behind square of the wicket, but it's not sometimes totally clear between two batters whose call it is. You can get that kind of confusion, particularly when someone's just come in, as Morris had, and it was...
Of course, we've got no slow motion replays for the umpires here, have we?
Well, it looked just from what we saw out there that although it was Morris running to the danger end, it was Lamb who called it.
Well, fair play to Morris for going for it. There's nothing worse than did the Dava Sharby Sharply. At least they went for it.
Played over straight back to mid-off. Morris still looking to get off the mark.
Very nearly didn't.
Very nearly didn't. No worse feeling than being run out without... Well, actually, there is a worse feeling than being run out without scoring. It's being run out without facing.
Has that ever happened to you, Michael?
Funny you ask. Nicely bowled from George. That's her in-swinger, and Morris just made sure to keep that front pad well out of the way. Played it back straight, kept it out. I was incorrectly given run out without facing.
Okay. How was it incorrect?
So, partially I was at fault because I didn't ground my bat. But the reason I didn't ground my bat is it was such a comfortable single that both of my feet were in.
Oh, I love village cricket when you get umpiring like that. It was somebody's dad umpiring, was it? Or somebody's mum?
That's played out to point off the sort of outside edge of Morris's bat, who's still yet to get off the mark. 43 for 1 off 10. Lamb has 22 of them, just over half. Well, the umpire is someone that does frequently umpire, which is arguably makes it all the more concerning.
Worrying.
And it's given out, and I turned around to the square leg umpire in disbelief as the opposition celebrated and said, both my feet were in. And he said, you didn't slide your bat. I said, well, both my feet were in. And he said, well, I've given it out now. He then later came to me and said, well, I don't really understand what you were saying as you came off.
Oh no.
To which we then had to go through with him that if you had to ground your bat every time, then you would be stumped almost every single ball you'd face off a spinner. Here's Izzy Wong to continue. And that's played slightly uncertainly by Lamb out into extra cover for a dot.
Yeah.
It's a slightly awkward conversation as we then had to kind of work it through step by step and be like, well, if it had to be your bat that was grounded, not your feet. He then said he thought it was different for a run out to a stumping, which it does worry you when you have someone that's been an umpire for that many years and yet seems to be unaware of that. But this is the joys of village cricket.
So they've taken out the slip for Wong's second delivery, put an extra person in the ring. That's nicely flicked towards deep square, and they're going to come through for a single. Another well-placed fielder there. Yeah, so I bet you weren't too pleased that night in the clubhouse, were you, Michael?
We won, which made it slightly better.
So you sacrificed yourself for the team so somebody else could come in and win the match for you, did you?
I'd love to say that was the case. We actually were something like 100 for 6, and then but it was a Sunday game where it's the classic. You've got someone hidden down the bottom who's actually very good.
Right,
so our lower order.
This is interesting because, as I've said, they've moved the slip out. They've just blooming moved her back in again. Wong to come in for a third delivery. Nicely played down, dabbed down into the short point area. Davina Perrin nicely fielding. Davina Perrin, as you know, those of you who don't know, 16 years of age. Just let that sink in for a minute, people. 16.
Played in 100 at 15.
44 for 1.
You can't really call her a teenage sensation because it doesn't tell the full story. No. That gives you the range of up to 9. I mean, it is very much child prodigy kind of vibes in terms of age.
Long, bouncy delivery. Again, dab down. Rather hurriedly, I thought, from Morris. for another dot ball. Those of you who don't know, because I do use the word dot ball a lot. Those of you who are new to cricket, that means there's no run being attained by the batter. Sorry to patronise anybody who's watching cricket for years.
It's good to keep everyone knowing what's going on. It is a sport that's got it really does
Jargon.
have its own all the more than any other.
Tosses the ball. That's another really well played ball, really well defended there. And I think I can use the word dot ball now, can't I? Now I've explained it. 44 for 1. Morris still not off the mark. Lamb is steadily making her way through. She's still on 23. And it's very evenly poised at this point, I feel.
Having to deal with a very impressive 4-pronged seam attack here.
4 really top quality seamers. You can see why other teams have struggled to get many runs against this team. Oh, beautiful shot. Really good shot off the legs for 4 to square leg. Really lovely shot, and that's a hell of a way to get off the mark from Morris. Watch again on the replay if you can, and then wow, elegant, well done.
Yeah, I think
and
a heart rate will have
probably
dropped a fair bit after
48 for 1. Very encouraging for Morris to be able to time that ball so beautifully so early in her innings. I'll be interested to see what Casey George does after seeing that little shot. This is in conflagration with number 11 there.
Did you say
conflagration?
I like
Do you not
that.
know that word? Michael, you've got no vocabulary, have you, apart from, what was it you said earlier? We were on about vocabulary last time. Who is number 11? Please look it up, Michael. Is it Erin Burns?
Number 11 is Eve Jones.
Eve Jones. Eve Jones, former Lancashire player, I might add.
That is correct. Of course, technically not Lancashire.
She's a Cheshire girl, I think. Like myself. Katie George into bowl. She's tried to hoik that to the leg side boundary, and that actually was a hoik. Just gets a quick single there. Yes, I know I'm using a new phrase there, aren't I, again?
No, I was just going to say that it reminds me of something that a friend of mine was saying to me last time, which is why is it not, why is it just Thunder? Why is it not Lancashire? And it goes back to what I mentioned at the top of the innings about the fact that these are 8 regions, and so that's why none of them have any of the names of the first-class counties.
George in for her second ball. She's got a really bouncy, powerful run up. And that's really nicely played down to the leg side again from Morris. Easily fielded for a single there into the keeper. Is it Freeborn? Yes, it is Freeborn. Lovely. And we move on to 50. So there's a few rounds of applause from beneath us here, the players' balcony. 50 for 1. Morris moves on to 5. Lamb 24.
Yeah, Abby Freeborn keeping today. Not exactly the worst number 2. I mean, Amy Jones is a heck of a number 1, but not available.
George again into a delivery stride. It's full. Oh, and it's just edged. They've moved that slip again, and they've paid for it. It's gone past the keeper, down for 4 runs. Definitely not where the batter intended it to go, but they won't care. It'll just say 4 on the scorebook. Yeah, straight to where first slip would have been. Maybe not. Maybe to the ankles of first slip, but still, potentially, if she could have saved a 4. So they're playing yo-yo with the slip. So far, Thunder have got the better of this yo-yo game with the slip.
Just looking at the angle of that on the replay, I think that's going
possibly too low for slip to play. Maybe.
I think it's going low to first slip's right. It's a decent catch, but it is catchable.
Oh, you'd have got it, Michael. You'd have got it.
Far too much confidence.
Fourth ball. She's made her defend there. George would be spitting feathers at this point. I would if I'd be bowling that one. As if I'd be bowling that quickly though, Michael, come on. As if. Even in my prime. Score moves on to 54 for 1.
Just to back reference something we mentioned with Izzy Wong earlier and fast bowlers retiring, if you have been living under a rock, a certain South African by the name of Shabnam Ismail has called it a day 3 days ago, and a certain Catherine Siverbrun as well.
Who? Catherine who? What a player.
What a player.
Need we say more? Short. Oh no, she hasn't fallen for that trap again. No, she's hooked it round. Not quite where she intended it to go, and there was a fielder down on the deep fine leg boundary. and it just bounced nicely in front of her. But I don't think Lamb will be, heart rate will be a little bit higher there. Heart in the mouth moment, just for a second.
Yeah, and they've got a deep square leg just in pretty much level with the umpire as well. So there's definitely that kind of short ball plan just lingering in the background of the batter's mind.
So the scores moved on to 55 for 1, Morris 5, Lamb 29. George is bowling the last ball of this over. Let's see what she's got in store for us. Full, and a really good ball. Really good in-swinging Yorker there, and I think the batter did extremely well just to dab down on that. And at the end of the over, it's 55 for 1.
I think it's nice to mention as well with Catherine Siever-Brunt that everything she did off the field as well, in terms of being so visibly open about her relationship with Nat Siever-Brunt. I think Raf Nicholson summed it up really nicely. Said, in the 1990s, England players invented boyfriends to journalists because they felt they couldn't be honest about who they really were. In 2011, when Steve Davies came out, the ECB thought about doing a joint campaign with the women's team and decided against it. And Raf saying in October 2019, this is a big day not just for Nat Siever and Catherine Brunt, to whom huge congratulations, but for English women's cricket as a whole, of course, now the Siever-Brunts.
Wong's coming into bowl the first ball of the 13th over. She's bowled it short. Lamb had to get up on tippy toes there, dabbed it down, gave Wong a little stare there, as if to say, yeah, bring it on.
And you'd probably be as well placed as anyone to reflect on this, Alison, as well as what I just mentioned, which as a member of the LGBTQ plus community myself means a lot, but also just the change that happened across her 19-year England career. It is actually quite difficult to find the words for it, isn't it?
Well, I think it is a reflection of what's happening in society as a large. Sport quite often reflects that. Sometimes they're actually, she's hiked that round, got away with it, a little bit edgy down to deep fine, past the keeper to left. 4 runs though, they all count. I think it's a reflection of society, and I think sometimes sport can be a way forward rather than being a reflection of society. And I think that's one of those occasions. Catherine Brunt and Nat Siever are amazing players and amazing people. I would like to ask you a question now. How many autographs do you think that Catherine Brunt has signed in her career? How many bats has she signed? How many kids has she shook hands with and had selfies with? Every one of those children will be inspired. And they don't care whether she's gay, she's straight. They just know her as one of the best cricket players this country's ever produced, and that's all you need to say really on Catherine Siever-Brunt, I should say. Dot ball there. Sorry, I've got off my soapbox now.
No, I think you say it brilliantly. Do you know what? It's interesting. Speaking of someone that works in and has loved women's sport, followed it both professionally and personally for a long time. I think you almost get 2 camps sometimes of people who talk a huge amount about inspiration and all that kind of thing.
Here comes Wong, 4th ball of the over. Nice and full, a bit slower I think. As I say, she's got a lot of variation there. It's gone into mid-wicket, stopped, diving stop for another dot.
And then you get exactly what you've just said about these are elite athletes, and it's fantastic to watch them entertain and all of this. And sometimes I find with women's sport, people can almost talk about one and people say, what about the other, and vice versa. To me, it's not an either or. They can be both. And Catherine Siever-Brunt is probably one of the best examples of both, I'd say.
Yeah. In comes Wong. And she's really hammered that. Absolutely launched into that for 4. Deep square leg, didn't have a hope in heck of catching that. That's practically landed on Buckingham Palace, that one, mate. Emma Lamb, take a bow.
Yeah, if you're hitting a pull shot and it's gone 10-15 yards square of the square leg umpire, sort of through almost a mid-wicket region, that is a sign of how early you are on it.
Really
and
well
this is
timed.
Izzy Wong. This is not sort of gentle medium pace.
The one advantage Lamb has got is that she would have faced Wong, I'm sure, in England nets.
Yeah.
But still, here we go. I think she's going to Yorker. No, she's not. Oh, that was close. I think it was a bit too close to the square cut shot there, Lammy. She's swearing under a helmet there. I won't try and lip read. She's allowed to swear under a helmet. We've all done it. And that's the end of the over, 63 for 1. positive over there from Thunder. Lamb's moved on to this is the partnership coming up now, 16 and 5 off this little partnership, starting to build nicely, Michael.
Yeah, they've really kicked on after a relatively slow start.
21 of 28, not bad.
Yeah, and if you look at since that 5th over, they've actually added 48 off the last 9.
Still got 2 fielders backward of the batter there for Katie George. Deep third, deep fine. Oh, and again, she won't be happy with that shot. Morris is looking down the track at Lamb saying, what did I do there? She's tried to cut that one, no foot movements. I think she got lucky not to catch an edge there. I think she's had a warning call there.
Exactly what I was just about to say. Her feet were cement.
Stuck in the mud.
Yep. And you could see her sort of rehearsing the shot afterwards, thinking, how was I going to play that shot from this position?
Slips back in. Just saying. Now she plays it down into her legs. They've taken a quick single to mid-wicket there. Scamper through for a single. Get Morris off strike. Give her some thinking time, I think. Lamb's on 37, about to take strike.
That's where a quick single can really help. Just the small things.
Lamb's done a bit of gardening now. She's just checking the field. Always a good idea to and look for the spaces, not the fielders. I was always taught. Don't look where the fielders are, look where the spaces are. That's what you're aiming for. If you look at the fielders for too long, you'll end up looking for them and giving them the ball. Right, number 11, that's Eve Jones. Guess what? Guess what's moved again?
Yeah, they really are
moving the slip for Lamb. Nice, pulled short. Lamb was quickly onto that. She's found the gap, and has it gone? That's a great piece of fielding there, down on the deep fine leg boundary, and a compadre there swept up behind her. Yeah, good teamwork from the Sparks.
Izzy Wong for Fee Campbell.
Yeah, really good. She's tried to bounce her there, and she's quickly onto it. Lovely dive from Wongi. That's the beauty of being a youngster, isn't it? I mean, we forget. How old is Wongi now? 19, 20? She's still a baby in cricketing terms. 66 for 1. In comes George. Fuller clipped off the ankles there. Lovely shot down to square leg for a single. Nice play. Lamb moves on to 40 out of the 67 runs that have been scored so far this morning. See what George has got up her sleeve as she comes in. Starts her delivery stride. Quite a long run up. That's a nice stroke. Beautifully played through the covers. You can hear the girls below us sending their appreciation. It's gone through the barriers into the car park where the party stand was, on the bounce. Oh, annoying. Oh, the Sparks girls have got to go trekking over the concrete now through a security gate. Good shot for 4. Brilliantly timed. It's Erin Burns. Welcome to the Thunder, Erin Burns. Welcome to Manchester. Your first bit of fielding in a car park. She's laughing herself there. Look at that. She's thinking, I've come from Australia for this.
Now, I've been squirreling away, working on something that you mentioned 20 minutes ago about how many autographs has Catherine Sidd-Brown
Have you found out
signed.
how many? Don't tell me. I'm thinking it must be at least 100,000, honestly.
Okay, that's a bit weird.
Why?
Because you pretty much plucked out that was the approximate figure that I got to.
I tell you now, I didn't know that. That was a pure guess. I've just seen her in action. Oh my goodness me, I'm going to buy a lottery ticket tonight, Michael. You're going to come halves with me, £1 each. Lovely, lovely play down into the point area there. I think that's the youngster Perrin fielding. Yes, it is. Always put the youngsters a point, they're expendable.
So the way I got there was Normally it's put the youngsters in at short leg.
Well,
that was the old school thing, wasn't it?
they're brave is what I meant. They've not been around long enough to realise that it hurts when it bounces off the used wickets, you say. That's what it is.
I mean, once upon a time, viewers of the younger era might not remember this. I mean, I can't actually remember this era, but I've heard a lot about it. In the men's game, you got given danger money for fielding in at short leg, and you would go in with rolled up newspapers.
Damn.
Like,
I won't ask where.
Because padding didn't, you know, the kind of wicketkeeper pads that you'd wear now that a short leg fielder, you know, you think of, say, the Lancashire men's captain Keaton Jennings, he's brilliant in that position.
Oh, I love him.
Those paddings didn't exist, so you just went in with a whole load of rolled up newspaper all the way up your legs and arms, and you were given an extra £10
if you went in there.
It was called danger money.
Oh, you wouldn't pay. Well, that's how stupid people are. 71 for one. Wong's coming in for the first ball of the new over. Nice. Oh, it's wrapped the pads. I do think that's going down leg, though. It's looking down. It was sliding down leg. And the umpire, I think, possibly agrees with me because the hand's gone into the pocket for the next ball. Unmoved is the phrase that you get heard a lot. The umpire was unmoved. Yeah.
Unmoved, unless they did that classic thing umpires sometimes like to do.
Here we go. Let's have a look on the replay. Pitching towards leg, carrying on down leg, I think. Yeah. Although I love Wong's attempted appeal there. Two hands in the air and reverse running at the same time. That's skillful.
Yeah, but it's not a celeb appeal, and we like that. We're still waiting for the decision.
Here we go. Oh, Wong's head of steam, no doubt, will be high now. Again, she's gone down like that. She's just paid for it with a little dab shot down to fine leg, and they just stroll through for a single.
Got to wait for the decision before you can start the celebrations.
Yeah.
So
72 for one.
The calculation: 19 years.
Oh no!
So I was going on the average that Catherine Sciver-Brunt, on average in each of those 19 years had 50 match days. You know, where you're actually playing rather than training. So you're at a ground that's got people at it, etc. And on each of those 50 match days, she'd signed 100 autographs.
So that's not an actual figure, that's just your made-up figure.
It's a sort of statistical guesstimate. So across 19 years, if there's been 50 match days each year, so 50 days of cricket where you've actually been playing, so there's been a crowd and there's been an opportunity for people to get signatures, and you've signed 100 each day, that's going to put you on 95,000.
I think 100 a day at some of these games is a bit optimistic, but I think obviously Catherine Brunt will be signing autographs everywhere she goes.
Well, this is
she's that well known now, isn't she?
Yeah.
In comes Wong. A little bit shorter. Although short, not too short that the batter couldn't get forward to it. Well defended for Doss.
Cannot stress enough how unscientific that process is. But it was why when I got to around 95,000, you said 100,000. I was like, oh wow, okay, that's a bit.
I didn't have to do any maths with my estimation, though, Michael. Mine was gut instinct. That is a story of you and I, really, to be fair, isn't it? You've got like 100 sheets in front of you with stats and facts and figures, all of which are very useful to me. Oh, full toss, but it's gone. She's driven it wide past mid-on. It's gone for 4, and there's one of Wong's full tosses that didn't produce a wicket. Tiny bit out with her timing there, and the mid-on fielder would have been ready for that, though. I think she was trying to play the Yorker there, which is one of her favourite balls in one-day cricket.
Do you know what? I make it that's the first full toss in 15 overs.
It is. As I say, the quality of the 14 bowlers has been outstanding so far. It's been lovely to watch, all very different styles but equally effective. And comes Wong again. She won't be happy. A little bit faster, a little bit fuller, and she'll be pleased with the dot ball end result there. That's the end of the over, and the score's moved on to 76 for the loss of 1 wicket, which of course was Datani, who fell for the sucker punch short ball there and caught down at deep farm. Is it deep farm? Deep square? Deep somewhere anywhere, Michael. Somewhere in the deep.
Deep backwards.
Deep,
square.
That's the one. That's the one. Morris has moved on quietly onto 14 off 21 and Lamb 41 off 52. This is starting to be, dare I say it, quite a nice little partnership.
Yes, in real contrast to what is going on between the Northern Diamonds and the Blaze, where it is Collapso territory at Chester Street.
Here comes Katie George in for her first ball of the 16th over. full, dab down, dot ball. Nice and simple.
Northern Diamonds, and I imagine it might give a few of our Thunder listeners a bit of Schadenfreude, the German word for taking joy in somebody else's pain.
Sehr gut.
47 for 6.
Wow. Wow.
Of 13 overs. That is not good from a side that, of course,
Really
so often
isn't.
are one of the top contenders to win this competition.
Shockingly interesting. Katie George striding in. I love that run up. It's gone a little bit leggy. It's been given us a wide. There haven't been many of those. I think that's the second of the one
No,
no
that's
ball.
true.
That's the first wide, I believe. Is it? Yeah, maybe.
Of course, the Northern Diamonds winning it last year, finally beating the Southern Vipers, having lost to them in the final in 2020 and 2021. It's a sign of how even the competition is so far this year, that after 3 rounds, there's only one unbeaten team left.
George Ball. She's cut that down to deep somewhere, deep backward point for 1. That's Davis fielding it in there, nice and simple. 1 run. Lamb moves on to 42.
So the Blaze are the only unbeaten side heading into this weekend with 2 wins and a washout. Of course, the South East Stars won last night, so they've gone top, but they have played a game more than everybody else. They've got 15 points now, 3 wins and a loss.
She's tried to bounce her there. She was a bit slow onto it. It's been called another wide.
You've just got to get that radar back here, George.
I think she's trying a few different new deliveries, yeah. Here, trying to ruffle the batters a wee bit. Trying to mix it up.
Still got those 2 out on the deep backward square on the 45, and then deep square leg for the short ball plan.
George again. Bouncy, strong runner. Fuller. She's driven it. Not quite getting hold of that though. It's gone along the floor. No danger involved. It's been fielded back by Eve Jones, giving the ball a bit of treatment there. And no run.
Yeah, always got to be careful when you've got a short ball plan that it doesn't become too one-dimensional. Of course, the game always looks simple from up here in the commentary box.
It's such a simple game. I don't know why they're not pulling their socks up and getting it sorted, Michael, honestly. No, they're brilliant. It's only when you get pitch side you realise how absolutely brilliant they are, to be fair. And you get close up, watch them warming up in the mornings and doing their routines. You see how fast these balls are flying in at you. You'll see. Come down and have a look. Put the Coronation pictures away and come and have a look. There's plenty of room in the stands. Lovely shot. What a diving stop from Jones there, just for 1 run. Glorious cover drive. Not quite timed as well as she'd want, but beautiful shape on it. Yeah, do come down if you get fed up of all the royal carriages and the pomp and ceremony and sausage rolls.
Sausage rolls?
You know, the party food. Sausage rolls, coronation chicken. What else do they have? Scones. Sausage rolls.
Didn't really
they
immediately
appear
think
heavily in the TV coverage of the coronation, didn't you know, Michael? Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Here comes Katie George. Bounced again, and this time it's been pulled round to deep square, practically on the line where the umpire will stand, just for 1 run. 81 for 1. Lamb on 43. Morris on 15. And George's figures are starting to look a little less economical. At the moment, she's on a not too bad. She's in the end of her 4th over. Loss of 21 runs. Let's just see what's happening here. They've moved the point fielder down onto the boundary. They've got a short point and a deep extra cover, I suppose you'd call that. Nice little shot into the short mid-wicket area for nothing. Just to give you the 81 for 1.
The finer details of what what's going on between the Northern Islands and the Blades. Nadine de Klerk has taken 4 for 26 from her 8 overs. Grace Ballinger has chipped in with a couple of wickets, and it is a scorecard that is worryingly reminiscent of a telephone number at the moment, which goes 7, 6, 8, 8, 5. Golden duck for Chloe Tryon, the South African all-rounder. 4 and 2. 49 for 6. Bess Heath, the skipper, and Abigail Glenn in trying to recover things as best they can.
What pitch is that being played on? What ground?
Chesterland Street.
Chesterland Street up in Durham.
That is correct.
Okay, interesting. I wonder what the second team will do with that wicket.
And the Vipers and the Storm are still yet to get underway.
And it's Wong coming in from the Jimmy Anderson end, of course. And it's beautifully defended from the batter there, who is Emma Lamb, taking no chances.
Yeah, that old cliche about until both teams are batted on it. But it is there is rarely a wicket where 49 for 6 is par.
What a innings from Tryon, hey? You'd be the foreign import into an area and getting a golden duck. That must feel awful. Worse than ever.
Make up with it with the ball.
Second ball from Wong to 5th over. Pacey, clipped up the hips down to deep square. Just a single. Lamb is creeping up there. She's on 44. Wongy's having a little look at her footholds there. Obviously, fast bowlers, they like their footholds to be nice and steady. We don't want any ankle injuries. She's another player who plays with a smile on her face.
An infectious enthusiasm.
Yeah, I love to see people actually enjoying what they're doing, whatever it is, sport, whatever job it is. If you're not enjoying it, do something else. Wongy. Oh, it's gone a long way. It's in the car park. It's 6 runs. Wow, Morris. And it's gone a long way. That has gone into the practice nets practically, and there's a little man there. I bet he can't even reach the fence. No, he can't. He's tried to throw it back to the fence. It's just reached the boundary. Past the 12th on the boundary. What a shot. I love that.
That is how you deal with a short ball plan.
Certainly is. Fee Morris, take a bow. Takes her on to 88.
Shot of the day.
Takes her on to 21. Just sat up nicely for her there, didn't it, Michael, really?
But she also committed that she was going to hit it upishly. We talked a bit about that Tatani dismissal getting caught in 2 minds. Because there is a fielder out there. That was a very positive, aggressive cricket shot. She knew the fielder was out there, and she said, I know you've got a sweeper, I'm just going to hit it over their head.
What betting on Wongy's next ball, Michael? What do you reckon?
Yorker.
Another short one, just short of a length. Play the defensive shots. Dot ball.
Now there is a tactical stick or twist here going on. At what point might Sparks decide that this short ball plan has got too predictable, and that maybe even at one end, if not necessarily both, you need to change it?
I think with the quality of the batters, it's always an interesting tactic anyway, to be honest. Here comes Wong. Oh, she's wrapped the pads again, but again, even she didn't think that was out. Going down the leg. And no run there. Off the pads there. Morris just adjusting her helmet a little bit there, making sure it's horizontal, nothing worse than a wonky hat.
Yeah, particularly for your alignment. Not ideal.
Wong off her long run up there. Bounces in. Love her run up again. Slower ball. Morris read it beautifully, and she just played it sensibly down towards backward point. And that's the end of the 17th over. Thunder have moved on to 88 for 1. Morris is looking good on 28. Lamb on 44. The run rate's crept above 5 now, Michael, which is a good sign.
Yeah, and I think we might have spin coming in for the first
spin of
time.
the day. You can interpret that. You're the numbers man.
Yeah, so 15 without loss after 5. It was a nice tight start from the Sparks, but that opening pair started to get away. Then Datani got out, but Lamb has got into a nice rhythm of batting, and Morris is sort of finding a decent flow as well. While the field gets set up for Georgia Davis to bowl, can give you an update from the Lancashire men who are in action at Trent Bridge against Notts. They got bowled out for 214 in their first innings. Josh Bohannon top scoring with 68, and then ended up bowling out Notts for 249. Tom Bailey, Will Williams and George Balderson with 3 wickets each. And then Lancashire are fighting hard in their second innings, the classic tricky third innings type of situation in a game. They're 140 for 1, leading by 105 with very good partnership building.
So Davies is coming in right on off break. They've got a deep square, deep mid wicket.
Josh Bohannon and George Balderson both at the crease, both with unbeaten 50s, facing up to Ollie Stone and Stuart Broad, but our focus primarily here, of course.
And they've also got a deep cover. Second ball, first ball was a dot ball. Lamb's taken a good stride to that one and couldn't quite get it away.
Which brings me to a question.
Which we'll hear in a minute, Michael. Here's Davis. She's driven that, and she's driven it right over the head of mid-off. That's an absolute stunning shot for 4 runs there. Lovely shot from Lamb, taking her up to 48. Gone, Mike.
I just mentioned she's got a really nice tempo for this innings, Emma Lamb, and you saw it again there. Inside out, meets it on the half volley. Do you think with this increased level of professionalism, contracts, etc., we could get to a place where multi-day cricket sort of reappears almost?
Well, I'm hoping so, because
at the moment you've got 14 games in this competition, the 50 over competition. You've got 7 in the T20 Cup, the Charlotte Opens Cup, and then you've got the 100 in August, but you have no multi-day cricket.
I can't see it happening at regional level yet, but it would be great if we could get a few more for the England side, because that will obviously differentiate between what we're doing here with this league, with the Rachael Heyhoe-Fint Trophy, and also what's happening at international. It's a step up then, isn't it, to play that multi-day format. So I think that really should be the next step, is to look internationally and try and get a few more 4 or 5 day games in the international scene, as Thunder move on to 93 after that over. Still for the loss of only 1 wicket. It was Ditani earlier on in the innings, caught down at deep fine leg.
Yeah, there is that test match at Trent Bridge, the first ever women's 5-day test, which is from June the 22nd to the 26th to get the women's Ashes going. And then there's 3 T20 internationals on July the 1st at Edgbaston, the 5th at the Oval and Lords on the 8th, and then 3 one-day internationals on the 12th at Bristol. 12th of July, this is the 16th at Southampton and the 18th at Taunton. So for you it's more of a case of top down than bottom up, sort of?
Yeah, I think so. I think we'd be, I mean, you can see, I mean, I know today is an exception to the rule, really, in terms of spectators, because we've got a slightly significant event on TV
yes.
today. Apparently there's some people in uniforms riding around on horses, and people
and some
singing,
sausage rolls, my co-commentator tells me,
yeah.
which I didn't really appreciate was some kind of real sign of
party food, Michael.
Pageantry.
Party food. But as we've got another change of bowling from the other end there, you'll have to help me. Oh, it's Erin Burns on debut, Australian A
bowling
international.
with a cap, that's an aesthetic.
It'll be the hair. It's windy. I know,
yeah,
I used to bowl in a hat when it was windy.
Yeah, good
when
point.
I was bowling my off spin, you gentlemen with short hair, and ladies with short hair, as I am now, don't need to worry about that so much now. Full toss. It's gone down to deep square. Is she going to cut it up? It'll be a tight one. Oh, she nearly got her hand to it. 4 runs.
No ball as well.
And it's a no ball. So they'll get an extra ball there. And was that Lamb's 50?
And it's 50 for Lamb.
Oh, what a shot to get you 50 on. Well played, Emma Lamb. She moves on to 53, in fact. 97 for 1.
It's been a really classic opener's knock.
So Burns has been in the car park. She's been bowled no ball. It's been smacked for 4. There's a free hit coming up. Watch out, everybody. And again, she's gone for it. She's hoiked it. Would have been caught, I think, but it doesn't matter because it was a no ball.
It's quite a nice catch out there.
Was, unless it was a half volley. It looked like a catch. It's hard to tell quite from here.
Yeah, in our defence, we're a long way from that one.
Bit of catching practice for the deep square boundary rider. She's placed that to deep wicket, and it's a really lovely diving stop there at short mid wicket. And that's one reason why I'm glad these girls get to wear trousers, unlike us poor devils in our skirts back in the day.
Oh goodness, yeah.
Can you believe it?
Diving, yeah, not fun.
Oh, that was close from Burns. I don't think she bamboozled the batter there a little bit. Morris wasn't quite sure which way that was going. Oh, and she's gone again, and she's gone again, and one-handed attempt. Oh, and it's gone for 4. So nearly out. What an attempt there from the fielder, Katie George. Unlucky Katie George. Big heart in the mouth moment there. Look at that again. How close was that?
It was that classic thing where she'd come in a little bit too far and then couldn't backpedal enough to get back.
And again, shorter. That turned in on her. She was looking to cut that at one point and had to change her shot halfway through, I think. What an interesting over for your first over for the Thunder. We had everything.
Yeah, it did. Could have had a wicket as well. To stress, it was not an easy catch for George, even if she had stayed out on the rope. But it was that classic one where just coming in 3-4 yards then meant it's so much harder to go back once it's been hit a little bit harder than you thought it had been, as was the case in that particular situation. They're going along very nicely here now. This will be of concern for the Sparks. For those unfamiliar about Aaron Burns, he's played 1 ODI for Australia in September 2019 and 5 T20 internationals as well, but it's definitely not a controversial statement to say that in another era would have played a heck of a lot of more games than that. Has been sort of on the periphery of one of the greatest sides in sporting history, never mind cricketing history.
Davis has had her first ball placed down to deep point. Third. With a quick single.
Was part of
Actually, they ran 2 there.
Was part of the Australia T20 World Cup squad in 2020, but didn't play as she was recovering from a knee injury, and was part of the Australian A squad alongside the Ashes in 2022.
In comes Davis. Oh, she's stumped. What a good piece of bowling. What a shame. What a shame for Lamb. But that was a really good piece of bowling from Davis there. She just drew a little bit wide of the crease. Lamb was sort of leaning forward, prodded forward, and just slid that back foot a little bit too far forward. And I think the Sparks really needed that. Look at that. Great take from Abby Freeborn. And she's got to go. But a great 50 from Lamb. Really well played, Emma Lamb.
Yeah, worth saying as well that is back-to-back 50s for Emma Lamb. 74 off 85 in the second game of this season at the Storm. And then 56 off 68 today has given the Thunder a very solid base at the top. Now we'll turn to the engine room of the middle order as skipper Ellie Frelkel walks out.
Fellow Scouser. Now, those of you who are actually living in Liverpool and have heard me say I live in Birkenhead, don't panic, I was born in Liverpool.
Frelkel so far this season with a couple of starts, but it probably will have niggled her a bit for a player of her quality that she hasn't gone on. 14 off 23 against the Stars here a couple of weeks ago, and then 27 off 44, I should say, in the game at the Storm.
And she's come off a really good pre-season tour to Dubai. She scored had a couple of really good innings, one of which was a well-made ton. So she's had plenty of pre-season practice, and she'd be keen to do well here, as every captain would do in this situation. 105 for 2. Still 4 balls remaining of this over from Davis. Still 2 fielders on the deep side leg side boundary. And they brought in the fielder from the offside. That's a really well done forward defensive from Rachael. Big long stride, she's a tall girl. Oh, it's a bit close to the outside edge there again. She's played it a little bit wider there. It's a good line for the off spinner, of course, because it will come in towards the right-handed batter. Well left from Threlkeld. It's another dot ball. No time. There's plenty of time still in this innings for Threlkeld to make a name for herself and push the score along.
Yeah, run rate's not a problem at all.
Not at all. There's a lovely down on one knee sweep shot for 1 down to deep backward square, and Threlkeld is off the mark. And better than that, I think she's stolen the strike. Well done, Skip. 106 for 2.
Certainly has an 8th wicket already in the Rachael Heyhoe-Fint Trophy this season for Georgia Davis. Took 3 for 33 at the Blaze, and then 4 for 19 off 7.5 overs, including 2 in 2 to clean up the tail in the home game against the Diamonds, and then none for 17 off 3 against the Vipers. So Georgia Davis continuing her fine work in spin combination with Erin Burns, who by her high standards wasn't her very best first over, conceding 10. Looked to be a touch more on the button here. Bowling to the Thunder skipper Threlkeld. Burns with a 5-4 on the side field, turning the ball into Threlkeld. Short back of a length and played straight back to Burns. Flighted nicely again, just outside off stump, has Threlkeld driving with a little bit of uncertainty through the offside, straight to Wong at short cover. Again, good flight from Burns, and Threlkeld just has to jam down on that. That was a fuller one. Again, good areas from Burns, 4 dots in a row, just starting to build the pressure. Now, disproportionate amount of wickets fall off the 5th and 6th balls of overs. And Threlkeld has hit this straight to mid-on. Ellie Threlkeld out for 1. Beautiful bowling from Erin Burns. She has her first Sparks wicket on her Sparks debut. The pressure just built and built on Threlkeld across the over. She felt like she had to do something about it, came down the wicket and chipped it straight to Grace Potts at mid-on. 106 for 3, and the Thunder skipper has to go for just a single.
She'll be joining Ditani in the area of the changing room left for people who are having a quiet seethe, I think, there, Michael.
Well, Ellie Threlkeld just got tied down across that over. It was very intelligent bowling from Burns. Burns, little variations of flight and line, and then just dangle the carrot, and Threlkeld couldn't resist it.
Now, they're having a little bit of a buffet banquet out there in the middle of Sparks there. As soon as they couldn't get any sausage rolls, they've gone for bananas. I can see a few packets of crisps. I don't know if there'll be any coronation chicken in there. Oh, hello. Happy times are arriving, Michael.
Out comes Deandra Dottin. Deandra Dottin, who has been
in Burns, that will be fun.
Very good form so far this season. 51 of 42 a couple of weeks ago in the home game here against the Stars, and then 41 of 40 at the Storm in match 2. Somewhat prophetically now, looking back, Paul Shaw, the Thunder coach, said, knowing Deandra Dottin as I do, she'll be really looking forward to getting into this environment. A Deandra Dottin with a point to prove is a dangerous thing for opposing teams. And so it has proved thus far. She will be facing Burns with one ball of the over left. A ferociously talented all-round cricketer who is known for never taking a backward step.
Interestingly, they've got 4 boundary riders at the moment.
Flighted from Burns and beats Dottin outside the off stump. That is beautifully bowled. And that is the end of a successful over. It is a wicket maiden for Erin Burns, who has her first wicket in Central Sparks colours of the season. 106 for 3 after 21. Have some pretty big news from Chesterley Street.
Tell me more.
We mentioned a little while back that it was 47 for 6. It is 62 all out, the Northern Diamonds, and it is truly the old scorecard that resembles the phone number. 7688 904 2215. Nobody making it into double figures. 7 for 33 for Nadine de Klerk.
Wow.
As continuing now is Davis. Nicely driven, good looking square drive from Morris, who scampers through for a single. 107 for 3, brings Dottin onto strike. Grace Ballinger with 3 for 23. The only 2 bowlers needed. Those 2 between them bowling out Northern Diamonds in 18.1 overs.
Wow.
So that could be quite a short game there. The Blaze need 63 to win, and if they win they will go back top of the table. They'll leap above the South East Stars, who won last night, and they'll have 3 wins and no result in their campaign thus far, and they will remain the only unbeaten team.
I'm just looking at the field setting for Dottin here. It's pretty much like on the playground. Spread out, everyone.
Dottin just works this away to,
which of course
in the
leaves
square
those
leg
lovely
region.
Gaps in the infield
Fielded
for
by
it to get off the mark.
Fielded by Brewer. Yeah, both fields for these 2 spinners have been pretty conventional off-spin fields, really. Your 5-4 split on the leg side with a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket. Again, nicely flighted by Davis. Dot Ball mentioned she's having a very good start to the season. Georgia Davis has already taken 8 wickets, including the one today, which will put her right up there for this competition so far across the season. Really has given that one a lot of flight, driven back with a straight bat by Morris, but it's another dot ball, well fielded by Davis off her own bowling.
You know, they're sending this fielder back to the boundary as well, Michael, in front of us.
Long on's gone out. That's played again circumspectly by Morris out to short cover. Georgia Davis, who came through the youth system at Warwickshire. That's just drifting towards the pads and nicely on-driven by Morris for 1. She'll keep the strike. 109 for 3 off 22. Always a sign of a batter who is in good balance and control when they can play an on-drive along the ground like that.
There's the old Union Jack flying there. Looking a bit sad at the moment. It needs a bit more wind to show it off in its full glory.
So 28 overs left from here. If they go at 5 and over, they'll get 250. I mean, really, from here, Thunder would be very disappointed to not comfortably post their best score of the season. As Burns continues, and that's lustily swung away, sort of bottom-handed, bottom hand provided the power from Morris. Managed to get it just to the left of short mid-wicket for 110 for 3. And that's outside the off stump from Burns. Is there a nick on that? There's also an appeal for a stumping. And it won't be out either way. Very smart work from Abby Freeborn behind the stumps. Dottin survives, but Burns is causing her problems early on in her innings here.
Very interesting move from Dottin there. But it's a risky shot when you've got two people on the boundary right in front of you. That's better.
Much nicer looking.
Get your eye in.
Shot from Dottin just finds long on for a single fielded by Potts, 112 for 3.
I say risky at this stage. If it was the last 10 overs maybe, not so risky.
Quicker. It's a full toss and she's got away with that, Burns. This hits straight back at her by Morris. He kind of stands there for a moment in frustration and just called on the replay, her seeming to sort of grit her teeth in disappointment. That's just met on the half volley, confidently done by Morris. Gets 1. It's on to 29. 4 singles from the over that is ticked through. Nope, still 1 left. Blocked by Dottin, so 3 off the over, 3 singles, 112 for 3 after 23, run rate hovering just under 5. Worth mentioning as well, as I was discussing what sort of might be a good score from here, it's really interesting to note the average first innings totals in the top division of English women's one-day cricket. It was something we alluded to in the game a couple of weeks ago here too. In 2015, 16, 17 and 18, it's sort of hovering around the 160 to 170 mark, and then you really see the influence of short form cricket starting to come through in recent times as Davis continues. Nice flight, skied up by Dottin, could be gone. It's just over the head of Izzy Wong, backpedaling at mid-on. And then Wong fires the throw in, and had the throw been more accurate, there might have been the possibility of a run out, albeit I think Dottin just about scampered back.
She didn't get hold of that at all, did she?
That is a bit of luck.
Wong found it really difficult to readjust there. It was in the air a long time. One suspects that if she had her time again, she'd have backpedaled a bit earlier. Very tricky, that one, very tricky. There's another chance.
Could be gone as well. This is skied up from Morris, and it's caught at short extra cover. 114 for 4. A promising knock from Morris comes to an end. Gone for 31, trying the big shot. And you can see she looks up at the heavens in frustration. It is a second wicket for Davis. Swinging across the line for Morris. And it's an extremely simple catch for Burns. He's not going to drop that.
Yeah, it's quite surprising after she'd just seen Dottin mistime her strike. She's gone for an almost identical shot there. Again, she's got a good start. She'll be really displeased with herself. She's looking good.
Yeah, it's her best score of the season. Made 18 here a couple of weeks ago against the Stars, and then 1 against the Storm.
It's an interesting move, Michael. A certain young lady.
I'm all for this. This could be chaos. So, out comes Sophie Eccleston, who is, I suppose, best known for being the #1 T20 spin bowler in the world and her brilliant left-arm spin. But my goodness me, can she whack a ball as well? And Thunder have decided, as if it's not enough fun to have Deandra Dottin, one of the best 6 hitters in women's cricket, come out, that actually they're going to send out Sophie Eccleston as well, who has worked very hard on her batting across the last few years, and it's fair to say is increasingly taken herself into the category of being a very dangerous, tends to be a lower order player. Of course,
well, I've got a bit of a juicy gossip for you. You're asking me for some juicy gossip?
Go on.
One of the girls who's having her tea in the library today, ex-Lancashire Cheshire player, bowled at Sophie Eccleston when she was 12. Anne Monaghan, this is for you. Got her out, age 12. That's her claim to fame. Anne Monaghan was not 12 at the time, I might add. She was 12 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10. But that's her claim to fame. Anne, if you're listening, I did say I'd get you a mention. There it goes. If you're not listening, put the telly off and watch some cricket.
Sophie Eccleston, for those who aren't familiar.
He used to play at Chester, you see.
If somehow not. 118 appearances for England, but is now getting a chance to play our first Thunder game this season. Of course, I say play properly because Monday's game was washed out, unfortunately, at Welbeck. And now we'll have a chance to wield the willow for the first time. Drinks have been taken upon them for the wicket, that's why we're just taking a little touch longer to get resumed. And when we do,
yeah, I saw Sophie was being interviewed for Lancs TV about her comeback, and she's itching to get back into this format. She's missed the girls. She's particularly looking forward to playing with her mate Ellie Threlkeld again. And what a team they make for Thunder. Threlkeld behind the stumps, Eccleston bowling. Yeah,
it was interesting in the match preview as well. Thunder assistant coach Stephen Parry referred to this, talking about this sort of period of pre-Ashes cricket where Cross, Eccleston and Lamb should be around a lot, saying having Sophie, Crossy and Lammy around makes such a massive difference to our environment. We all love having them. They add so much. Sophie's loving being back. She was great around the group on Monday, and it was a shame she couldn't get on the park in that washout. But now here she is. Eccleston facing up to Davis, who's having a very successful Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy so far, taking 9 wickets in 4 games, including the 2 in this spell. She's now just setting her field up for Eccleston. It's got nobody behind square on the leg side. It's got a deep square leg and a deep mid wicket. It's brought Wong up. Eccleston's first ball is a somewhat circumspect prod, goes off the outside edge to point for no run. Just a touch shorter from Davis, and played with a straight back to the bowler. Again a dot. Nice areas once more from Davis, and this is just worked away to Campbell at short mid wicket. Again no run. Really good spell this so far from Georgia Davis. Shorter, and Eccleston just rocks onto the back foot but guides it straight to cover. So 4 dots to end a successful over, and a second wicket for Davis. 114 for 4 off 24. And Dottin and Eccleston have just got to rebuild a bit. Thunder won't want this to become something of a collapse, which it is in danger of doing. So you'd have to say, it does remind me of something I saw from Polly Starkey in her pre-season preview. Said similarly to the Blaze, the Thunder need to reduce the number of games that they get bowled out in.
Yeah.
Have occasionally in recent times had an unfortunate tendency to lose wickets in clumps. Dottin drives straight to extra cover off the bowling of Burns for no run.
This is a really interesting passage of play, Michael, because these two girls don't like to hang around. But in a sense they've got to, really. They're both big hitters.
Well, I guess the question is it a hang around, or very much in the vogue of modern cricket, is it a counterpunch? We shall see.
Indeedy.
That's
nice
very
ball.
full and well dug out by
Dottin,
who just dug it out but then used the wrist to guide it away through sort of almost first or second slip region, vacant of course. To get a single brings Eccleston on to strike, who's still looking to get off the mark.
Burns is just adjusting her field slightly there, bringing in short mid. Or is she? Still some dalliance.
She's got a
interesting
curious
field,
sort of 2 short mid
yeah.
wickets. Eccleston driving with a full face nicely, but straight to Campbell at extra cover. So it's a conventional off spinner's field in the sense of having a 5-4 on the leg side, but not in the way the 5 leg side fielders are placed. follow and shorter even, and Eccleston rocks back but guides this straight to mid-off. Another nice shot from Nunn. So there's a very straight long on, a deep mid-wicket, and then kind of two fielders in between those two in terms of angles. Shorter, nice. Eccleston again plays a good shot from naught straight into the hands of Wong this time and throws her head up in frustration. Still yet to get off the mark after 7 balls, despite looking very comfortable in those 7 balls. 115 for 4 at the halfway stage.
You were talking about Erin Burns having an injury not so long ago, and you know one of the things she did before she came back into cricket, this is her recovering from an injury.
I think I know what you're going to say.
1,000-kilometre charity bike ride in memory of her father who died
Wollongong to
bowel cancer,
Melbourne. Yeah.
Which I take my hat off, because we have that in common. My father and my mother both died from bowel cancer, so I was very proud of her when I read that. So well, I want her to do well. I'd still like Thunder to win. Oh, and there's an appeal. Big appeal's gone up there. Nothing doing. Still Davis into bowl. Second ball of her 26th over coming in from Davis there. Big appeal against Dottin. She strikes it nice and straight for no run. Another good over from Davis. This piling on the pressure on the Thunder. Who'll crack first, I wonder. Dottin's dabbed that down, and it's a quick single from Eccleston with those big long legs getting into action there. Well run, 1 run. Dottin just adjusts her leg straps there. You don't want to be tripping over those and for a quick single. Now then, Eccleston's taking a good look around here. Look at the gaps, Eccleston. She's got deep square, deep back, deep mid wicket, deep long on. Izzy Wong underneath us here. Short mid wicket, and then a funny mid wicket to the side of that short mid wicket. Similar field.
Yeah, I was going to ask you quite how you sum up this.
I think
field
it's
set.
Creative. I really do.
It's
really making the batters think about it.
I more mean descriptively.
Wong's come in off the boundary. Actually, there's a gap there if she wanted to take it over her head.
Because the other thing is that the deep mid wicket is on almost the exact same line as. It's like they're in sort of a conga line, the 3 of them.
It's like they're backing up an overthrow.
Yes.
Defended from Eccleston. And that's over from Georgia Davis. Another great over. 116 for 4, just the 1 run off that over. Oh, and you can almost feel the 2 of them dying to get a hold of one of the spinners' pits. It's so tempting when you get spinners on.
Got a tweet from Heyhoe-Fint, who rightly points out the Trent Bridge Test will be the first 5-day women's test in England, but there has been one previous 5-day for women between Australia and England at North Sydney Oval back in 1992. So that's played on the half volley by Dottin, beautifully through extra cover for 4. Oh, wow, that is absolutely gorgeous.
What a shot from Dottin there. I was momentarily, do you know, as soon as they took my eye off the pitch, that happened. I was just waiting for a text from the Lancashire girls. I was going to get a text from them to see who else had arrived, because I was going to give them a shout out, but they can't be bothered texting me, so I can't be bothered mentioning them. So, bye girls. See you at lunch. 4 runs to Dottin. Yeah, we knew that was coming though, Michael, didn't we? Somehow, she wasn't going to wait forever.
That was one of the shots of the day. And that's where I go back to what I was saying when we discussed it, the counter punch. I've got a feeling that could be on here for the Thunder.
Yeah, there are a few gaps on that offside. Oh, she's got a well bowled, Burns. It's got through the gap there. Don't know what Dottin was trying to flick it round to leg, and did she get a glove and an inside edge on it? We don't know. Sparks don't care. They know they've just got the biggest threat left in the innings for Thunder. Out. Let's have a look at the replay, Michael. Nice line, and it's just beat her. It's just gone through the gap, turned in and beaten her. Dottin can't quite figure it out, but it's a good ball, good line and length, and it's turned in on her.
She was just trying to work it from outside off stump for a single through the onside.
Great line from Burns. And I believe that's Dotting's lowest score of the season so far for Thunder.
Certainly is, yeah. Made 51 off 42 here against Stars a couple of weeks ago, and then 41 off 40 in the game at the Storm. But now it's going to have to be up to others to
interestingly, they've got another big hitter coming in.
Yeah. Liberty Heap.
And
very precociously talented teenage sensation. Hit 36 not out of 18 in her first game here at Emirates Old Trafford in the last Thunder game of 2022. And you may remember, if you joined us a couple of weeks ago, that we had Phoebe Graham, my teammate, coming on and giving some rather hilarious impressions of both her and her parents in terms of her.
Because they're from
accent.
Burnley.
That was the kind of regions we were in. Yeah.
Quite interesting. She was doing a northern accent as she's a Yorkie.
Well,
you know.
yes, there is that, of course.
Heaps taking guard there. Let's see, I think they've brought one of the boundary riders in. There's still two on the leg side. They've brought the straight boundary rider in. Liberty Heat. Both bats are still on 0, actually. Burns comes in, drops it a little bit short, gives her time to play it off her hip. And they're off the mark.
She's one of the most exciting, sort of explosive young batters coming through in English.
Well, she's got 100% strike rate today anyway, Mike. 1 off 1. Eccleston to face. She's face 9. This is her 10th ball. Bit short again. She's cut that. That is a glorious shot. Down to the square boundary, point boundary, 2 fielders after it, neither of whom are quite up to the task. Nice shot from Eccleston for 4.
Yeah, she's been playing a lot of really good cricket shots
Classic.
that have been going along the ground at fielders, and she's finally managed to get one in a gap.
She's a tall girl, long levers, strong build, and she timed that as well. That wasn't a forced shot, that was a really beautifully timed shot. And she's pulled that down to the deep square. Could this be consecutive 4s? And it is just what the Thunder ordered. Thank you, Dr. Eccleston.
Yeah, Sophie Eccleston is always going to be positive and aggressive, and that's, I go back to the phrase I mentioned about counter-punching. It was short from Burns, it was turning down the leg side, was not her best delivery.
Well, that's it. You see, even international standard bowlers will occasionally bowl a bad ball, and you've got to be the type of personality who is defending, and is able to still put the bad ball away. And that's an attempted drive, and it's gone to one of those funny little square wicket, mid-wicket fielders there. What an interesting over. It's 129 for 5. So 3 4s off the over, but of course, vitally, we've lost. I say we, I do apologise everybody, Michael will explain, I'm not quite neutral. Although I did actually play for West Midlands before I played for Lancashire and Cheshire. When I was a student down in Birmingham, that's where I learnt my cricket, down in the Midlands. Played for West Midlands for a couple of seasons before moving home up north. So I've got a little bit of it. They're my second team, the Sparks, put it that way.
Some interesting quotes from Liberty Heap, who was just talking about the influence that someone like Sophie Eccleston, Kate Cross and those big England players has in a dressing room. Heap said, coming into that setup, my skills are not at the level that I want to be at. This is Thunder, and I want to carry on pushing that and play as well as I can. When they come down and play for us, they bring all the values and commitment levels, and I learn from that.
Shot for nothing. Lovely looking shot from Liberty Heat there. She seems a confident young lady.
Heat went on to say it's good to see how they approach the games and the training. They've got a good balance between socialising and cricket life, and if anything, that motivates someone like me.
Great quote. Sums it up, doesn't it? Quick hands from Freeborn.
But found it very interesting to see a young
Giving
player
us a wide.
Pardon me. Just that kind of open humility about, actually, my skills are not at the level I want to be at. It's about me coming in and learning.
It's gone a long way. It's gone over the top of the mid-off mid-on's head, and it's just gone. It plugged a tiny bit in that slightly longer grass towards the boundary, but it's another 4 for the Thunder. Thunder's starting to roll in. I see it flashing on the scoreboard there. Ahead of us, we've got the huge screen ahead of us here. And if you're watching it on the replay, you'll see it come up on the screen with a lightning bolt through it. Thunder and lightning on there.
Yeah, hopefully, given the weather forecast, that's the
please don't.
only that we see. There's some worrying forecasts.
Davis into bowl again. And that's dabbed down into short square leg for a quick single from Heap. Sensibly played. There is a gap there. Nice easy run for the player. That's 6 off the over so far, including the wide, of course. Oh, and again, Davis has gone wide of the off stump and beaten the batter there. We've seen that happen before this morning.
Yeah, putting together a very tidy spell once again here, Georgia Davis. He's had a brilliant season so far.
Again, she's gone wide, and that's slapped down towards pot here below us at mid-on for a single by Eccleston, who suddenly, from not having scored any runs, has moved up to 9, off 14 balls. Heaps off. Well, she's got 6 already. She's only faced 4 balls. Into Heap. She's cut that away into a little space just forward of point for 1. And the end of that over, Thunder have moved on to 137 for 5. Great set of bowling from Davis so far.
We touched on Liberty Heap being a Burnley native, and she actually said when signing her first pro contract, talking about the Red Rose specifically, it was very obvious what it meant to her. Said it's got such a strong identity. I think all the people that wear the Red Rose feel strongly about it and are really proud to wear it. After spending all my career there, it means a lot to me to play for the club. And when I walk out on the pitch, whether that's age group or women's first team or the Thunder, it's very important to me. Someone that is deeply
passionate,
connected to this area in its cricketing roots.
Here comes Burns, the right arm off spin. Oh, she's Liberty Heap has just smacked an international Australian player for 6, and I'm telling you, the girls below us here loved that shot, and so do I. Well played, young lady. Look at this, head still, 1 stride, wallop.
Met on the half volley and met beautifully. What a shot that is.
13 off 6, Liberty Heap.
Well, we told you she wasn't going to mess about.
Well, we had an idea, didn't we? I think she takes I think she's a bit of fancies a bit of spin bowling, does Liberty Heap. Oh, they've moved a fielder back on the boundary for that shot. Mid on, long on and long off now. She's found, oh no, she hasn't quite found a gap. It took an absolutely brilliant piece of fielding there at cover. Just in front of those horrible old worn wickets that nobody likes to field on. Shorter, fuller, that's gone past the bowler's hands there despairingly for another single from Heap. Eccleston 3 or 4 strides down the ground, and she's there. Eve Jones is discussing the field placements with Burns now. For Eccleston, they've sent somebody deeper. Is that Wong? Izzy Wong going deep to be deep? Deep cover. Getting the thumbs up from Michael. That's Izzy Wong. Some interesting manoeuvrability of the fielders here. It's like watching a chess game. It's gone out to Wong actually. So good placement for an easy single. Moving the score to 145 for 5. Heap's on 14 now, Eccleston's on 10. Nicely defended. Got the ball. Quickly back to the bowler, and in she comes again. That's all the over. Rose just pauses for a second, regains her composure. In she comes. And again, nicely defended from Heap, which brings Eccleston on to strike. And at the end of that over, it's 145 for 5 off 29 overs. Michael.
Run rate is bang on 5 and over, so from here, going at 5 and over would get another 105, and we'd be bang on 250. It's interesting mentioning those average scores, which we were talking about just before that dot-in wicket, in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy or in the top division of English women's one-day cricket. So it hovered between 160 and 170 through 2015, 16, 17, 18. 2019 it lifted to 180. Then 2020 it spiked up to 220. 2021 it was 230, and then last season it was 240, which is unquestionably the influence of T20 in the game.
Definitely. Yeah. You know, the confidence in the players to take on the big shots, the technology of the bats, the coaching, the fitness levels, everything, it combines to make those scores rise as they have. Judge bowler, it's George coming in from the Statham end. Now to wrap the pads, but again I think that was going down legs. She's going to take a quick leg by there.
Yeah, when you're bowling from that angle and then swinging it in, you're going to need a lot of cards to align to get an LBW.
Tricky. So they've brought on some pace. They've seen Eccleston and Heap have taken a liking to some spin bowling, and they're mixing it up a little bit. Again, it's good captaincy. Got to be reactive as well as proactive sometimes. Bounced. Oh, well done. Well done to move out of the way of that one. That was actually very, very well played from Heap.
It's good cricket.
Yeah.
Good use of the bouncer.
Trying to rattle the youngster there. That was classic playing of the bouncer there. Low hands, feet steady, rock back. Watch the ball all the way past her nostrils.
Yeah, it can't be easy when you've just faced a whole load of off spin having come in, and then suddenly that whistles past you.
George is moving the fielder again, bringing Perrin slightly straighter to the into the action. Straighter. She's tried to go over and she's just managed to beat it. Oh, and it might go for 4. What a stop on the boundary. They've taken 2, but that could easily have been a 4. A little bit lucky there. She didn't quite get hold of that one, Heap. She moves on to 16 off 12. Eccleston on 10. Thunder not far from their 150. 148. I'm Alison Byrne, former captain of Lancashire, Cheshire, and I've got Michael McCann next to me here at the Emirates Old Trafford. Coronation Day, Michael. Could you believe it? Oh, she's coming in, Katie George. Here we go. Bounced again. She's managed to sweep that round to deep square leg for a single.
And I couldn't think of a better way to spend it than watching some lovely cricket with you at Old Trafford.
Lovely company. Me too, Michael.
Did you see those videos as well of people camping out for days and the rain?
I know people. Everyone's free
open.
To do.
Everyone's absolutely.
I don't have a problem.
What I'm just saying is, I'd rather you than me.
Yeah, there's other things. They could have seen it on the telly for free and better view, but apparently it's the atmosphere, it's just being around people and making new friends, etc. That bit I get. The social side I get. That's a nice little shot from Eccleston down into the deep boundary there. She's going to take an easy 2. Are they going to look for 3? I think not.
It's more the fact that there's been, so the weather actually
2
today, by all accounts, my phone is pinging with friends of mine in London who were trying to play cricket as well, with games already being called off at 12:30 because it's that bad. But at what point does the weather become that bad that you think, you know what, I know I've got my tent and everything, but maybe...
Well,
each to their own.
Exactly, each to their own. I could say something there and get myself in trouble. I'm not going to. Each to their own. We are, after all, in a free country, apparently. Dot ball there from Katie George, after she's given away a few runs there. And the score moves on to 150. 1, for 5. So they have hit the 150 target off 30. So almost dead on 5 and over there. 5.03 per over to be precise.
Yes.
Those 300s will make all the difference at the end of the game. So
funny.
come on, Michael, have you got any royal coronation puns, cricketing puns for me?
Not really.
Not yet.
What I was actually going to come in and say is, when I think of camping out, one of the first sports grounds I think of when I think of kind of sellouts and, you know, all that kind of thing, is actually Emirates Old Trafford, because I think of the 2005 men's Ashes. I was that era. That was what inspired me to get into cricket. Here's Burns.
Oh, hello.
That's hit hard. Could be hit straight to long on. Is hit straight to long on. That's the end of Liberty Heap. Picked out long on perfectly. Well caught by Emily Arlott. It was hit hard, and it would have travelled over the rope for 6 if long on was not out there. But indeed Arlott was. Arlott held on. It is 151 for 6, and a very entertaining cameo comes to an end. Liberty Heap gone for 17 off 14.
That's the way she plays. If she wants to get these 50s, which she's perfectly capable of, she's going to have to choose her moment, I feel.
Yeah,
she's not happy. But then again, who is happy when they've got out?
Made 23 off 17 here against the Stars a couple of weeks ago, and then 7 off 13 against the Storm. And you might just have caught that. That was the sound of a really good quality piece of willow thudding into the front pad of Liberty Heap, just as my co-commentator was discussing her frustration at getting out.
Crossy. Interesting. Crossy's coming in, and then she's handy with the bat. I've seen her hit a few 6s in her time. A couple of fantastic shots last year. Well, the year before now, and I'm commentated on my first game at Sale when the test match with the road was cancelled.
Of course,
came in fancy dress.
Back from illness after missing the last couple of games of illness, although of course she wouldn't have missed anything on Monday anyway because it was washed out. Made a 2-ball duck against the Stars here a couple of weeks ago, so still looking for her first run of the
I'm going to say something contentious now. I know it's not like me, but I think we've actually got England's best 2 bowlers in the crease at the moment. I really do think Cross is quality when she plays for England. I'm not going to bore you with Eccleston's statistics because I think we've all heard them by now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So let's hope they
2 players that will have a big part in the summer to come, of course.
Yeah, they're going to be busy, I know that much. Let's hope they're equally busy with the bat this afternoon from a Thunder perspective.
Yeah, 2 players have also worked very hard on their batting across a number of years and have repeatedly, when England have been in a bit of trouble, the top order haven't necessarily fired, have played some valuable lower order knocks. Cross will be facing up to Burns. It's just been the steady fall of wickets that's been the problem. I know that they were 103 for 1, 105 for 1 when that second wicket fell. So that's well bowled from Burns, swinging a miss outside the off stump from Cross. So they've lost 46 for 4 in the last just over 10 overs.
Yeah. Nice shot.
Cross picks out extra cover, just rocking back and making room. Run rate not really been a problem, and apart from the first 5 overs, hasn't really been an issue of concern for the Thunder. It's just been a steady loss of wickets. This Cross this time does pick out the gap at extra cover. That's a really nice cricket shot. Didn't try and hit it too hard. He's out towards the long boundary. Potts will do the fielding, and there'll be 2. That is a very nice way to open your run account for the new season.
Good experience. You know, she's literally picked her spot there. I wasn't trying to hit, as you say, not trying to hit it too hard, but there's, you know, we're talking at a county ground here. There's going to be spaces. You just need to hang in there, girlies.
Oh, bowled. Oh. Beautifully bowled from Burns, who has her 4th wicket. It's gone through Cross, who is statuesque in her frustration. That is magnificent from Erin Burns, who now has 4 wickets on her Sparks debut. Classic off-spin bowling, just pitches outside the line of off-stump, comes in a bit and hits the edge of the off-stump, just beating Cross on the outside edge. that really is magnificent cricket from Erin Burns. All credit to her. You can see from a side-on view as well. Cross played inside the line. Cross didn't really do that much wrong, and sort of looks back aghast as to how has that managed to get through the tiniest of angles, hit the top of off stump. So Cross has to go for just 2, and it's 153 for 7.
It's Tara Norris coming in.
Tara
with
Norris.
a lot to do.
Yeah, with a lot to do. Made 18 not out of 13 on her debut for the Thunder a couple of weeks ago against the South East Stars, including hitting a big straight 6. Then made 1 off 4 in game 2 at the Storm. Norris out there with Eccleston, and without meaning to sound like a broken record, it's no shortage of time here, but it's just the regular loss of wickets.
Yeah,
and
I think the coaches at Thunder will be a little bit disconcerted about a pattern developing from what I've seen anyway from the 3 games so far that they've actually played, of mini collapses from good positions. And
they were 105 for 1.
It's bizarre because they've got the talent. It's such a talented squad. It's George.
Left arm around and nicely driven out for extra cover, out to the sweeper, fielded by Georgia Davis at the expense of 1. Yeah, it was 105 for 1 in the 20th over. 103 for 1 off 19. Although, as anyone at any level of cricket will know, when a story starts with "they were so-and-so for so-and-so in such an excellent position," normally everyone's familiar that that tends to be the way of starting a story that ends in an unfortunate regular loss of wickets.
But again, we've got 2 really experienced players out here. Norris perhaps not so much with the bat as Eccleston, but you know, as you can see by
Beautifully bowled. There was some appeals there, but
I don't know why.
Bat on
miles away from the ball.
Bat on ground, yeah. There was a noise, but it was very clearly not bat on ball. Tara Norris, only 24 years old, but vast experience for someone at that age. Ex-Vipers left arm seamer, who is also a USA international and won plenty of silverware during her time at the Vipers, brings that experience to the Thunder. Oh, that's beautifully bowled in the corridor. Really, really nice from George. And all Norris could do was kind of hold her back down the line of off stump, make sure not to prod at it, and hope that she didn't end up nicking it through to the keeper, as she did. As she didn't, I should say. Norris still yet to get off the mark. Thunder have got to be really careful here, otherwise, well, this could go one of 2 ways. These 2 could rebuild, and suddenly they could be looking at working their way up towards 250 if they bat the overs, or they could get bundled out for 170. Nice again from George.
No run on that one.
No run there. Back out to extra cover with straight bat just blocked. Norris still looking at her first game. Played at the recent Fairbreak tournament, and in her words said it's an amazing opportunity for associate cricketers to play with some world-class players. I think the exposure is brilliant, and hopefully that drip feeds back to our countries. Norris, who unexpectedly became USA international last year. Short and left alone outside
Sensibly so.
Of
course, the youngster who's playing for us today, Marika Gore, also played in the Fairbreak, and yeah, interesting. I'll talk to you about one of her wickets later in the second innings, Michael. I'm sure you know this story anyway.
Yeah, she's got quite the discovery story. Of course, spotted out at the Dubai Expo when Lancashire were out there on a visit. Saw this youngster with an incredibly clean left arm action and said, we'll have a Bit of that. It's George. Left alone again. End of the 32nd. 154 for 7. Run rate not far off 5, but it's not the run rate that's the problem for the Thunder. Just 3 wickets left. And of course, from there it was Warren Hegg who said to Mahika Gore, by any chance you fancy playing cricket in England? To which Gore replied, saying that she was born in England, which of course...
Eyes lit up.
Yep.
Ears pricked up.
And there's some footage, and even on that footage you can see, in reciting the Mahika Gore story, and I just look out and suddenly what I can see with my eyes in front of me is that it is starting to rain.
Oh no.
Unfortunately. But yeah, you can see in the footage from that expo that they had of the action, it's so clean and smooth, and it's everything that Mahika Gore has gone on to do recently, of course.
Shot.
Burns continues, nice looking shot out to extra cover for 1. Mahika Gore, the 17-year-old sensation who was spotted at that expo in 2021, now fully fledged professional cricketer with the Thunder, and took 3 for 39 off her 10 overs against the Storm, and very much became something of an online sensation in the process of doing so, including a couple of early wickets.
At the fair break. Well, one of them was Deandra Dottin. She got Dottin out, didn't she? Did you see that? She bowled a short ball. Dottin rocked back, surprised by the pace. And I think it actually hit her forearm, and I think Dottin thought so as well. But anyway, the umpire gave her out. And I wonder if they've discussed that in the changing room since their reappearance in England. She's got a slip here, Burns.
Going right arm around now to the left-hander of Norris. Driven confidently out to mid-on, no run. Storm, of course, recovered after those early wickets to beat the Thunder. Just nicely worked into the gap out at deep cover for 1, so Norris off the mark. 156 for 7. So now Eccleston on strike. Still a 5-4 field, and still this very funky field with almost 3 mid-wickets. It's Burns bowls to Eccleston, who defends with a straight bat. So there's a deep mid-wicket, and there is a very straight long on, and then in between them there is 2 fielders, one of which is right on the edge of the cut strip. So this is rocked back and played confidently by Eccleston out to deep cover for 1. Now what's interesting is that they've had this field right throughout Eccleston's innings so far, and she hasn't played at all in that region, when generally that is one of her better scoring regions.
Yes,
so it is, you've almost got this game of cat and mouse going on. Flighted by Burns and driven straight to short extra cover from Norris. End of the over, 3 singles from it. 157 for 7 off 33. So far this season, the Sparks losing to the Blaze by 59 runs in their first game. They were bowled out for 153 after the Blaze made 212. They beat the Northern Diamonds by 7 wickets with 70 balls remaining, which was a real statement of intent to do that against the former champions. Comfortably victorious that day. Davis with 4 wickets, Jones with 67, not out at a big partnership with Amy Freeborn, and then they lost to the Vipers by 3 wickets with just under 9 overs remaining in a low scoring game. George to continue. That's beautifully bowled and somehow missed the off stump, and George can't believe it, and I can't believe it.
And I sure as heck can't believe it either, Michael.
That has gone straight through Sophie Eccleston, and she sort of looks back almost aghast, George, as to how that has not got her what she wanted. Trots back to a mark, hoping to complete the job now.
Squad numbers are interesting. 99, 95 to 1. How many players have they got in their squad?
Again, well bowled. LBW
Closer.
appeals, potentially going
Closer.
down leg. It's always going to take a lot to get an LBW bowling left arm around.
I like that sound though. Just shows you how quickly these players are bowling, doesn't it? You can hear it all the way up here. Boomf.
Very good stuff from Katie George. He got into the game through her dad going to watch Test cricket with him. Now all these years later in England international, charging in here for the Sparks.
Nice little
Flicked
shot.
away. It was a half volley, but it was nicely tucked away. Big chase for deep square leg, well fielded by Izzy Wong, and very good arm. Removes any possibility of 2. It's interesting, one thing that I know will have been on the sort of central Sparks, whiteboard as it will today, will be extras. They bowled 37 extras last time out in that game against the Vipers, which Alison Byrne next to me is sort of like open-mouthed in shock. But today, I don't have the figure off the top of my head, but I think we're talking 3 or 4.
I think 5 at most.
They'll be very, very pleased with the bowling performance so far.
One of them was gave a free hit where they took a wicket from, which is annoying for them, isn't it? All tied.
Just as we say that.
There we go. You can have guaranteed.
If you believe in the commentators' curse,
that's unbelievable.
Then there is your. I mean, the other example, of course, is when I said that a disproportionate number of wickets taken off the 5th and 6th ball of,
and there she goes.
which is, and the reason that there's 2 reasons why that tends to happen is 1, the dots build, or it goes the other way as well.
Well, the Thunder will take the extra run at this point, to be fair. Oh,
that's beautifully bowled again. That is almost too good for Norris to get an edge to. That is exactly where you want to be as a fast bowler, and Norris will be just happy to have not nicked it. So there's been 4 wides, 2 no balls and 5 leg byes, so 11 extras. So they're certainly on track to be a long way below that 37, and to be honest, it might have been that 37 that cost them the game against the Vipers, because they posted 183 for 9. Vipers chased it with just under 9 overs to spare, but they were 7 down. So again, that's where 20 runs could have made a huge difference in that contest. Oh, again, that is an absolute
such a good ball.
peach from George. And again, Norris is just thankful to somehow not edged it, basically. Only Mahika Gore and Alex Hartley to come after this.
Is it worth them bringing in a gully here? Because she's swiping everything at the moment, isn't she?
Yeah, this is some high-class stuff from Katie George. Comes wider of the crease this time. That's a little bit fuller. That allows Norris to square drive it nicely out to deep cover for 1. She'll keep the strike. 160 for 7 after 34. George still looking for her first wicket of the game. Has picked up 4 so far this season.
Just the 4 wickets have earned
took
so
2
far,
against the Diamonds in game 2 and took a couple against the Vipers in game 3. Remember, of course, you're watching Lancs TV. Keep up with everything on @ThunderCrick, and remember to give us a little like and a subscribe if you're enjoying what you're hearing. Michael McCann, pleasure to be joined as always by Alison Byrne. Do give us a tweet as well on @ThisIsMcCann. This is McCann, MCCANN. Let us know where you're watching from, what you're up to on this Saturday. I'm glad to say that rain that was sort of around seems to have stopped. It did rain lightly for about 5 to 10 minutes or so, but we've battled on and played through it. And that is where I think people forget sometimes, as Byrne starts the new over with a dot pushed out to extra cover, the difficult job that umpires have in terms of when do you and don't you bring players off. It is a thankless task. Burns comes wide of the crease and just in towards middle stump, blocked by Norris. You know, when do you say, actually, I think this is light enough that we'll stay out there? And they have stayed out there, and it was a good decision. Again, a defensive shot from Norris. The thankless job of all thankless jobs for umpiring.
Get a bit peckish, Michael. I'm not going to lie.
Full, and well, Norris was trying to make room for something through the offside, and in the end almost yorked herself, just had to block it back. And well, Burns will be eyeing a 5 for here. She's got 8 balls left to get it. That's just turned away, and they are going to take a quick single this time. That's a good run. That's a good run. My co-commentator was
didn't want these two to get out.
Fearing trouble, but Eccleston always had the danger end, and Eccleston always knew she'd be fine. And of course, being so tall and not short of pace, was able to get those big strides down and find her way home safely. Shorter, and that's gone through everything. All eyes on the umpire as they run them up. They will get through. They'll get a reasonably comfortable through. It's gone into a pocket down towards deep fine leg, and no signal at all. So maybe just a bit of a tickle of bat in there. So 164 for 7 after 35. Run rate around 4.67. If they were to bat the overs at this rate, going to get into the region of about 233, which I think right now, if you offered them that, they'd be very happy with it.
Oh, definitely. Could be a good score if they can manage that. Getting back to me being peckish, Mike.
You know, we still might have another 15 overs of cricket.
I know, but the thing is, I don't want my lunch early. I'm not trying to suggest anything other than I'm wondering what is on my menu today, because I'm going to get feasted and wined. Well, not wine.
Oh, of
dined.
course.
So,
yes.
And I'm the only vegan, so usually that can go either way, quite frankly. And I'm hoping it goes in a good way. And everybody's jealous of my meal. Katie George into bowl, left armour. Nice stroke through the gap. At mid-wicket, she's going to run at least 2. Are they looking for the third? Will they, won't they? Oh, she's going for it, she's going for it, she's going for it. Slide you back. Well done. That's really good running. 3 runs there to Eccleston. Deep breaths, Sophie. And all your hands on knees, Jobby. It's never easy running a 3, to be honest. Yeah. Let's hope she doesn't regret that amount of effort there. Brings Norris onto strike for second ball of the over.
Yeah, running a 3's always fine, so long as you end up at the non-strikers.
Yeah. Good point. Now then, George has managed to beat the bat a few times against this batter. This time Norris plays it nicely and takes a quick single down the ground. It went. They're going to look for 2. Oh, come on. Oh, yeah, they're taking 2. I've got a little shadow there that looks like the boundary rope, so I'm not quite sure where the boundary rope is there, so I keep going. If I make a sort of, is it 2, is it a boundary, you'll know why. Yeah, there's a shadow off one of the back of the TV screens on the glass there, so I do apologise for stuttering. But that's 5 they've run in this over. Eccleston will be thrilled with that. Third ball of the over. George into bowl. Into Norris, who's on 5. Oh, bouncer. Not giving us a wide though. Oh, giving us 1 for the over.
That's a good bouncer.
Yeah, giving us 1 for the over. I like that signal.
She's just rehearsed the little kind of guide over the keeper's head for that bouncer.
But Norris is only little. She got out of that one quite easily. Incredible power these bowlers can generate. Back in the early 1800s when I was playing. There's probably only 1 or 2 people who could bowl bouncers, one of whom is the manager of Central Sparks, Laura McLeod. We'll talk about her later. Another bouncer, and it's been dropped. Did she get a bat on that, do you think, Michael, or was it just a missed shot? She did. I couldn't tell. I was so excited talking about Laura.
How did you think that ended up at
I don't know. I thought it deviated off, I don't know, a bit of fluff or a sausage roll or something on the pitch. I got distracted. Let's have a look. Of course she hit it. Bit wide. Oh, yeah. Did she edge it? She practically mullered it into the hands of the slip. All right, all right. Listen, it's going to entertain the 3 viewers anyway. The ones that aren't at the festival of the crowning of our king. Or watching the festival. There's my lunch being wheeled over on the trolley. Can you see? Oh, no. Maybe not. Anyway.
Does George go short?
They ran a single. Full, driven into the fielder's hands directly. Dot ball. No run there. So 6 off the over so far. Thunder will be pleased with that.
Famous last words. Eccleston looks in pretty good nick here.
Shh, Michael.
It's a what's it called? It's a fallacy. The commentators.
I know we've had this. It's statistics. You know,
Yeah.
I know you love statistics. You've got enough graphs here to sink a ship. And all of them are beautiful, Michael, but it is a statistic. Oh, bouncer, hooked, gone to the deep square leg boundary, just a single this time. Nice little stop there. Izzy Wong, one run.
The game within the game here is if Norris can just look to bat time, find singles, farm as much of the strike to Eccleston as possible, and see where that gets them.
7 off the over, they'll be happy with that. 171 for the loss of 7 wickets. Eccleston's on 23 off 29. Norris 6 off 19. I think Norris, quite rightly, as you say, Eccleston, I'm going to jinx her as well now, is looking in good nick. Norris needs to just stay with her for now. There's only a couple of wickets left. One of them is 17-year-old Marika Gore, and the other one is Alex Hartley.
She can bat though, Marika Gore. She can bat.
I've seen, yes. I have.
People are all talking about the bowling, but
big long levers again.
A bowling all-rounder, certainly.
I think she does consider herself a potential all-rounder.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I think I heard an interview with her again on Lancs TV. That's gone. She's gone for it. She's hooked it. Takes some stopping now. That's gone to 4 runs. Deep square leg boundary. Excellent shot from Eccleston. This is what she's capable of, Michael. We've seen it before, haven't we? Those big long arms, big levers. She's not afraid to give it a wallop. I like that word. You know I like that word.
She's got, yeah, it's that reach that you alluded to there. It's so easy for her to just plant that front foot down.
She's got a long reach and she makes full use of it. Those lovely long levers generate a lot of power. That's our new cameraman over there, that young man. He's new, apparently. She nearly hit him. Leave him alone. He's new. We don't want to scare him off. In comes Burns. Yeah, not quite the shot she intended from Eccleston. Well bowled, Erin Burns.
Burns has got 4 balls left here to get a debut 5 for.
Don't jinx them, Michael. Nice again. Not quite straight there. I don't know what Eccleston was looking for there, but she knows herself. She's been a little bit bamboozled from the excellent Burns. Bit shorter. She's walloped that. Where's that gone? Woo! 6 runs. Eccleston's on fire, and
what a shot!
That has hit the practice net. I hope you see that on our screen, and they've got boom on the big flashing screen in front of us. Here we go. Watch this, girls and lads. Watch this. Whack. Bye-bye ball.
That's cleared the rope by a long way.
There'd be many a male county player proud of that shot.
It is a short-ish boundary, but as you saw from that replay, that's clearing anything.
Yeah.
That's a great shot.
So this over 4, 0-0-6, 10 off the over so far.
Now the question is, you've got 2 balls left of Burns. Does Eccleston go again?
Well, I think you play the ball, don't you? You just play the ball, bad ball.
But sometimes adrenaline can do things.
Absolutely, but I'm hoping Eccleston has got a bit more nous about her than that. She's just going to play the ball. Play the ball, not the player. Right, there you go. Well done, Eccleston. Dot ball, and it was a deserved dot ball. Excellent reply from Burns after being malleted. Another one of my favourite words for 6. Bit shorter. She's gone again. Down in a similar area, a bit wider. Great stop on the boundary. Stumbles a bit as she recovered, and that gave them a chance to take the 2nd run.
Yeah, Georgia Davis out there.
Yeah,
Well
I think
fielded.
Spikes must have got caught in the, as I say, slightly longer grass in the outfield. It's beautiful, the outfield. I had a little stroll round to go over to the to meet the girls for coffee earlier on, and goodness me, it's in great condition. Credit to the ground staff. At the end of that over, 4, 6, that's 10, 12, 171 plus 12, 183 for 7.
You can see from that Manhattan, it's the second biggest over of the innings so far. We've only had 2 overs where more than 10's been scored, and that is one of them. Eccleston on a runnable 35 and 4 for 56 on debut from Aaron Burns. Some wickets, but by her own admission, not quite as tidy as she sometimes typically is. Maybe just working her way into her rhythm. It is, of course, her Sparks debut.
But I think it's well worth her bringing all her family over from Australia till the end of July, isn't it? She brought her wife, her little baby boy Jack, and they're based in.
Nice, helps you feel settled, of course. And I think we are in an era now where rightly more focus is put on that side of athletes' lives than ever before, and importantly so. Makes such a difference mentally.
To the 38th over of this first innings.
And I tell you what, I mean, the list of teams she's played for, it is genuinely about as long as your arm. Aaron Burns, incredible experience.
Davison again. It was a big appeal. Not given, not given.
So Aaron Burns has played for Tasmania, Wellington, the Hobart Hurricanes, ACT, the Sydney Sixers, New South Wales, Birmingham Phoenix, the Manchester Originals, RCB at the WPL.
Cut down into the ground there.
Sapphires at Fairbreak, and of course last but obviously not least, Australia.
Indeed.
That is quite a CV, isn't it?
Did you say Sarah Burns? You did, didn't you? She's a rugby player. Sarah and Burns. Oh, did you say so? I was just about to have a go at you about getting the name wrong, because I got the names wrong last time. Sarah Burns is a really powerful player, plays for the England women's rugby team. She's amazing if you ever see her. She's a really big girl, but she doesn't half run fast. My goodness me. Anyway, back to the cricket. Georgie Davis is in. This is a really good over from her. And another dot ball there. After giving away a wide while I was twittering onto you about rugby. 184 for 7. Eccleston still on 35. Norris on 6. It's evenly poised here now. She rocks back there and she's taken a single out to mid-off. It's gone through the fielder, potential there, but they weren't looking, always up for those overthrows. 185 for 7 now.
You reminded me of one of my favourite women's sport rugby stories, which I'll tell you after this ball in between overs.
Go for it. Yeah, the women's rugby, of course, winning the 5 nations this season.
6.
6 nations this season. I told you were the numbers guy. 6 nations this season. You said 5 nations.
But even better, the crowd.
I'm very old, don't forget.
Even better, the crowd they had at Twickenham for the England-France game.
Fabulous?
That was pretty awesome.
What a game, 33-0 up at half time. Goodness me, and France came right back, didn't they, at the end? Good sweep shot there from Eccleston. And it's gone for 4. She just tickled that. She didn't even look as if she'd taken a backlift. It was almost dabbed down there. What a shot.
It's good field manipulation though. Knew there was nobody behind deep square legs. Anything fine on the leg side.
She just flicked it.
And that's where
great shot.
Knowing where your gaps are comes in. So
sorry, I was just going to give the score. It's 189 for 7. Sorry, Michael. Go on.
No. I'm just nattering about nonsense. So there was the BBC did a documentary about the England Women's Rugby League team, and there was really kind of powerful section about some of the players having kind of issues with their own body image and how they saw themselves. And one of the forwards basically said to camera, it was a just magnificent piece of raw TV, we talked about how she sort of used to kind of not feel comfortable in her own skin and how she looked and being big and muscular and everything, and then she just turned to the camera and said, and then one day I realised that me being really big means I can hit people really hard. And it's just fantastic.
In comes Arlett as Burns has bowled out her overs. Right arm, fast bowler. Dabbed into the ground from Norris, looking for a quick single, but perhaps more just trying to test the fielders out there than genuine attempt to take a run.
But yeah, it was basically just talking about the power of sport and what that taught her about herself and how she valued herself. And it was just this magnificent moment where she just turned and looked straight down the camera and said, yeah, I actually realised from rugby that I was really big and I could hit people really hard, and that was really fun. Obviously hit people in the context of the sport, to be clear.
Second ball from Arlett. Oh, that's up, that's high, and I think that's going to be gone. Oh, she just misjudged that completely. That was a shame from Potts, but I don't think she can play in the sun for this one. It's very grey overhead. It's another one of those where she needed to have backtracked a little bit quicker and a bit sooner.
Yeah,
she's pointing up to the sky, but I can't see.
It's kind of cloudy.
It's a white ball against greyish, whitish clouds, so potentially that could have been the issue.
I think she kind of lost it for a second.
Yeah, but a let off for Thunder there, one that they definitely needed. Moves them on to 190. Yeah, definite let off there. Eccleston to face. Potts will be cursing herself there. Arlett in. She tries to play an aggressive stroke out into the covers, but it's fielded easily at short cover.
Yeah, I mean, it hung in the air a long time. It is one that you would have expected to be caught.
You can see the flags are flying around crazily up there. Got the St George's Cross and the Union Jack both flying around there. I'm sure there'll be a lot more flags down in that there London. So whereabouts are you in London? Are you based in London, Michael? Are you glad to be away for this weekend? Was it a bit too busy for you down there, or do you like the crowds?
As I said before, I couldn't wish to be anywhere different.
Oh, you absolute legend.
Watching the cricket with you.
Yeah. The hotels will be heaving, won't they? And the B&Bs and the pubs.
By the
and
sounds
the
of it,
bars.
it's raining a lot. That's all I've managed.
All the more
to,
reasons for
all
pubs
I've
and bars
to
to be
gather.
busy. They'll be crowded in there. You're going to watch the highlights later on this evening when you get in?
Something like that.
Some of it, yeah. Arlett in. Oh, she's gone over mid-wicket. Big strike into the empty space, but I think it's just plugged up there, and a fielder's come in and nicely fielded it for just the single. Keeper's flying around there, doing an acrobatics act.
I don't suspect they're going to mind that shot too much, the Sparks, given they've got that short mid-wicket. They've got the kind of straightish long on and the fielder out at Cow too.
It's still a very, very interesting field, isn't it?
Fun field.
Mid on, mid off on the single. So there is that gap over the top if she wants to try it. And I think she did there. She's been given out LBW. Arlott is delighted. Absolutely delighted. Oh dear. Norris out for 8 off 27. It was a good ball. I just think she played around it a little bit. We'll see for certain when we look at this replay. Arlott striding in now on the replay. Yeah, she was trying to play that down to leg and it was too straight for that. Unlucky Norris. Well bowled, Arlott.
Yeah, it played quite a sensible innings in the context of the game. Understood that her role was to try and support Eccleston as best she could. It only says 8 off 27 in the book, but that doesn't quite tell you about the context and the partnership.
Lovely. Look at the chat there from the two fair break players there, Norris and Marika Gore. Here she comes. Now, I don't know her height, but I know she's tall. I couldn't find out anywhere about how tall she was.
Mahika Gore, just 17
Amazing.
years old, and if you are unfamiliar with the story, it is quite the story. It was first spotted by Lancashire in an open cricket event at the Dubai Expo, where they invited locals and students from various colleges to come along.
College, I think it was.
And suddenly Mahika Gore came in with this incredibly clean, smooth left arm over action, and Warren Hegg excitedly phoned everyone in his Lancashire Cricket Contacts book to say we've got one here, and particularly when he found out that Gore was born in the UK, persuaded her and her dad to come over to Old Trafford for a couple of weeks to have some nets, and it became pretty clear, as it always does in these kind of stories, that they need to get her signed before anybody else did.
Especially if she's born in Reading, which is not exactly in Lancashire region, is it?
Here she is facing up. A bowling all-rounder.
Seems a very level-headed young lady when you hear her speak on interviews, etc. She's intelligent, well-spoken. There you go. Just what we needed. Forward defensive. Well played, Gore. Is that the pronunciation correctly?
That's correct.
Thank
Mahika
you.
Gore. Did, for those interested, as well as saying her name, there's a really nice feature on Twitter. You can find it on @ThunderCrick, a little 3-minute feature with a bit of interview with Mahika Gore, a bit of footage from her bowling in the nets at the Dubai Expo a couple of years ago. Quick interview with Warren Hegg as well, talking about the moment he discovered her, and just telling the story really of how she came to this point. And the most exciting thing is that if it's a book, we are very much on probably chapter 2 or 3 of a lot of chapters to be written. Bless you.
So we're coming up to the 40th over of this 50 over match here at Emirates Old Trafford. I'm Alison Byrne, Lancashire former captain. Mike McGann's next to me. Just waiting for the next over, which will be bowled again by Georgie Davis. 2 for 28 off 7 so far. We're pleased with those figures. It's a lovely strike down the ground, fielded well by Rolling Arlott. Sorry, no, Arlott is Paul Arlott, he's a Lancashire player, wrong one. Emily Arlott. Tosses the ball, hands the others, wipes the hand clean. She comes, Georgia Davis. Oh, she's played across that one. She's all over that. How that missed, the stumps, everything. Yeah.
Now, there's a game within a game here, because Eccleston does like this arc from sort of mid-wicket through to long on, and she's trying to throw it slanted across her.
There you go. As you suspected, Mike. Well done. Good sweep shot over towards Izzy Wong down on the boundary there for 1. Leg side boundary, 1 run to Eccleston. It brings Gore on to strike. So
what you've seen there is, even from right arm around and tossing the ball outside off, Eccleston's going to back her long levers to still work that onside. Interesting one to keep an eye on.
They brought in the offside fielder for the youngster. So there's no cover boundary. Oh, hello.
Oh,
she's dropped it. That's another youngster's dropped it. It was squirted out towards point.
Davina Perrin.
Yeah, Davina Perrin, 16-year-old, got her hands to it, just couldn't hold on. Diving forward, and it just popped out. She had it in both hands. What a shame for the youngster.
Would have been a very good catch.
Yeah, luckily we get to see more of Gore. It's just beaten the outside edge, but you're not the only player to have been beaten on the outside edge by Georgia Davis this afternoon and this morning. Again, well bowled. She's canny, isn't she?
It's
and that's the end of the 40th over. Score has moved on to 192 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Yeah, she's having a great day with the ball again, Georgia Davis. 4 for 19 against the Diamonds after 3 for 33 against the Blaze. It's settling into her season very nicely for the Sparks. It's been around for a long time on the English women's domestic circuit. Played for the Yorkshire Diamonds in 2019, and then it's been with Sparks for a few years since, as part of the Trent Rockets side. A couple of back-to-back seasons too. It will be seam at the other end with Arlott with a 5-4 offside field. Just adjusting that now with long on deep mid-wicket and square leg protecting that shorter onside boundary.
Nice straight drive.
Oh, that's a beautiful straight drive. It is going to be just about cut off by Burns coming around, so it will be just 1. Emily Arlott, who was the Birmingham Phoenix's leading wicket taker in 2022, has been in England squads as well. So back of a length and driven by Gore straight to extra cover for no run, still yet to get off the mark. Arlott, who came through the Worcestershire youth ranks right from under 13 level as part of the England development programme back in 2015 too. Again back of a length, and Gore driving this one again straight to extra cover, dot ball.
I'm not actually that unhappy that she's playing defensively, to be honest, because there's still 9 overs left, you know, so we need her in. We need her to support Eccleston.
Well, it's where I go back to what I said with Norris. The game within a game is for Gore just to try and get singles and get Sophie Eccleston facing the vast majority of the deliveries left in the innings. That's a brilliant Yorker and brilliantly dug out as well. Good cricket all round. Yeah. That was hitting the base of middle and leg. That was nigh on perfect. Do you know what? It actually reminds me of a Yorker I saw in a game of kids cricket on Thursday night that I was umpiring at my club. It was just perfect, zoning in on the base of middle and leg. There's kind of a sort of unofficial rule in kids cricket. You really don't, as we see it again. That is brilliant. Once more, and Gore off the mark with a lovely flowing drive through extra cover. It could go for 4, but Potts will cut it off and it will be 2. It's kind of an unofficial rule in kids cricket that you really don't give someone an LBW unless it's plumb. But what was even worse is that I was umpiring for my club against another team, and it was my club. So you see that lovely drive again. It was my club bowling, but you just have to give it out. It was one of those. It was so out. I mean, it was under 14s and it was quite a good standard, and there were some county players playing. So that bowls again, and Gore just flicks this one along the ground out to mid on dot ball 20 over 195 for 8 off 41. So we're not sort of talking about kids. These were very good under 14s, but a bit of you when giving particularly an LBW in kids cricket, and it is for the club that ultimately you play for at senior level, is a bit hesitant. But
stats, Michael,
wasn't really left with a choice. Yeah, you can see that that run rate's not really kicked on because of the collapse from the 20th over onwards. So up at the 20th over, it was 103 for 1 after 19, 105 for 1 in the 20th, and then since then run rate's just stagnated and slowed a touch, and that is ultimately what happens when that middle order kind of falls away a bit.
But crucially, it's still only just below 5 and over.
It's Davis, full toss, not a good ball, and has really got away with that. Well fielded, it's short. Fine leg tumbling stop by Campbell, diving away to her right. So they've lost 90. They've scored 92 for the loss of 8 in the last 20 overs. Met on the half volley. That is what I was referring to. That previous over, that battle between Davis and Eccleston. Eccleston content to fetch that from outside the off stump.
And they brought in a long on to mid on. Keep the youngster on strike.
Flighted, and Gore goes inside out. It's gone over the head of short cover. Deep cover point coming round fields at the expense of a single. So Mahika's done her job of getting Eccleston onto strike. We'll see her later on with the ball as well, of course.
I'm really excited to watch her bowl in person.
Full and swept again. Hands on her head from Davis. I think was again playing on that kind of you miss I hit type of game with Eccleston.
Now 2 balls. You just block these out, let Eccleston have the whole of the next over, or do you think she'll go for a shot?
No, I think she'll go for it if it's there. That is not there though. That's a good ball back of a length and off stump, just defended away. Flighted beautifully, just held back from Davies. Doesn't quite find the outside edge of Gore's bat, which was sort of hanging ominously outside that off stump. End of the 42nd. 198 for 8.
Just the 8 overs left. And they'll want to bat out these 8 overs. Coaching team are very keen for them to make use of every ball they're faced.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier in Polly Stark's preview for the Naughty Child Women's Cricket website, saying that similarly to the Blaze of Thunder, need to reduce the number of games they've got bowled out in, and of course got bowled out here a couple of weeks ago at Old Trafford against the South East Stars, and then losing their second game to the Storm, who chased that target down to win by 6 wickets with 51 balls remaining.
I think it's particularly crucial to bat your overs out when you're batting first as well. In some respects you can forgive that earlier innings because they were chasing a massive total, weren't they, Michael?
Oh, look, continuing from the Jimmy Anderson edge. Slower ball. Eccleston waited for it nicely. Just gets it in front of point. They think of 2, but it's not there. That is, of course, one of the games within a game here that they'll be quite content, Sparks, to give Eccleston a single, albeit they're not by no means switching to a ring field for Mahika Gore being on strike. They've still got their 4 out. Here's Arthur. Nice ball down the line of off stump, met with a lovely straight bat from Mahika Gore.
Yeah, she's quite an elegant looking batter, isn't she? She's you know, lovely long legs, long stride, relaxed sort of backswing.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun watching her develop over the next few years within a professional environment. Oh, look, was looking for the pins there, was looking for the Yorker. Instead it's wide down the leg side. Continuing here, has picked up wicket today to go with a fair few already earlier on this season. Shorter, nice looking drive from Gore, but straight to Campbell at extra cover again with a straight bat. Mentioned that being in the wickets, took 3 for 41 off 8.4 overs against the Blaze, and then none for 19 in the home game against the Diamonds, and 2 for 23 off 9, which is parsimonious in the extreme against the Vipers.
Oh,
bouncer
no.
dug in, and this could be a dicey single. Direct hit could be close.
Oh, well done.
And instead Mahika Gore has been hit by the ball. Doesn't look to be in too much discomfort. I think it caught her on the pad after a very dangerous bouncer from Arlott, well bowled, and it had the 17-year-old in a bit of trouble.
She took a good line running there. She didn't deviate. She knew what was coming in and she knew she was going to get whacked. Took one for the team there, all right.
Yeah, the classic sort of rather would get the physical pain of potentially being hit than the pain of being out.
She probably didn't even feel it. Oh, she did. She's rubbing it.
I think she's got hit around the sort of thigh pad area.
Upper thigh. That would have been your head. Not quite, Michael.
Zarlett continuing. Slower ball and waited for nicely by Eccleston, who hammers it through mid-wicket for 4. What a beautiful shot that is from Sophie Eccleston, who is making quite the impact in her first game of the season and is now 1 away from a 50. Well, under assistant coach Stephen Parry said, we need those players to come and make an impact on the team to build and breed that winning feeling. Sophie Eccleston is doing her best. And Sophie Eccleston will have her first 50 of the season on her Thunder debut for the campaign. It is a 48-ball 50. A lovely knock from the England international, who came in a very difficult situation with a mid-order collapse going on and has rebuilt from the rubble to get the Thunder marching towards better days. 50 or 48 balls with 5 fours and a 6, coming at a tickle above a runnable strike rate. Very well batted.
How lovely for Gore to be out there with her to celebrate that moment. All these little experiences add up. It's the overall experience for somebody in a debut season. Fantastic.
Yeah, Stephen Parry saying it's a really exciting time, not just for us but the other regions, with their England players back. Talking about hoping that once the England girls are gone and playing in the Ashes, want a bit of a role and the other players can take that on from them. Here's Eccleston now sweeping the first ball, the 44th, and sweeping the 4 as well. Lovely work this from Sophie Eccleston, who is almost single-handedly changing the momentum of this contest.
Yeah.
The first ball of Davis's final over goes for 4.
Significant innings from Eccleston. She's always got this in her, you know. She's always got it in her.
My goodness me, did they need it. After they'd fallen from 105 for 1.
And again.
Full toss and just worked away, but that's closer to deep backward square, fielded by Potts at the expense of 1. 212 for 8. Gore on to strike. Thunder hoping for a repeat of last July's meeting against the Central Sparks here at Emirates Old Trafford. So that's flicked away by Gore, just to the right of short mid-wicket at the expense of 1. It's fielded, 213 for 8. Thunder winning that game by 28 runs here. It was a rain-shortened one, so hopefully the rain doesn't play any havoc today. Driven by Eccleston straight at mid-off, no run. Emma Lamb top scoring with 68 as the Thunder made 238 for 9 from 48 overs. Laura Marshall and Ellie Frolkel making good contributions. Blocked by Eccleston. And then more rain reduced the Sparks' target down to 220 from 43 overs, and they fell 43 short. Lamb taking 3 for 26. That's kind of jabbed away, and Eccleston is throwing her hands at her pads in frustration and then pushing her head down like sort of nodding peacock. Or a chicken.
Nodding peacock.
Just in the way that she sort of, I can mimic it now because we've got the camera, but she sort of went like that, as if to, you know, she knew that she wanted
some seed.
Yes, she knew that she wanted the single, and she knew the game situation, and that ultimately she wants to be facing as many of what's left as possible.
Yeah, I'm going to make a note of that one.
I'm sure Sophie Eccleston will love being compared in that way. But it was just the way she sort of threw her hands on her thigh pad in frustration. Like she, you know, it's that game management. She knows it's the last. She knows it's the last ball over. She knows she wanted that one. But Mika Gore will face up, and coming back on
Grace
from
Potts.
the Jimmy Anderson end is Grace Potts. Thunder hoping for a repeat of last season. They batted first and went on to win. Kate Cross, Alex Hartley and Hannah Jones all got a couple of the wickets that day, and Lamb picked up 3. Would of course be a first win of the new season. Bless you, Alison. Thunder so far with 2 defeats and that washout on Monday. That's the effort ball, really try to push that through Potts, and it's somewhat sliced away by Gore, but out to deep third. Knew that as long as she missed short backward point, would get some reward for the shot. Comes down for a little chat with Eccleston. He's facing up on 55.
Sorry about that, just had to go and take a little whiff of my blue inhaler there. It's the season for Divvy Jolly with all the hay fever and pollen around.
So run a ball, glad to see you're okay.
Yeah, I'm fine, yeah.
Good. A run a ball from here is 247, which is that, again, if the Thunder offered that from here,
They'd have taken it.
Very happy
Definitely.
with. Given that, of course, this is somewhat precarious foundations, given that there is only 2 wickets left. A lot of it, you sense, rests on the shoulders of Eccleston. Short pulled away out to deep mid wicket. Eccleston will get 1. Interesting that even with Gore on strike, field is not particularly changing. Putting deep third out for Mahika Gore. For length, and again a really nice looking extra cover drive from Gore, but once again has picked out Campbell. We have a result. The Blaze have won by 4 wickets with 31.1 overs remaining against the Northern Diamonds. That is
pretty impressive unit this season, aren't they?
Certainly are.
Oh, that's a lovely
Driven
shot.
straight down the ground by
no,
Mahika Gore, but is picked out mid-off. That is out. Just a chipped check drive. Seemed to sort of pull out of the shot. Wasn't maybe completely certain of whether she was trying to hit it along the ground or over the top. Kind of ended up doing neither. Potts has her first wicket. The 17-year-old has to go for just 6. And it's 214 for 9.
That's a shame. But I'm sure she will have learned from her time at the crease with Eccleston. And of course that's going to bring in Hartley. So they've got the spin twins together at the batting crease.
So it is Hartley to join Eccleston. Do her best to keep her company for as much of what is left as possible.
And Hartley's just congratulating Gore on her little cameo innings there. Well batted, she says, as she sprints in towards Eccleston. And of course, as soon as I said that, she slowed to a gentle stroll.
Just to wrap up the admin from that game, so the Blaze remain the only unbeaten team across the 8 in the competition this season. They now have 3 wins and a washout. They go top and now zoom above the South East Stars. Of course, won yesterday, albeit they didn't quite have it all their own way in the run chase. It was a nervy chase.
Yeah, how many wickets did they lose again? Remind me.
6.
6. Okay.
Mary Kelly was the only player in the match to get into double figures.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
So, was I right to query the difficulty of the pitch to play on, or?
Well,
just
absolutely. Yeah,
games?
you never know until both teams have batted on it. But 62 all out, playing 63 for 6 as Hartley leaves her first one alone to end the 45th, 214 for 9. Very much does suggest a low-scoring game. We mentioned earlier on the South African all-rounder Chloe Tryon having an unfortunate golden duck. Well, she came back with a ball. She took 4 for 16. Wasn't quite enough, but bowled magnificently. Katie Levick also took a couple, but in the end, they nervously managed to creep over the line. They were 1 for 41, and then lost a run of middle-order wickets, the Blaze, but they still take the win, so it's a second defeat for the Vipers to go with their 2 wins so far. 2 wins and 2 defeats. Of course, the Southern Vipers are playing the Western Storm, but that right now is struggling against the weather, which thankfully here has been kind to us despite some extremely ominous forecasts.
Looks like it's Casey George coming back into the attack.
Just on that,
Go on.
they've given up.
Who's
It's
given
been
up?
the Southern Vipers.
Oh, sorry.
The Western Storm has been abandoned without a ball bowled,
rain.
unfortunately.
Oh dear. It's always annoying, isn't it, when all the effort goes into putting on a match when it gets washed out. Oh, that's a nice shot from Eccleston. Swept round to the... Oh, it's a misfield. Will they take a second on the misfield? They are. Hartley's called her through. 2 to Eccleston, and Hartley, no doubt, will have been very glad to have called her through and get off strike there.
Yep.
And of course, give Eccleston the strike at the same time.
Doing her job.
Yeah, exactly. Takes the score on to 216. Hartley yet to score, yet to face. Eccleston 58 off 55. What a knock. So there's a deep fine leg, deep square. There's no deep wicket at the moment. Oh, hold on, they're just moving it back. Oh, you see. Katie George read my mind. No one at cow corner, there is now. Brought in the fine leg to a single, short fine leg, and a deep square. Sorry, cover, deep cover. Katie George. Giving us a wide, going down leg. She's sprayed 2 or 3 down there in the last couple of overs. Which again, Thunder won't mind taking the extra. Eccleston's taking her time, having a little look around, see if any fielders have moved again. George is ready to rock and roll. It's full, driven by Eccleston, but straight to the fielder for no run.
The question here for Sophie Eccleston is how and when exactly does she dial up her aggression levels?
Good question.
You've only got Hartley for company. To what extent are you looking for boundaries? To what extent are you looking for singles? I don't think you're going to find many 2s on this ground.
No, there's not many 2s because it's quite a short boundary, particularly on their offside at the moment. In comes George, 4th delivery for the same bouncer. Oh, and that's been really well struck from Eccleston. She swept around that, right on top of it. Excuse me for coughing there, but she's gone for 4 runs. Very welcome boundary there from Eccleston. Very well played. She's a tall girl, didn't really get it as high as it would have done to one of the other players. She kept her eyes on it. That's the key, isn't it? Always watching the ball, however the ball comes at you.
Yeah, it's got to be a very good bouncer against Eccleston to be in the right spot, and very quick as well.
And of course we're into the 45th over, so the ball will be a little bit softer than it would have been 2 or 3 hours ago. Yeah, it was a bit ambitious putting fine leg so close if you're going to bowl it short like that. Didn't really give her an opportunity to set herself to make the fielding stop. And in she comes again. Another bouncer. And same result, only this time it headed to the fielder. You could really hear it off the bat there, not quite middled. Just a single this time.
So 2 balls left now, and it looks Eccleston immediately, as soon as that ball was dead, strode up very purposefully to have a chat with Hartley, and I would imagine that is Eccleston just advising Alex Hartley on what she wants her to do.
It's already 8 off the over. I don't think Hartley needs to do anything too dramatic here.
Yeah, I would imagine it's something along the lines of, if you can get a single this ball, but if not, don't worry about it.
Oh, Hartley's stepped away. Somebody's moving behind there. In comes George. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge of a defensive shot from Hartley. Nowhere near the ball, thankfully. She's smiling to herself there. Deep breath, Hartley. 1 more to face.
Reminds me, cricket is very unusual in the sense that it's one of the very few sports where people have to do certain skills that are not their primary skill.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. Well, actually, it's mostly the bowlers, isn't it? Hartley herself always has a good little moan about, batters never having to bowl, really. Whereas,
you think of any other sport,
dot ball to finish the over from Katie George. I know what you're saying.
There's you don't ever see really a fly.
Taking penalties.
You don't ever see a fly half be made to sort of play prop.
No, I don't.
Or a goalkeeper have to go and play up front.
Although my favourite team,
it can happen.
Alison,
but you know what I mean. It's not built into the fabric of the sport that for 10 minutes at some point in a game of football, your left back needs to go and play right wing.
No.
As opposed to...
So Thunder somehow have got themselves to 222 for 9. Sophie Eccleston 63 off 58. What an impressive knock this has been. Hartley yet to score, but she won't worry about that. She's still there.
Now, I've got a feeling Eccleston's going to go on the attack here. I think
there's only 3 overs left. Yeah.
4 overs left.
I beg your pardon.
But these are the 2 overs where she gets to hit. Her preferred arc is sort of mid-wicket through to straight long on, and she gets to hit towards the shorter boundary. So
yes, this could be it. Potts into ball. Bit of pace. Yep. Oh, didn't quite connect. It's been given as a wide, but I think Eccleston was hoping to connect with that one.
Well, there's nobody from deep square leg.
She would have
right
had to
round,
touch it, wouldn't she?
And it would have been 4. That's why she's frustrated.
Yep, at that pace. But she's got another opportunity. The wide's been given, so it's a 1 to the total. 2-2-3 the score. Shot. Well, I thought that was going to go through from the long on fielder there, but obviously not. Stop ball. And of course these could be crucial runs. I don't think there's an awful lot to choose between the bowling attacks of Sparks and Thunder, both very good bowling attacks. Oh, that's a nice shot. She did get a tickle that time. That will run away underneath our position here. Up in the gods for 4 runs. Very welcome 4 runs. It's almost a replay of the one she missed previously.
Oh yeah, I was going to say
that is exactly the same place for. It's very good of Potts to bowl it there again, so Eccleston had that fresh in her muscle memory.
Just did exactly what she'd been looking to do.
2-2-7 the score. Eccleston moves on to 67. Grace Potts starts her run up. Bit shorter. Oh, she's got hold of that one. She really has. That's a 6.
Shot.
She hardly touched it.
Timing.
Wow.
Power.
That was a royal shot. She royally hit that one, all right. It's not. I was going to come up with a really bad pun about Camilla Parker Bowles could have bowled that one, but I'm not going to. I'm going to hold that one back.
Well, she going back to what I said at the start of the over. She knew it was the short boundary. She knew there was deep square leg out. But she knew that if she hit it upwards, the amount of power she's got meant that as long as she timed it half decently.
Brilliant. Now, trying to think who else. They've got Wong hasn't bowled out, has she yet? So I wonder if she'll.
They've got plenty of bowling options. They've
they have, haven't they?
Used so many different bowlers.
As I say, strong bowling attack.
Used 6 so far.
Oh, well bowled and well dug out from Eccleston. That was a really good Yorker.
That was superb.
Right on her toes. Nearly felled her. She nearly toppled forward there. Might just manage to regain her balance in time. I think it might even hit her on the toe. She's laughing her head off there. Look at that. I love it. I love
so
it.
Katie George has got 1 left. I'd imagine she'll bowl the 48th. But apart from that, they've got their pick.
Oh, get back, Hartley. It could have been a run out without having faced. We talked about that earlier, didn't we? I don't think I've ever been run out without having been not faced a ball, which is quite remarkable with my running between the wickets.
So obviously a spinner at this stage would be unlikely, but worth mentioning. So Davis and Burns have both bowled out. Very tidy 10s from each of them, but kind of got their pick of the seamers, really.
Nice shot into space, and that is just what the doctor ordered. She's taken the strike for the next over. Well played, Miss Eccleston.
Yeah, they'll be chuffed with that.
234 for 9 wickets, and they will be very chuffed on the balcony below us with the way Eccleston's batted here. 74 off 64 for a bowler.
So remember that they were 105 for 1. So they had a middle order collapse there, where they went from 105 for 1 to 153 for 7. So they lost 6 wickets for the addition of just 48.
Wow.
And then that was when Eccleston and Norris came together, and Norris got that score that, as I mentioned, when she got out, it was only 8 off 27 in the book, but just managed to occupy some time during which Eccleston could score a lot of runs.
Now this will be interesting. Katie George, the left-hander, into ball at Eccleston, and Eccleston's gone for it again. Oh, and she fell as she caught it, but what a great catch on the boundary.
Wong, what a catch.
Izzy Wong.
That was travelling.
Izzy Wong, that was travelling. Bit flatter than the last opportunity she had, so slightly easier to judge, I feel. But still, it went smack into the hands, and that's it. That's the Thunder's innings over with, and without Hartley scoring, and Eccleston is out for 74 with the score on 234 all out, 47 overs and 1 ball. Well, if you'd asked me an hour ago how we were getting on, I would have been very worried, but I know it wasn't a 50 over innings, but 234 at least is a total that the Thunder will feel they've got an opportunity to defend, looking at some of the other scores around the country anyway. Definitely. So well done, the Thunder, and well played, Sparks. You performed really well there.
Yeah, game 1 and truly on. And of course, Sophie Eccleston out for 74 off 65. But the good news for Thunder is they've still got 10 overs of one of, if not the world's best spinner, with the ball to come. 235 to win for the Sparks.
And the good news for me is I get my lunch a tiny bit earlier.
Thunder need to defend it to get their first win of the season. Play to resume at 2:20 p.m. after half an hour for the lunch interval. Can have a quick look at the scorecards before we leave you for it. Back-to-back 50s for Emma Lamb at the top of the order, 56 off 68. And then things slightly fell away in that middle order after a good contribution from Morris at number 3. Little cameo from Heap, but really it was all about Sophie Eccleston, who, back in Thunder colours for the first time this season, hit 74 off 65. Was last out to an excellent catch from Wong in the deep. Good all-round effort from the Sparks with the ball. You can see those partnerships, 42 and 63 for the first 2, but then wickets tumbled very quickly in the middle. 48 for 6, that middle order collapse before the late order resistance. There's the bowling card. Excellent work from Erin Burns, the Australian international, on her Sparks debut for the season. 4 for 56. Very tidy spell from Georgia Davis with 2 for 38 and 1 wicket for all of the seamers, to leave the Thunder bowled out for 234, leaving 17 balls unused. So when we come back in half an hour or so for the resumption, it will be 235 to win for the Sparks. To get their second win of the season, the Thunder need to defend it for their first win of the campaign. You're watching Lancs TV with yours truly, Michael McCann, Alison Byrne alongside me. We'll see you for the resumption in a little.
It's incredible. You don't see any other regions doing something like this, so it's like I said, such a privileged position. And obviously there's so much excitement about women's cricket in India at the moment with the WPL going on. Obviously we've got Sophie Eccleston representing Thunder over there, and Tara Norris as well, and they've both done brilliantly, so it'll be nice to catch up with them. But yeah, it feels like a really great time to be going to places like that and being a female cricketer, and hopefully we can make the most of it and, you know, get stuck into the conditions and I think just get some learning done, because that's what pre-season tours are about.
The training sessions that we had in Dubai, The Sevens ground at the ICC Academy was absolutely fantastic. We obviously played 3 games there and played some really good cricket. So we're really happy with how the players have developed, really, across a fairly long and intense winter.
Exciting for me personally, like being born here. It brings back a lot of memories. It's quite a special place for me, but especially for the girls, like having experienced these conditions or this type of culture. But everyone's really embraced it and absolutely been loving it out here. Not seen my family in a very long time. It's been 7 years, and for them to just come out and like watch me play and watch the girls play and just see what I do, it's really special.
Well, you're going so fast that you got down yet. Well, we're going together.
Obviously it's quite famous for its spin tracks, and you know the facility we got was absolutely fantastic.
I mean, last year we were competitive in the vast majority of games, and we're unfortunate not to get over the line and get a few more wins. I'm hoping this year we can do that and really push on. Today is around our approach and our mindset. Our focus can only be on performance and making the best of today. Basil, the few things that you want to share about this ground, etc., isn't there?
For me, I remember coming here with England, and the reason why we come here and train is because they took 10 Dulkers from here. It has got some real legacy to it.
Ready to go? Yeah. I'm so ready.
Looking forward to captaining, are we?
Yeah, I am actually. Yeah. I've never done it before. Something different. Girls? Yeah. See? Good all. Yeah? Here we go. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's been so much learning, and I feel like we can hopefully take this on into our games here, but as well as the season.
Australia drinks, really special. Keep the energy up, girls. Keep the energy. Turning pro, mate. Yes, baby.
I was a little bit slow in Dubai. I think I've not played much cricket for a while, so I think it just comes down to that. But it did click that day. I think obviously it got quite a big score, and I felt great, and I think it finally came together.
Terrific all-round performance. Even when things go slightly against us, we're not losing the fight. We stayed in it and showing a lot of character. The way we've gone about as business today is nothing short of outstanding in terms of batting, without a shadow of any doubt. But that's the way we need to play cricket, and that's really important. We keep moving on. Another game in 2 days' time. We're playing the women's state team.
One last thing, always celebrate 100.
Yeah.
Love it!
Synchronised swimmers.
absolutely amazing. I think it's just good to get some cricket outdoors and put everything what we've done in the winter into practice, and it's been really good. It's been a really good tour and we've got a lot out of it as a team. We've got a few new players, a few fresh faces over the winter. I think just playing outdoors has been great, so we know like how each other works, and yeah, it's definitely brought us all together as a team. Definitely a lot closer now.
The signing of the 3 players have made such an impact by way of maturity and cricket experience, which is rubbing off throughout the winter on the rest of the young players, and I think that's a really good thing, and I think bodes well for hopefully will be a really positive summer, but really strong foundations to be successful moving forward. Come on, Foxy. Come back. The best way.
Pendleton's ever had a hat trick there.
That we'd have won 4 out of 5 games, we'd have probably taken it. But I think more importantly, like the way we've gone about our cricket these last 2 weeks is exactly what we've spoken about for the winter and also for the last few years. So I think from my point of view, it's been brilliant to see. It's been brilliant to see different people contributing as well.
In those moments, that's where we just need to be brave. We talk about being fearless. It's still hitting the ball hard.
As we say, it's a tour to start getting closer and closer to the season, so for me, we're on the right track. I've absolutely loved it, and thank you very much for having the season.
Been involved in the game a long time. When the England women's cricket team in 2014, my job was to help the transition of that from amateur to professional. We're doing the same thing here at Lancashire with the Thunder. But the support that Hilton's offered us has been absolutely fantastic, and it makes such a difference because to be travelling, it's not just a cricket development opportunity, which clearly we've taken that with both hands, but also it develops the players as people. Players have really bought into the training here, but also the culture and the people of Mumbai. It's been a fantastic experience. Look, I'm a big believer that anything's possible. I think it'll be a really positive season, and we're going to really look to push and just see if we can surprise a few teams and see where we can get.
Hello, Dad! Hello and welcome to Lancs TV. I'm joined by our very own Thunder player, Seren Smale. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. How does it feel to be here in the studio?
It's nice to be back actually.
Yeah, I was going to ask how has your 2023 kicked off and starting, but I think it's treated you quite well, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been a good experience to start off the year like that. Really enjoyed it so far.
I think first off we do need to talk about and just actually congratulate you on your first professional contract.
Yeah.
How is that?
Yeah, it's great. It's a great opportunity because I'm still young. For me to get that opportunity is great.
And also tell us a little bit about how did that come about? Where were you when you found out? I want to know the gossip. Like, I want to know, were you by yourself? Were you with your family? Were you with your friends? Did you cry?
I was on my own in the house because my mum and dad had left me to go on holiday for a week.
That's literally me right now.
So I'd gone, and I got a call and I didn't know what to do. I was just sort of sitting at home and I had no idea what to do. So I rang my mum, and this is the same time as the under-19 stuff's going on as well. So I didn't know what to do. So I rang my mum and she was like, oh my god, actually, no, I rang my nan first actually.
I love that!
Yeah, I rang my nan first, FaceTimed her. So she was a bit out of the blue.
Look,
no, it was,
also, I love that you FaceTimed your nan and
Yeah.
your nan picked up.
Yeah.
I'm all here for that.
Yeah, she loves a good FaceTime. I do. But yeah, no, they just left me at home, so I had to do it all on my own, figure it out. But yeah, it's good.
Oh my God, what did they say when you told them?
I think they were in shock, actually. I don't think they were well, they were expecting it because they knew, I think. But I don't know. I was in shock because, yeah, didn't expect it.
Oh my goodness, and I bet ever since, has it finally sunk in?
Yeah, I think it's sunk in now.
And also it's Liberty as well, so
Yeah.
how was that? Because she's also got a professional contract.
Yeah, it's nice for me and Liv to get one, especially with being away together for the whole month and playing together. It was nice.
Yeah, now actually speaking of that, you were part of the T20 World Cup for the Under-19s Women's Tournament in South Africa. An amazing achievement already, and to have reached the final, honestly, is incredible. How was that experience?
Yeah, it was ridiculous. I think for us winning that semi-final was massive, especially against ours, because we didn't put ourselves in the best position, but I think we showed a lot of fight to win that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And also you were beating teams by over 100 runs, so it was incredible to even reach the semi-finals. And I'm sure you've done yourself proud, you did your family proud, but most of all you have actually done Lancashire proud, haven't you? And such a great experience. Now, obviously, ahead of the new season now, with that experience, I'm sure it's brought a lot of confidence back and to your teammates as well. So do you have any goals or any objectives for the new season ahead?
I think just keep trying to do what I'm doing, play how I can play and just enjoy it.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, it is all about the fun as well, isn't it? Try not to keep it too strict on yourself, too much pressure on yourself. And also just a little bit about the pre-season tour. I mean, you're heading out to Dubai. That's both squads, men and women's team as well. And then the women are going to go off on their own little journey to Mumbai. Tell us a little bit about that.
No, we're all buzzing to do that. I think we went to Dubai last year and had that experience, but to have Mumbai as well, just as us as Thunder, I think it's a great opportunity for us.
A little bit of girl power.
Yeah.
No, well, thank you so much for your time and good luck for the new season ahead, and we can't wait to see you in action.
Thank you very much.
Of a ball he is. Salter's held that one away. Parkinson has his man. Oh yes, he's going to enjoy that. Oh, what a beauty.
We're really excited here at Lancashire Cricket to be working with New Balance Team Sport. It's always good to have a fresh approach, and New Balance Team Sport is certainly bringing a fresh approach to everything we do.
Lancs were great to work with. They had a really clear direction of where they wanted to take it. We really wanted to incorporate both the old and the new within the kit design.
The design of the kit's really important for us here at Emirates Old Trafford. We look at the red rose, we look at the history that's established with us, and everything's got to weave together.
We met up with Lancashire Cricket and the design team to learn about their values and what they wanted the kit to represent.
The team really focus on what works not only for the players and the professional environment, but what works well for the fans.
New Balance and Lancashire Cricket share the same values of inclusivity, so it's really important for us that the shirts can be worn both on the pitch but also when people are hanging out with their friends.
There's a sense of pride there that we've found a partner that just fits with everything we're trying to do.
I think a club with such a rich heritage such as Lancashire Cricket allows for much more of a story to be built into the shirt and what the club stands for.
And it's just really exciting to think about our ladies and gents going to be walking out onto the pitch before long in their New Balance red rose tops.
When you want the best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
So today we're sampling our Titanic Distillers Premium Irish Whiskey and our Titanic Distillers Premium Irish Sugar Beet Vodka. Our whole brand is about shipbuilding in Belfast and those people who built the boats, and we want to honour those people. So our distillery will open October this year. It'll be the first working distillery in Belfast in over 100 years. Within here in the hospitality area, we have been giving out some free samples, and then we're also offering some cocktails on the bar, bespoke cocktails using both our spirits. In the fan village, we've been just chatting to people about the Titanic brand who've maybe never seen it before, so just getting their feedback on the brand and how both the spirits taste. Our reception for both our spirits today has been amazing. We've had some great comments about the whiskey. There's a lot of whiskey fans here, so a lot of people really were excited to try an Irish whiskey. Vodka, because it's made from the sugar beet, it's naturally sweet, it's unfiltered, and it's had a really, really good reception, so it's been fantastic.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford for the second innings of Thunder versus Central Sparks. And having posted 234 all out batting first, the Thunder need to defend it now to get themselves the first win of this new campaign in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy after 2 losses and a washout so far. Ellie Frelkel, the skipper, just giving some last words of inspiration in the huddle. 2 openers for Central Sparks, setting out in pursuit of 235 to win. Eve Jones and Chloe Brewer. Jones has already had a couple of solid knocks in the competition so far. 29 against the Blaze and 34 versus the Vipers. Brewer not in quite so much form, made a 3-ball duck against the Blaze, then 4 against the Diamonds, and then a 2-ball duck in the home game against the Vipers. So Chloe Brewer will be feeling a touch nervous out there, one would imagine. Remember that earlier on, the game between the Southern Vipers and the Western Storm was abandoned without a ball bowled, and the Blaze won by 4 wickets with 31.1 overs to spare against the Northern Diamonds. But the Thunder with a score to defend here, and as Hypocost pointed out, Sophie Eccleston's highest score in List A cricket, beating her 64 for Lancashire against Middlesex at St Anne's back in 2017. An excellent knock from Eccleston, who came in a middle order collapse and went from 105 for 1 to 153 for 7. But Eccleston's innings lifted them up to 234 out. Kate Cross to bowl the first ball of the run chase to Eve Jones. Lovely start that from Cross. Doesn't quite find the edge, but that is exactly where you want to be. It's got a 6-3 offside field with a deep fine leg and a deep third. He could go down at deep third going through her stretches. Driven this one by Jones straight to Norris at mid-off, no run. Just going back to that game in 2017 where Eccleston had hit her previous highest List A score. What was Lancashire women back then, made 221 all out. Amy Satterthwaite made 49, Eccleston 64, the key contributors. Beautifully bowled by Cross again outside that off stump. Really nice spot to be in, has Jones playing and missing. And then in the run chase for Middlesex, Natasha Miles made 44, but no one else made more than 16. Rachel Dickinson picking up 3 wickets, and Eccleston herself completed a superb all-round performance, taking 4 for 32 off her 10. Oh, the Thunder would love a repeat of that today. As well, that's a strange one. Jones steps away, Cross knocks the middle stump out of the ground. It was quite a late pull-out from Jones. Signalled as dead ball. Came as Cross was very much in her delivery stride. Something just distracting Eve Jones. The furniture being re-sorted out. Cross again and chipped up. It wasn't the most certain of drives, but it has beaten the infield, and it has not quite gone for the first boundary of the innings. Great fielding out there to keep it in play. Norris with the stop, so it's free for Jones instead. It was a little bit uppish. Had cover interested in a catching possibility. Cross, defender's most economical bowler, the best bowler in the first game of the season. A couple of weeks ago here against the Stars, conceded just 45 off her 10 and took a catch off the bowling of Alex Hartley in a no balls podcast combination wicket. 2 slips now in for Cross. Cross bowls, LBW shouts. A little bit of a half-hearted appeal. Dribbles away down through fine leg for a leg by, 4 without loss. So Brewer keeps the strike because they've run 2. Mentioned that she's not been in great form so far. 4 runs in 3 innings, 2 ducks. Cross will be smelling an early breakthrough here. Clever from Cross. Is there a little nick? There is. Cross has got the early breakthrough. Beautifully bowled by Kate Cross. A wicket to finish the first over for Thunder. It's a 3rd duck in 4 innings this season for Chloe Brewer, whose struggling form continues thanks to a fine piece of bowling from Kate Cross. Seemed to have been a little bit of a slow ball cutter outside that off stump. Cricket can be a cruel and tough game sometimes, and is proving so right now for young 20-year-old batter Chloe Brewer. Cross just with a little bit of outswing nibble, not a lot of footwork from Brewer, who was left going at the ball with hard hands. Little nibble through to Frelkeld. Out comes Avi Freeborn at number 3. Freeborn so far this season with 3 reasonable contributions with the bat. 95 runs across 3 innings, 15 off 46 against the Blaze, 37 off 50 against the Diamonds, where she shared an important partnership of 98 with Eve Jones, and then 43 off 96 in the home game against the Vipers. So, this will be exciting. We've got, from our end of the ground, Prime Statham end, Mahika Gore onto bowl with her whippy, smooth, left arm fast mediums. And just as excitingly, Alison Byrne has rejoined me in the commentary box for the occasion. It will be lefty to lefty. Gore to Jones with a slip gully. The 2 allowed out in the power play, a deep 3rd and a deep square leg. Here is Gore, left arm over. That's a very nice start. Just turned away towards Dottin at point, who has a go and hits the stumps, but had just about made it in, Eve Jones, which is always a sign of a well-judged single if even a direct hit does not bring a run out. So Freeborn on to strike, having yet to face. 6 for 1. Welcome back, Alison Byrne.
Hello again. I'm late. Thank you for waiting.
How was your Legends lunch?
It was a small select gathering, but it was lovely just briefly to catch up with people, and it was lovely that Alice Clark joined us for lunch, which was super. So she was fairly gobsmacked at some of the tales we were telling. I said, you come back in 30 years and we'll listen to your tales. So yeah, it was nice. It's lovely. I'm really excited to see Gore take the second over here. What an exciting prospect we've got here.
Yep, 17 years old, discovered in Dubai on a sponsors trip abroad, where youngsters from Dubai College were given the chance to come and play a bit of cricket. Here is Gore. That's come off the outside edge of Freeborn's bat. It will stop short. Dottin will do the fielding at the expense of 2, so Abby Freeborn off and running. I had just mentioned those results from earlier on, so in terms of what that means for the table, the Blaze remain the only unbeaten team left. They move on to 17 points from 4 games, 2 clear of the South East Stars, who won last night. Thunder know that victory here would take them potentially up into 5th above the Sparks, the Sunrisers and the Storm. So that's again nice shape in from Gore, but just worked off the outside of the bat. That's a clever shot from Freeborn, was using the pace, very much deliberately done, and Abby Freeborn gets her first boundary of the innings, 12 for 1.
Yeah, she looks in good nick, Freeborn, doesn't she? She's a fine player.
Yeah, I mentioned the solid contributions that she's already posted a couple of times this season, that 37 and 43 in her last couple of games. Just shaping this one in. It's nibbled away off the pads by Freeborn, and they want 2, and they do get 2. That's good aggressive running from the Central Sparks, putting the Thunder fielders under pressure. So Freeborn on to 8, all of which have come in the last 3 balls. Go once more, and that's just come off the thigh pad. They won't run that time. Frelkelb was onto it nice and quickly. The Thunder looking for their first win of the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy. For those unfamiliar, divided up across the 8 regions. Everyone plays everyone twice, once home and away, so 14 regular season league games running right through the summer. Good shape from Gore in. LBW appeal, possibly going down leg on the angle, but getting plenty of encouragement. There she should be. End of Gore's first over. 14 for 1 off 2. So after today, there is more games on Wednesday, the 10th of May. The Diamonds against the South East Stars at Scarborough. The Vipers versus Central Sparks. The Blaze play Western Storm, and the Thunder are at Sale in action against the Sunrisers. And then there's a bit of a break until July, where there's a chunk more of Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy games. Then there's a stoppage for the 100 in August, and we resume in September, and it all finishes off in the final on the 24th of September at Northampton. 2nd versus 3rd play on the 21st of September for the right to meet the group stage winners in the final. Here's Cross to bowl her 3rd. That's a lovely delivery from Kate Cross. Again in that channel. Jones is left fending at it and uncertain. That is pretty much perfect. Very good early stuff here from Cross.
You'd expect nothing less from her, Michael. She's Madam Consistency.
Cross once more. That's.
Now I've just jinxed her. There you go.
Well, you believe in this.
I've just jinxed her. For those of you who have got this on sound only, that was Cross bowling a wide.
Yep, so 15 for 1. Cross looking to get her radar back here. This is just played with straight bat, didn't try and hit it too hard. Clever shot from Jones. We'll get 2 through the covers. There's that sort of risk-reward trade-off with the new ball. If you're going to have more catches in there, are going to be gaps somewhere. There's a nice gap at cover there for Jones to just put through. Well, it's funny you say this, because at Thunder Crick have just tweeted the wicket of Chloe Brewer, which happened as you were working your way back, with well sensed at This Is McCann, tagging yours truly, and for the fact that
get you.
Cross once more. That is another leg sub wide to our frustration. Owing to the fact that I can't remember the exact words I said, but I'd mentioned that Brewer had a struggling sort of run and form, and that Cross would be sensing a victim here. And the very next ball was nicked off.
Well, as I came into the media centre,
if you are to believe in such curses and things and spooky wizardry that all comes from a commentator.
As the wicket went, there was 2 TV screens, one of Cross's wicket and one of the King and Queen just coming out on the balcony.
Straight drive, beautiful straight drive, hits the stumps.
See, that deserves a run.
And there's just a moment there where Jones, with her bottom hand, held the bat in frustration as if to say, what more can I do? I'm sort of under the pump with a really good new ball spell from one of England's best. I've got everything right in terms of balance, poise, execution, and I've got nothing. Once more.
Well
left alone. That is a good leave from Jones. At this stage of the innings, sometimes it's balls that you don't play and choose not to that are as important as the balls that you choose to play. Worth just mentioning off the back of that, I was talking about the table for those unfamiliar. You get 4 points for a win. You get a bonus point if you're winning, if the winning team's run rate is 1.25 times better than the opposition. Get 2 points for a washout. Driven again by Jones, and again it hits the stumps. Oh, that is...
Did she get a touch on that?
I'm not sure if she did, but Freeborn was back anyway. Oh, poor old Eve Jones. Well, I've done it twice.
I told you.
On the run.
It's worth considering getting a run for if you hit the wickets direct like that. Deserves a run for sure, don't you think?
Cross definitely did not get it down in time to get a touch on it. So, 1 ball left of the over. We're going to get a hat-trick of straight drives at the stumps. We won't, because it's just a bit shorter on the pads, tucked away. They want 2. There's a bit of hesitation, and now Freeborn was sent back by Jones. Freeborn wanted the second. Managed to scuttle back just in time. 19 for 1 at the end of the third, an eventful third over that's had a lot going on in it. And Jones has 7 of them. Freeborn has 8. Worth mentioning as well, this is the second of 3 Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy games here at Emirates Old Trafford. Sort of goes on the road, if you will, after this. The Sunrise is at home on the 10th of May at Sale, then it's the Sparks away, the Vipers at home on Friday the 7th at Southport, the Northern Diamonds and the Sunrisers away, the Blaze at home at Sedbergh School on the 22nd of July, and then South East Stars and Southern Vipers away, the Northern Diamonds at Sale on the 13th of September, and then we work our way back here for the 16th of September, the last 50 over game of the season at home against the Western Storm. Here's Gore continuing. Just played out to short mid wicket. Of course, that's a shoot. That would be the last of the regular fixtures. If the Thunder can get themselves in the top 3, then they'll have an eliminator and/or a final to look forward to. There's 2 games at Emirates Old Trafford in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Worth ringing the dates in your diaries. On the 25th, Thursday, the 25th of May, against the Blaze, and 2 days later against the Sunrisers. Nice areas of game from Gore, but there is that gap in the covers. That's because they've got the extra catcher in. Dottin does the fielding, keeps it to 1. Got the throw released nice and quickly. Jones and Freeborn are being very purposeful with their running, and it's creating a sort of busy, frenetic atmosphere out there because the Thunder are having to kind of respond to that.
But I think Ellie Threlcoult's got the idea that, you know, I think she feels potentially that she needs to bowl them out to achieve a result, and I think she's doing exactly the right thing at this stage.
Gore again, back of length, and that's just again pushed into that gap. Well stopped by Dottin. 21 for 1. And again, they've got that slip and that gully in, so it does mean that a shot of any confidence in front of square on the offside, there's a decent chance it does bring 1. There's a big gap from mid-off where one fielder's got a lot of ground to cover in the covers, pardon the pun. Totally inadvertent. Back of a length from Gore and nicked, and it's gone in between slip and gully for 4. Luckless for poor old Mahika Gore. Did everything right. Finds the outside edge of Jones's bat, and it's a streaky boundary. 29 for 1. Wasn't really a catching chance for Eccleston in truth. And away it goes.
Yep, them's the breaks in cricket, I'm afraid. Next ball.
Back of a length from Gore. And just left alone outside the off stump by Jones. One ball left of the over from the child prodigy Mahika Gore. Back of a length and just work through square leg for 1, so Jones will move on to 13. 26 for 1 off 4. Interesting dynamic here. The Thunder being very aggressive in their field placings and in the lines that they're bowling. And in their own way, the Sparks are being aggressive, particularly with the running between the wickets.
Yes, they're making the most of these spaces that are becoming available to them, aren't they?
They're sensing an opportunity to try and get ahead of the target. And I think you're right. If they bat the full 50 overs, it feels relatively unlikely they'll fall short of 235. You know, it kind of goes back to, I know you love my graphs.
I do. I'm impressed.
The average pass score in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy last season was pretty much bang on what the Thunder have posted. As cross continues, starts a new over from the Jimmy Anderson end, just flicked off a pads by Jones, straight to short mid-wicket, fielded by Ditani. And I don't think we've seen a lot of demons in the pitch.
Doesn't look like
pitch
it.
Looks to me like it's playing pretty well. The boundaries are not huge. They're not tiny either, but there is a short boundary on one side that is pretty accessible. We've seen that in both games here at Old Trafford this season. Straight drive. Sounded very good off the bat from Jones, but has hit it straight at mid-off. That is a proper good shot for naught. He's already hit 2 straight drives across in the previous over that cannoned into the stumps. So circumstances of the score posted.
Well poised.
Yeah, and of course we've got 10 overs from the wizard with the ball that is Sophie Eccleston to come. Cross once more, swipe and a miss from Jones, who's left on her front foot, nervously prodding, and pleased she managed to not nick it. There is those 2 catchers waiting at slip and gully, backward point as well.
Yeah, there's good variety in the Thunder bowling attack at the moment, isn't there, with the left hander, the right hander at the moment, left arm spin of Eccleston.
Back of the length and driven
Hartley,
straight at
of
extra
course,
cover.
with the left arm spinner, Ditani. That's before we even talk about the boss herself. Lots to come.
Emma Lamb.
Of course, yeah. Fee Morris. Your turn.
I would imagine one of those games of trivia. I would imagine that you break up Hartley and Eccleston, would you say? Don't want to have 2 left armers on at the same time? And obviously they're 2 extremely high quality bowlers, there's no doubt about that.
Very different as well, though.
True.
Hartley floats it in a bit more, Eccleston spears it in a bit more, I don't know, depends. Depends on who.
Makes room and drives beautifully through the covers for 4. No need to run for that. Save your legs, Eve Jones. Has won the battle there with Cross after 4 dots, has kept her composure. That is nicely done by Eve Jones. It goes back to the fact that a disproportionate amount of wickets for the 5th or 6th ball of an over. 4 dot balls in a row. Cross would have been feeling the pressure build. But then
it's like a stopcock being turned off there. You can almost hear it hissing from here.
Last ball of the over. How does Cross respond? Oh, and that's turned away, and that could be 4 through fine leg. Big chase needed here, and Heap can't quite get there, so it's back-to-back boundaries to finish off the over. That really has released the pressure. Nicely tucked away by Jones. It is playing the percentages. It's sensible, conventional cricket for which she'll pick up 2 4s in a row. Slightly more unorthodox the first one, the way she got inside the line of the ball. But again, it's that game that Cross is playing. She's left that open space at cover to tempt that shot. 34 for 1 off 5. I'd say probably the Sparks maybe marginally they're happier with that first 5, but
crucially they've lost a wicket.
They have indeed.
Thunder hadn't lost any wickets. I think looking back in my notes, did they lose their first wicket?
Not yet. 15 without loss.
15. Yeah, not much in it.
Gore to continue, looking for the breakthrough. Shaping in beautifully and not quite finding the edge of Abby Freeborn's bat. That is really nicely bowled.
Goes for the extra height that she's clearly got. It's going to create different angles for the batters to deal with. I don't know if there's many other fast bowlers with her height playing in the Heyhoe-Flint tournament this season.
6'2",
I can't think of any. She's
I've been told
6'2".
from
There definitely
reliable.
won't be anyone of that height playing. So,
again, nicely bowled, played out with a straight bat. That was thanks to Women's Cricket Blog.
Thank you very
Martin
much.
Davies, who heard your plea for exact.
Yeah, but I was trying to search
Yeah,
it
yeah,
yesterday
same.
and I couldn't
Yeah,
find
yeah,
it
yeah.
anywhere. I knew it was over
New on the
6
scene.
foot. Yeah. But it does
Not
create-
even old enough for the sort of talented teenager Monica, really. At 17, you're sort of more in the child prodigy.
The thing is, she's probably still growing.
That's again nicely bowled. Come back next season 6-3, season after 6-4. Sounds pretty handy.
I don't know about that. But well, she's certainly got a lot of strength to come, yes, hasn't she? Apart from the height thing, there's the muscular development of these young players, and it's one reason why we've got to look after them, because they're still only 17. If it was a 17-year-old boy out there, you'd be telling them to only bowl 3 overs at a time,
Yep. Score, beautiful in swing on that. It was cannoning into the base of off stump, but Freeborn stopped it. Dot ball. Building the pressure nicely through this over, Gore. And again, I go back to disproportionate number of wickets fall in the 5th and 6th ball overs, and it's
saying it, Michael.
It's always overs like this, or overs that go around the park. Here is Gore. Back of a length and hit away for 4 through backward point. Just a touch too short from Mahika Gore, but it's a beautifully hit shot from Abby Freeborn, who gets the boundary, breaks the pressure, much like the previous over from Cross. Boundary off the 5th ball, 38 for 1.
Yeah, and that's a sign of her relative lack of experience there, isn't it? She'd done all the hard work with the first 4 balls, and just that 2 or 3 centimetres short. Bang, and she'll learn from that. She's certainly got the ability to bowl maiden overs, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more of that in the future, if not today.
Top ball from Mahika Gore to finish the over, so 38 for 1 after 6. Yeah, there's some interesting quotes from Thunder assistant coach Stephen Parry on Mahika Gore, specifically talking about how she bowled in the game against the Storm, taking that 3 for 39. The 2 early wickets that had the Storm 11 for 2 before a century from Irish international Orla Prendergast gave the Storm victory. Said Mahika bowled beautifully. That was a massive plus for us, really exciting. And going back to what you said about the raw skills, in his words, said her control, she was swinging the ball, her craft caused loads of problems. Her pace was just right for the pitch. As she gets older and stronger, that will only progress. She's such a confident and intelligent girl who thinks about the game. Her action looks so natural, and we've got one there with so much potential.
Agreed.
Cross to continue. That's just turned away with soft hands. Down 3/3 for a dot.
For some reason I was thinking of a Fairy Liquid advert when you said that. All the washing up liquids are available, of course. Remember, you're too young. Hands do dishes are as soft as you feel or something.
I've got nothing.
You've got nothing. Older listeners and viewers, please back me up on this.
Didn't say you were wrong.
Older.
2 slips in now. Eccleston's moved in to join Morris. His cross blocked with a resolute straight back from Freeborn.
Cross is coming into ball, third ball of the over. She'll be looking for a wicket. 2 slips in. She'll be hoping to catch that outside edge. So, nearly in very brilliant area. Tatani swoops in, keeps it to a dot. No run there. 39 for 1. Middle of the 7th over. Everything to play for. Sparks are slightly ahead of the Thunder run rate, which is to be expected, as obviously Thunder didn't actually bat out their 50 overs.
It's raining.
Is it? Oh dear. Cross comes in as it starts to rain. Oh, well, but
no, wide. Given us
it's
wide.
been given as a wide, and they are absolutely convinced she got an edge on that. And from where I was sat, 25 miles away, I thought they got an edge as well. But anyway,
I thought I heard a little
something.
noise.
Yeah. And I know we're a long way away, but the sound does carry very well from the middle there. We can hear clearly, can't we?
You do have to be sometimes careful with player reactions, but they did look very convinced.
I mean, Oscar-winning performance if that didn't take an edge.
Yes.
Still, doesn't matter. It's been given as a wide. Come on, Crossy, you can do it this time. She says completely neutrally. What a take from Threlkeld. Did you see that?
That swung a mile off the
Goodness
bat.
me, Threlkeld, take a bow. As well as the somersaults. That was something else. And all that for a dot ball in the scorebook.
Now, I suspect
Now
what
the
this
scorers
is...
have missed a wide here, actually, on the odds screen that we're seeing, because they definitely signalled a wide for the one where they appealed.
Yeah.
Crossy's on fire.
Your batsmen are terrified. Your batters.
Oops.
Should say.
She's just warned Eve Jones there not to go too far down the wicket. Well done,
that was
Crossy.
definitely a warning, not I've not followed through with my action.
No, she looked back at the stumps, I think. Have a look again if they show it for us, the producers there.
If we can catch a replay, that would be great at the end of the
I'm sure
over.
she looked back as she took her run up. Oh, good response from the batter there. All the shenanigans at the other end didn't stop Freeborn from really putting in a good stride there and stroking it through the covers for 4 runs. Well deserved for that lovely shot. Nothing Tatani could do about that.
I was not paying quite such...
Pardon?
No, I was just going to say 43 for 107. I was not paying quite so much eagle-eyed attention as you, and I just instinctively thought she'd just run through and lost her action, lost her rhythm, but...
Who knows? We'll have to ask her at some point if we can catch her. So after 7 overs, Central Sparks...
There wasn't anything that happened with the England team and that.
Well, she was playing in that match, wasn't it? When
Was there
Dean...
any... You didn't sense my raking sarcasm there. I was going to say, did anything ever happen with it?
Well, you know, I don't know. It wasn't Crossy who was involved in that incident.
Certainly wasn't, no.
It was Charlie Dean. So,
of course, you remember what she did.
Yes,
that's
what I was trying to refer to as well there, but it wasn't quick. Didn't come out quickly enough. But 8th over, let's go to bowl. Nicely defended there.
So whilst I expect the vast majority of our audience will know exactly what we're referring to make sure nobody feels left out or is unsure.
I'm sure you can fill us in. Go on, Michael.
Deepti Sharma ran out Charlie Dean at the bowl's end to win India a one-day international against England at Lord's last summer. It's fair to say that there was many contrasting opinions on that happening.
He's just gone outside the outside edge of the of Eve Jones there, but deliberately so. I think Jones put her back down, left the ball. Jones, of course, a former Cheshire player, got that in common. not much else.
And then when Charlie Dean was playing in her first game after that, went to mimic doing the same thing as a sarcastic reference to what had happened to her.
Nice line and length from goal then, a little bit of movement through the air. Oh, and what a great bit of backing up there down at Gully.
Am I right in saying it was before
overthrows.
she bowled her first ball, I'm going to say?
Can't remember that specifically, and I haven't got a graph to show you either. I'm so sorry.
But anyway, it was in her next game after where this was a big talking
And
point.
I think it was against some of the England girls, and I can't remember what game it was.
Was it Lords, I'm pretty sure?
Possibly. Fourth ball from Gore in the over. Nice one. She's using the space that there has been created by the attacking field placement from Rachael there to steal a quick single.
Get in touch, let us know, and if you want to send us some graphs,
Yes,
feel free
please.
to
Love
do
a
so.
graph.
Feel free to do so
Venn
as well.
diagrams, please. We
Venn
haven't had any of
diagrams.
those yet.
Love a good Venn diagram. At Thunder Crick, hashtag Brig the Thunder, but if you want to get in touch with yours truly in the commentary box, the best, easiest way to do that is at This Is McCann, MCCANN, This Is McCann. Let us know where you're watching from, how you're enjoying your Saturday, your predictions for the game, and I imagine right now you are very much enjoying watching certain young Mahika Gore charge in and try and make something happen.
Fifth ball of her over. Slip, short gully, short mid wicket, deep back square, and a deep third. It's an interesting field set. They're on the attack still though, Michael. Thrall Cult is in for the kill.
Forecast suggests there is a decent chance we're going to get some more rain in the next 3 hours or so. But again, it was raining a little bit 10 minutes or so ago, but much like in the first innings, the umpires decided it wasn't strong enough to take them off, kept them out there, and it's stopped now.
Oh, to Gully! Has she taken it? What a catch! What a catch from Morris! That came at her like a bullet, and we just mentioned Thrall Celt's desire to set an attacking field, and she gets her reward, and Morris gets her reward, and more importantly, Go gets her wicket. Very well deserved. Talk about bowling to your field, Mike.
Mahika Gore's doing it again. The 17-year-old, 3 against the Storm, now has 1 today against the Sparks. 44 for 2. Freeborn has to go for 17 off 19. It's a magnificent instinctive catch.
What a wicket to get as well. Freeborn, as I say, she looked in good nick. She's got a few runs under her belt this season, and yeah, the captain has to go. But I mean, wow, what a brilliant piece of cricket.
Yeah, that was proper
cricket.
Proper fast bowling, find the edge, fantastic instinctive catch.
And now Thrall Cult had only just brought that short gully into play. Brilliant.
It was a theatre of fast bowling at its best.
Really good cricket, well captained, well executed, and well taken, Morris. Well played.
So the Central Sparks have got to rebuild a little bit. They've lost too early, and with those 2 gone, the wicket of Eve Jones becomes all the more important in this contest, you'd have to say.
And you've got to say that that was a deserved wicket from the youngster there.
Oh, yeah. You are watching a seriously exciting young player do their thing, and that is always a joy.
And we've got the debutant from Central Sparks this season, Erin Burns. He bowled beautifully. It has, again, it has to be said. Very impressive bowling spell from her. A little bit expensive by her standards, but 4 wickets.
4 for 56.
You cannot argue with that.
Yeah, it was key to instigating that middle order collapse the Thunder had.
In comes Cross, 1 slip. Straight to the mid-wicket fielder, Naomi Ditani, who's been very, very sharp in that position today and in all the other games I've witnessed.
Wouldn't even mind that wicket happened, as I was just about to mention my best Abby Freeborn story.
Oh, save it, babe, save it.
Well, the Thunder might not play Sparks again when we're on commentary, so we might as well.
Okay, go on then. Wait for Cross though. Second ball in from Cross. And she's flicked that down the leg side, down to deep fine. I think there's a little gap there. They might just be tempted to take 2, and they do. Liberty Heath sweeps in, but couldn't prevent the second run being taken.
So Abby Freeborn got into cricket after her dad persuaded her to give it a go. And then he noticed, after playing it a little bit as a youngster, that he was quite naturally gifted, but she wasn't that interested in playing. So for her 11th birthday, he gave her a Nokia slide-up phone if she kept playing. And she kept playing, got the slide-up phone, the rest is history.
Well bowled cross, nice straight battered defensive shot there from Eve Jones, who's
I haven't checked, but I imagine that she's the 26-year-old Abby Freeborn is not still using a Nokia slide-up phone. But in the day, that was the thing 15 years ago. Other phone brands are available. But that was what tempted an 11-year-old Abby Freeborn to go, fine, I'll keep playing cricket.
I'd have been happy for a piece of chalk in my day.
Piece of chalk.
Piece of chalk. Tell you now, various 6-pack. There was a blue, there was a green, there's a yellow, a white. Can't remember the other colour. Pinky something.
Piece of chalk's very useful if you're at the if you're at the nets. You can use that to mark your crease.
Yeah,
you know.
and nobody wants to steal them either.
Yeah.
You won't get men in black hoods driving past for a piece of chalk, will you? You know all about this. You come from London, don't you? Apparently it's prevalent.
What is going on?
Chalk stealing scooterists. Kate Cross into bowl. Bit shorter. Forces a back-footed shot from got to say comfortable looking Jones at this point.
Yeah. Now there is a question here for the Thunder. We talked about sort of being in for the kill, in for taking wickets, attacking field placings and throw curl that led to that second wicket. How many overs do you give Cross here? One more, two
while
more?
The ball's still moving, you keep her moving, you keep her going, because we've got some spinners in the team, you know, so... If she's happy to bowl, let her bowl. That's been turned down to fine leg for a single.
Yeah, so for those...
But, I mean, she has missed a couple of games through illness. I don't know what the illness was, so you've just got to ask the player this question. She's experienced enough to know when the right time is to carry on and when the time is to have a rest, isn't she?
Yeah. So for those unfamiliar, in terms of the Thunder bowling, there's Lamb with her offies, and then you've got two very different types of left-arm overs with Sophie Eccleston and Alex Hartley. That is the bowling card so far, a wicket for each. Norris, of course, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of bowl. Yeah, this is correct. Yeah, there's bowling. I mean, I was just starting with the spin department and then kind of working my way through. But
the end of that over was 47 for 2. Very, very well worked wicket. Income score. Turns it down to deep square, just the single. Burns still not to receive a ball. Jones has moved to 27.
And I guess there's the same question with Gore in the sense of how far do you keep them going, but it's quite a luxury when you're captain of a team with 7-8 bowling options. You can almost pretty much, you don't need to worry too much about saving anyone in any combinations.
And the beauty is that you've got the likes of Eccleston, you've got the likes of Cross who can bowl any time in a match. Just give them the ball, they'll do a job for you. Well bowled, nice straight line ball there, dot ball. Burns has faced her first ball for the Sparks.
Aaron Burns, who needs very little introduction, has played an ODI for Australia and 5 T20 internationals, and if she was representing almost any other country, it's fair to say she'd have played a heck of a lot more games.
Nice strike for nothing. Straight into the safe hands of Datani and covers.
Kind of one of those cricketers that you sense might go down in history as almost being a bit unfortunate to be just behind, the periphery of the squad of one of the great sort of all-time teams in any sport. Never mind just cricket, really.
Fuller, driven through the covers. Datani gives chase. I don't know if she's going to win this chase. Lovely slide from Datani, and they take 2. Nice bit of cricket all round.
Yeah, it didn't quite hit it as cleanly as she might have liked, but did enough. again, that's the trade-off of having those catches in, and that's the game that Gore and Cross are playing.
Well, they've got pretty much the same field set for this over as the wicket taken over previously a slip. I don't know, is that third slip or a short gully? Anyway, it's that sort of region. Oh, and it's being pulled leg side. You can't bowl there to a player of that quality. And it's gone for 4, down to deep fine legs. Erin Burns, first boundary of the game, takes her to 6. Yeah.
So
just to pivot on our left foot there to get round.
Sometimes you can trust the viewers to know better than you. Dr. Kate Cook, it was at Lords as I suspected, and I was trying to sort of twig why would it have been at the... But of course, it was the Rachael Heyhoe-Fint Trophy final against the Northern Diamonds, and it was her first over, maybe her first ball. Lindsay Smith was safely in her ground though.
Thank you for sending that in for us.
So
Who's that, Dr.
Kate Cook.
Dr. Kate
so
Cook.
Good for a laugh, but nothing else.
Forces a defensive stroke from Burns there.
But yeah, it was
good recovery.
Was in my memory that it was at Lords, and that sort of added to the sense of kind of irony around the moment.
Yeah. And the score's 54 for 2 off the 10 overs, run rate 5.4, which is about what the Thunder were at the same points. So it's all very close at this stage.
You are watching Lancs TV with Alison Byrne and Michael McCann. Great pleasure to have your company. Do remember you can get involved on social media as well. Send in a tweet on @ThunderCrick. It's also @CentralSparks if you want to keep up with all things from them. Your hashtags Bring the Thunder and #Sparks will fly. If you wish to get in touch with us, your commentary team, then please do feel free to tag me in, Michael McCann on @ThisIsMcCann, MCCANN @ThisIsMcCann. We've got a bowling change.
T. Morris.
Got a bit of something different, and we've got a bit of something different with the field as well here. So it's going to be a deep square leg and a deep mid wicket. Eve Jones facing up. Now Jones has got 2 very good starts this season, 29 against the Blaze and 34 against the Vipers without going on, so it will really be on her mind to make this innings count. Facing up now, so that's just blocked back. Nicely bowled from Morris, signed from the Western Storm, played in the 100 last season for the Welsh Fire. Yet to take her first wicket of the season for the Thunder. Shorter and flatter, and just worked way off the back foot out to deep mid wicket by Jones for 1. 55 for 2. Morris so far this season with number 35 was a bit expensive here a couple of weeks ago against the South East Stars, didn't quite find a rhythm, and then took a slightly more economical number 18 or 4 in the away game against the Storm.
A few giggles coming from below us there. The Sparks girls are enjoying the game.
Key partnership this, you sense. Be a lot of expectation for Sparks on Burns in her first game. Shorter and flatter, it's not the best delivery, but Jones hit it straight at Dottin, who briefly didn't know where the ball was, but thankfully had stopped it, and it was just behind her. Managed to turn around and spin it in at no extra cost, apart from the single that had already been taken. 56 for 2. Jones has got exactly half of them.
Good stats, Michael.
2 times table working well.
Brilliant.
Morris again from that right arm round angle. Just blocked by Jones out to cover, no run. Spin that did the damage for the Sparks. Thunder will be hoping to do the same. Well, that's down the leg. That's not the best delivery. Frelkeld's done well to just get something on it, which means that rather than it being potentially 3 or maybe 4 or even 5 wides, it's instead 2 wides. 1 for the wide, 1 for the run.
And of course you've got the left-hand, right-hand combination here again, which will thrill the umpires, no doubt. And this time the umpires decided to stay at point as opposed to running over the square leg.
Played straight back to the bowler from Burns. Dot ball. Just forced off the back foot by Burns, who was not really in a position to quite do much else apart from block it to cover. 58 for 2 off 11. That's a tidy first over from Morris. Of course, earlier on it was spin that did the trick. Obviously, the marquee sort of signing is Aaron Burns, but as we alluded to, didn't quite have the control she did like. It was actually really Georgia Davis who tied things up, taking 2 for 38. And then Burns taking 4 for 56, and it will be a double bowling change.
So commentators now. We've got Morris
yes,
on one end,
we're into
Norris
we're
on the
into
other.
Stokes, Folkes, and Wokes sort of territory here. Or do you know what? It was funny when I was doing my commentary notes for this game. I was thinking about the Norris and Morris thing after last time, because another one that came into my head. And feel free to get in touch on Twitter on @thisismccann. Let me know what other combinations there are that make you think of this, which is Aston Villa women's team have Kenza Darley and Rachael Daly, so you have Darley and Daly, which you try saying that a lot of times.
Well, Dottin and Datani's nearly.
Here goes Norris with the keeper up, short, and that's not the best delivery. It's a bit of a loosener, and it's well put away by Jones, who was so confident with the timing and precision with which she struck the ball in the gap that she didn't even bother setting off running, just rocked back, took a couple of strides and then thought, nah, I'm happy with that, and could stand and admire it. 62 for 2. Norris just has got to find her radar here. And the problem with Darley and Daly is that they combine a lot, because Rachael Daly's a striker, Kenza Darley's an attacking midfielder, so if you're commentating on them at speed and rhythm, it's Darley, it's Daly, goodness me. I mean, at least with cricket, it doesn't tend to have that kind of rhythm where you're switching from one to the other.
Bit slower, isn't it, to catch up on. Here's Norris again. Better.
Much better from Norris, driven straight to cover for no run. But yeah, do tweet us in and let us know, what are your favourite sort of rhyming combinations? I mean, Dottin and Datani is the D's, but it doesn't rhyme, so I think it's not quite as bad in terms of how it gets stuck in your head, whereas when you're dealing with some Norris and Morris, it's Norris again. Beautifully bowled. There's a little grunt out there.
See how Rachael's standing up again, Michael. She does like to stand up whenever she can, doesn't she?
Rain is just starting to tickle down at a noticeable rate here. Again, it's one of those that will ask that question to the umpires of, is it quite heavy enough to bring them off? For now, the answer is no, thankfully. Norris bowls again, and well defended with a straight bat by Jones. We would be all too aware of side to go and bat long, having got those 2 starts against the Blaze and the Vipers, and then got out, often known for anchoring the innings. Hit the 4th most boundaries in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, the T20 competition last season, and was superb in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy too. He's been a real consistent performer for the Sparks over the years. Norris once more, back of a length, driven straight to Gore at mid-off. Another dot, so 4 dots in a row. Norris has responded really well to that first ball that went for 4. He's just pulled things back here. Norris again. Back of the length, and another dot to finish things off.
What
so
a great
4 off the
recovery,
over.
Michael.
Was a great recovery, 62 for 2 off 12. So going at just over 5 and over, it's those 2 early wickets that will be the concern. You sense a lot of this Central Sparks innings probably does depend on if Eve Jones can bat deep. Eve Jones, Shropshire born, got into cricket at the age of just 4 through her father, who was a player and coach at a local club in Whitechurch. chance to shine, ambassador. Very much a proud Stokey, a fan of Stoke City when it comes to all things football. And she's in the Cricket Shropshire Hall of Fame, which she was inducted to at the back end of 2022. It's been really, really consistent in this competition.
It looks like they're going
as
off,
well.
Michael.
Yeah, I was just about to glance up and say that as I'm saying that the umpires are consulting, but it seems like it has got too heavy, and I'm not surprised. Just looking out at it, it is now definitely heavier than it has been at any point so far today. In truth, and I know this isn't going to sound like much consolation, we've been a bit lucky because as the sound you can hear is the hovercraft and various covers being hurriedly brought on. We've actually been quite fortunate. The forecast all week had all of today as pretty much heavy rain constantly, so it is something of a pleasant surprise that we've got to 3:15 without any kind of rain intervention. Umpires are just having a chat with skipper Ellie Frelkeld. Really appreciate you joining us on Lancs TV. When we've got any more updates to give you, we will do so, but at the moment we are sadly with the score 62-2 off 12. We are off for rain. There's a duck Rothler's calculator online, so I'll bung it in that and see what it says.
When you want the best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
It's incredible. You don't see any other regions doing something like this, so it's like I said, such a privileged position. And obviously there's so much excitement about women's cricket in India at the moment with the WPL going on. Obviously we've got Sophie Eccleston representing Thunder over there and Tara Norris as well, and they've both done brilliantly, so it'll be nice to catch up with them. But yeah, it feels like a really great time to be going to places like that and being a female cricketer, and hopefully we can make the most of it and, you know, get stuck into the conditions and I think just get some learning done, because that's what pre-season tours are about.
Training sessions that we had in Dubai, the Sevens ground at the ICC Academy was absolutely fantastic. We obviously played 3 games there and played some really good cricket. So we're really happy with how the players have developed, really across a fairly long and intense winter.
Exciting for me personally, like being born here. It brings back a lot of memories. It's quite a special place for me, but especially for the girls, like having experienced these conditions or this type of culture. But everyone's really embraced it and absolutely been loving it out here. Not seen my family in a very long time. It's been 7 years, and for them to just come out and like watch me play and watch the girls play and just see what I do, it's really special.
Why are you going so fast and then you got down yet? All of them going together.
Obviously it's quite famous for its spin tracks, and you know the facility we got was absolutely fantastic.
I mean, last year we were competitive in the vast majority of games, and we're unfortunate not to get over the line and get a few more wins. I'm hoping this year we can do that and really push on. Today's around our approach and our mindset. Our focus can only be on performance and making the best of today. Basil, the few things that you want to share about this ground, etc., isn't it?
For me, I remember coming here with England, and the reason why we come here and train is because they took 10 Dulkers from here. It has got some real legacy to it.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
I'm so ready.
Looking forward to captaining, are we?
Yeah, I am actually. Yeah. I've never done it before. Something different. Good? Yeah. See? Good all. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's been so much learning, and I feel like we can hopefully take this on into our games here, but as well as the season.
Come to join us, Prince. Really special. Keep the energy up, girls. Energy! Done and pro, mate. Yes, Libby. I was a little bit slow in Dubai. I think I've not played much cricket for a while, so I think it just comes down to that. But it did click that day. I think obviously it got quite a big score, and I felt great, and I think it finally came together.
Terrific all-round performance. even when things go slightly against us, we're not losing the fight. We're staying in it and showing a lot of character. The way we've gone about as business today is nothing short of outstanding in terms of batting, without a shadow of any doubt. But that's the way we need to play as cricket, and that's really important. We keep moving on. Another game in 2 days' time. We're playing the women's state team.
One last thing, always celebrate 100.
Yeah.
You look like synchronised swimmers.
It's been absolutely amazing. I think it's just good to get some cricket outdoors and put everything what we've done in the winter into practice, and it's been really good. It's been a really good tour and we've got a lot out of it as a team. We've got a few new players, a few fresh faces over the winter. I think just playing outdoors has been great, so we know like how each other works, and yeah, it's definitely brought us all together as a team. Definitely a lot closer now.
The signing of the 3 players have made such an impact by way of maturity and cricket experience, which is rubbing off throughout the winter on the rest of the young players, and I think that's a really good thing, and I think bodes well for hopefully will be a really positive summer, but really strong foundations to be successful moving forward. Come on, Foxy. Come on, mate. The best, mate.
Pendleton's ever had a hat trick there.
If you'd said 2 weeks ago that we'd have won 4 out of 5 games, we'd have probably taken it. But I think more importantly, like the way we've gone about our cricket these last 2 weeks is exactly what we've spoken about for the winter and also for the last few years. So I think from my point of view, it's been brilliant to see. It's been brilliant to see different people contributing as well.
In those moments, that's where we just need to be brave. We talk about being fearless. It's still hitting the ball hard.
As we say, it's a tour to start getting closer and closer to the season, so for me, we're on the right track. I've absolutely loved it, and thank you very much for having the season.
I've been involved in the game a long time. We're in the England women's cricket team in 2014. My job is to help the transition of that from amateur to professional, and we're doing the same thing here at Lancashire with the Thunder. But the support that Hilton's offered us has been absolutely fantastic, and it makes such a difference, because to be travelling, it's not just a cricket development opportunity, which clearly we've taken that with both hands, but also it develops the players as people. Players have really bought into the training here, but also the culture and the people of Mumbai. It's been a fantastic experience. Look, I'm a big believer that anything's possible. I think it'll be a really positive season, and we're going to really look to push and just see if we can surprise a few teams and see where we can get.
Welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary with myself, Paul Allett, and today I'm delighted to have the greatest left arm quick bowler in the history of the game alongside me. Played for Lancashire for 10 years, has become an adopted Lancastrian and had a wonderful international career with Pakistan. Wasim Akram, welcome along. Welcome,
thank you all.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. Does it still feel a little bit special when you come back
Of course it does.
Manchester?
When I was parking my car, so a lot of memories came rushing back. The playing days, obviously the ground has changed a lot for better. But yeah, every time I come here, last time I was there about 3 years ago, when there was a COVID test, so we were in a bubble in the hotel.
Yeah.
But over and all, playing for Lancashire has been the highlight of my cricketing career. You know, I'm writing my book, it's almost ready, it'll be out in November.
Okay.
So a lot of positive stuff of Lancashire. For me, playing for Pakistan and coming to Lancashire was like a little oasis. Everything was comfortable, you guys just played cricket. And we had 3 senior players, Paul Allett, Michael Watkinson, and Graham Fowler. They used to make fun of all the junior players. Haha.
It was a tough school at times, I agree.
It was.
But it's great that you hold Lancashire in such reverence and such esteem. But tell us a little bit about how you came to come to Lancashire in the first place, because you were a very raw international cricketer in the late 80s and 88.
Yeah.
You hadn't much experience of Western culture.
None.
I don't think you had much experience of playing over here at all, had you?
Not at all. I think in 86, the great Imran sent me to play league cricket up north in Durham.
Okay.
I played for a club called Burnup Field.
Yes.
Boundary was about 25 yards one side. And it was tough for me, you know, as a kid from Pakistan coming to this weather and this country. But the idea was 87 we were touring. So just get the idea how the wickets work, how the weather works. So I enjoyed it. We used to end up every night at that nightclub on, you know, on the Newcastle River, on a ship.
The Tyne, the River Tyne.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I bet, and the fog on the Tyne was
and
all
then,
yours.
yes, coming back to your question, 87, I think, or 88, 87, we were playing in Sharjah.
Yeah.
And Neil Fairbrother was playing for England. He got picked up. And Laurie Brown, a physio, great guy, one of the best physios I worked with, great human being too. They got hold of me there. They said, would you like to play for Lancashire? And remember those days, Lancashire, county cricket was, you got to be #1 player in the world. Only one overseas was allowed to play in playing 11, and you can only register 2.
That's right.
So I thought they were talking about Lancashire League. I said, yeah, sure, I'm ready for Lancashire League. They said, no, county. I said, really? So yeah, that was my first experience that I found out.
And you knew nothing about county cricket, presumably?
No idea. None.
Nothing about it?
Nothing about county cricket. I only read about it in Urdu magazines, cricketing Urdu magazines, that's how it works. But when I arrived here, I remember in 1988, but before that in 87, there was a test match here at Old Trafford. And our chairman, Bob Bennett at the time, Lancashire think tank, they got my family here.
Yeah.
For my birthday surprise. They called everyone, my 2 brothers, my younger sister, my dad and mom, to celebrate my birthday here. I think it was on 4th of June, if I remember correctly. But that was the first experience of me of, you know, Lancastrian hospitality.
So the club embraced you right from the word go, and you in turn embraced the club. It was actually David Hughes and Alan Ormrod who were running the cricket department at the time, and they must have been the 2 that instigated your first appearances for
Yes,
for
probably. And I remember both of them, David Hughes, Yoza and Alan, has been a great influence early on as a 20-year-old kid coming from a different culture altogether and mixing up with, you know, Western culture, and they really helped me a lot. Remember the first time we met, we was a Forte Post House in Nottingham.
Yes.
That hotel on the 1st floor.
Yes.
And Alan told me to come to team meeting at 6 o'clock in the evening, day before the game. I said, okay. He said, it's in the bar. Okay, I said, that's different. I come from
you're not a drinking culture.
Exactly. But again, you guys, the minute I arrived, walked into that wine at the bar, you guys all shook hand and said, welcome to Lancashire. So that gave me a bit of confidence. And remember, the next day there was a game against Nottingham, and I was sitting in the corner right somewhere, because huge seniors, I think, I don't know if it still happens or not, the senior players, they have their certain spots in each dressing room and they go and sit there. So you as a junior, you have to wait that everybody is comfortable, then you pick up your spot, if you get a spot.
I remember wandering into a dressing room and somebody, it probably wasn't you, was sitting in where I normally change. I said, listen, I've been changing for 15 years.
I think it was me.
Well, I would let you off.
But that's a good culture, though.
Yeah, I suppose it is in a way, although it might be a bit outmoded now.
Yeah, no, probably.
Now then, your rise and appearance in cricket was quite extraordinary because you played very little first-class cricket, if any, in Pakistan.
None.
And you turned up and bowled at the nets.
It was a camp
of a Pakistan camp.
It was a camp for 100 kids, young kids, and I did, well for my club, Ludhiana Gymkhana in Pakistan. So they, said this guy is good. So my name was in that in particular camp. And I remember first 4 days, there were 100 kids, and including Ramesh Raja, who played a test cricket then, one test, and Mohsin Kamal, another test cricketer, and top first-class performers were there as well. So nobody gave me the cricket ball to bowl, so I got a bit down, depressed. So I went back to my captain in the club, Sadiq Khan. I said, look, there's no point in me going. I've been standing there for 4 days. He said, no, you go tomorrow. I'll have a word with the camp commander, and he'll give you the ball. So the next day, 3 or 4 batters to go, he gave me the old ball. I impressed him for some odd reason. Agha Saadat Ali, another late test cricketer. And then the next day, he gave me the new cherry. And you see, I used to bowl big in-swingers then. And I troubled almost everyone.
To the right-hander?
To the right-hander.
Good ball from a left arm quick. Good ball.
Yeah, so, I impressed everyone there. And then Javed Miandad was the captain of Pakistan squad. So he came to practice. So Gaddafi Stadium is a huge ground. So one side was our camp and his net was the other side. So he wanted some bowlers. So the camp commander said, you want to bowl at Javed Miandad? I said, what? Javed Miandad? I had a poster of him in my room. I would love to.
Well, one of the best Pakistan batsmen ever.
Ever.
And one of the best in the world.
In the world. So I went to bowl at him for a couple of days and he got impressed by me, and then New Zealand was touring Pakistan. And suddenly my name came in to play against New Zealand team. First 3-day game, President 11 versus the New Zealand side in Rawalpindi. I was over the moon, so was my family. Javed Miandad, Sarfaraz Nawaz, Tahir Nakash, all these tests, Ramesh Raja, Salim Malik, all these guys were in the squad. And Javed dropped, I think, Tahir Nakash or Sarfaraz to have me in playing 11. That was my first-class game.
How on earth did you feel playing international cricket from straight out of club cricket? How on earth? Because that would it would cause issues for an awful lot of guys when you were 17, 18?
I was 17.
17.
Yeah, 18.
So how did you feel?
I think
probably too young to even bother about it.
I was too young to even bother about it. Absolutely spot on. It was blessing in disguise. I didn't know probably half the team of New Zealand. I knew Martin Crowe, Jeff Crowe, Jeff Harwood, John Reed, Jeremy Coney, the big names there, cricketing.
And they were a good team.
Great team at the time.
Yeah.
So I got 7 for 50 in first innings. I don't know how. And second inning, 2 for 50. I was just running in and ball, and I didn't know at the reverse swing at the time, but it was just happening.
I know how.
How?
Because you're a good bowler. Were you quick? And presumably you were raw then, as you say.
Raw.
You say I don't know how, but you did swing the ball. You swung the new ball, and you had this. You had this very quick arm.
Pindi wicket was like a road. You know how Pakistani flat,
no bounce.
Flat, no grass, no bounce. But I've got. I think before lunch I got John Wright caught in second slip, and then from there onwards, just everybody walked in. I would just start bowling full. And everybody was getting leg before bowled. So yeah, I think I was too young and naive. It was blessing in disguise that I didn't know who the players were.
And you didn't have time to worry about it,
no.
Presumably. So what about your development then? Because you're set into the world stage straight away.
Yeah.
And you've got this natural raw talent. Were you allowed just to carry on doing that, or was there some pressure on you to change what you were doing?
Oh, there was no pressure. I had very good mentors in Javed Miadad, and then Mudassar Nazar, who still lives in Manchester.
He does, yeah.
Well-travelled person in
Mudassar,
yeah, well-travelled, who also helped me off the field. And then that was on New Zealand tour. And then Imran was joining us. He was playing for New South Wales. So he was joining us. We were meant to tour to go to tour to Australia for Mini World Cup in 1985, where India, I think, won eventually. India, Pakistan were in the finals. So I played, I think my first game was against Windies or against Australia. And I got 5 for 21, first top 5 wickets. Again, just bowling full, no control of the swing. That I learned eventually. But in the beginning, just come and bowl and hit the right areas, and that's what I did. And Imran was standing at mid-on, telling every delivery what to do. So that, as a young kid, was a huge confidence. My hero was telling me what to do, and I listened to everything he wanted me to do. And I think that's how I sort of got into the groove of Test cricket.
Was Imran a good teacher, a good mentor? Did he allow you to develop naturally,
yes.
or was he dictatorial?
No, he was very easy, whatever I'm comfortable with. But he always wanted me to work hard when I was 17, 18. Those were the trades I've learned from him, Miadad, Mudassar, that talent can stay for 2-3 years, and the hard work can prolong that talent for another, say, 20 years, 15 years. And I think that's where I have to come back to Lancashire. When I played in '88, I remember getting my first 100 here, first class 100. And in '89, I became the #1 player in the world. That 6 months of county cricket, playing with you guys day in, day out, travelling. And you guys were very helpful. You were helpful as a bowler, our captain, Yoza.
I don't know. It's probably the best compliment that anybody's ever paid me, for you to say that I helped you with your bowling. But I'm flattered. I do remember giving you a real kick up the backside once when you came off because you said your nose was running and you didn't feel very well.
Yeah,
Tunbridge Wells, do you remember?
Yes, I remember. I remember that game as well, Tunbridge Wells. Don't want to play there anymore. No. I never liked it there.
So I said, come on, this is hard work. Bowling is hard work.
Yeah, I remember.
So you have to bowl even though you might not be feeling great, you might not be bowling great. So that might have been a lesson.
Probably. I think tough love sometimes works.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you did that. It helped me. And you see, the whole team was behind me, the captain, the club.
Yeah.
I remember they would put me in this hotel. It's still there on our Trafford Hotel. Just
down the road. Yeah.
Down the road.
Well, Bob Bennett the chairman used to stay there.
Yeah, so they gave me a room.
I don't
think
it's still there now.
Nah.
But it was all right at the time.
It was okay. So I went. So we went to play away games. We were away for 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. I came back. They checked me out. I couldn't find my clothes. I said, "Where are my clothes?" They said, "We checked you out. I thought you were not coming back." So we had some great stories. But again, when I bought my place here at the time, I remember I must give compliment to this Pakistani Sufi Sadiq. He's still around. Accountant. He says, "I'll help you with your accounts and all." I said, ask Lancashire. He said, "You buy a house." I said, "Buy a house? I'm 20 years old. I have no money." "What do you mean buy a house?" I said, "Get a mortgage." I said, "What's mortgage?" Then he explained, "You have 6-year contract." So Lancashire gave me a 6-year contract. First time any overseas player got such a long contract.
Yeah.
So that shows the shrewdness of the skipper, Yoza, and of course Alan, that they realized this guy can actually...
Well, those were the golden days of county cricket being able to sign overseas players long term, because now, of course, there's so much cricket you
can
can't
sign somebody for 2 weeks.
But you were available for us virtually all the time, except when Pakistan were touring England.
Yeah, and because cricket was not all year round. It was only Pakistan season from September, October onwards till March.
That's right.
And then county started from April onwards till August, September.
Okay, so county cricket was essential in your formative years.
Yes.
Because you're such a pioneer and because you are one of the best bowlers there's ever been, with the record, you've got over 900 international wickets across one-day internationals and test matches, over 400 in test matches, over 500 in one-day. It wasn't all about just running in and bowling fast. You pioneered the ability to reverse swing the ball, which is now.
And if you remember,
I wouldn't say it's commonplace, but it's a fundamental part of the modern game.
Yeah, it really is. Now it's called reverse swing. It used to be ball tampering then, if you remember.
Well, so they said. But you used to throw me the ball when you were bowling at the other end. I couldn't swing it.
Yeah. You used to bowl this outswing, and suddenly the ball is going towards leg side.
A little bit.
And then eventually you got the hang of it. You said, okay, if it's going in, I'm going to just pitch outside off stump. And I remember the first year when there used to be rain, I used to take Gehan Mendes at nets. And you got me, Paul got me on the side, said, Vaz, listen, I know you're young.
Welcome back to Lancs TV. I'm Michael McCann, Alison Byrne alongside me. We have lost about half an hour or so due to the rain. Now, this is where cricket gets into all its little complexities, but once we've had more than half an hour without playing, we start to lose overs and things get shorter and shorter and have to be recalculated. We came off at 3:16, so from 3:46 we start losing overs. The bad news is that 3:46 was 4 minutes ago. So once we do get back out there, which is looking like it's not going to be in too long, the ground staff are putting the stumps back in the ground, which is always a great sign. They're just bringing the final hovercraft off. We'll be in a position to resume. Remember, of course, you can get involved on social media at ThunderCrick, at Central Sparks, hashtag Bring the Thunder, hashtag Sparks Will Fly. And you can get in touch with the commentary team via at This Is McCann MCCANN. Alison Byrne alongside me, captain of Lancashire and Cheshire once upon a time. Real cat and mouse game going on here, and I think we've got the cat and the mice of the two teams, but then the cat and the mice of the rain, because I don't mean to be the foreboding of bad news, but I sense this might not be the final time we're off. The clouds all come from away to our right hand side from where we are at the Brian Statham end, and Ellie Frelkeld and the two umpires, when we came off, kind of did look over in that direction very ominously, as if they were sort of staring into Mordor or something great and awful, and it doesn't look great. The forecast suggests we might get more showers in the next 2 to 3 hours, so it might be one of these Duckworth-Lewis sort of stern situations. Now, as of now, they are 3 runs ahead, but of course they are about to resume. But could be one for the numbers and one for
somebody who is good at statistics, perchance. And as we've hopefully demonstrated by now, that you're the man for this job. But having said that, I think you can see
interesting dynamics.
Yeah, definitely. But I'm looking over at the tower blocks in the city centre there, and they were dramatically less visible than they are now when they came off, so I'm hoping that that will remain the case. Looking the other way though, yeah, you're right, it's grey clouds and lots of them, but it's, you know, it's one of those toss a coin to decide whether it's going to rain or not, so we'll just bear with and enjoy what cricket we can get in the next couple of hours. It'll be interesting either way. But I do feel at this point the break, if it was going to benefit either side, and I don't think it does generally benefit anybody when you have to go off for rain, As a captain, I always used to think, well, you know, it's better to come off when you're fielding than when you're batting, because you've got, there we go, there's the score just come up for everybody. 3 behind.
DLS Parter tie is 59, currently on 62. So they're actually just above the required run rate, but of course they have already lost.
Morris and Norris also had identical bowling figures there. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah, I did notice that. I did notice
just
that.
to create even more confusion. Yeah, but as I say, I think of the two teams, I think it doesn't benefit anybody, but it's more disturbing to be a set batter and have to come off when you've got your groove and you've got to come on. The conditions have changed. You perhaps got a little bit cold while you're waiting to come back on.
You say that. This is just me playing devil's advocate, but the counter argument, I know some feel, is that Duckworth, Lewis, Stern, sometimes, particularly in a T20 era, doesn't necessarily account enough for the fact that you've still got your 10 wickets to throw at the target. Obviously they've lost to the Sparks, but the fact that you've kind of still got all that in hand. Let's have a look at the wickets from earlier on today, starting from the first innings, where, well, it has been something that they've been working on this season. Thunder, we talked before about the potential for collapses, and unfortunately from a pretty promising position of 103 for 1 in the 19th over, fell away to 153 for 7 before the recovery from primarily Sophie Eccleston, with a little bit of lower order resistance around her. And in truth, it was Eccleston who they had to thank. It is her highest list day score, made 74, beg your pardon. Yeah, it was 74 off 65 balls, 8 4s and 2 6s. Just hearing that it is reduced to 45 overs. Play to resume in approximately 10 minutes.
Did they say what the new
and
target was?
I believe I heard that it was 224 to win. So effectively, bless you, effectively the way this has worked out there is that it is taken 5 overs off the game, and it has handed the Sparks 11 runs. We're just going to take another little break, and we'll be back with you for the resumption of cricket in just under 10 minutes with the new target, 224 to win off 45 overs. minutes or so, which has cost us 5 overs in the contest. Ready to get back and resumed. We have the Central Sparks 62 for 2 off 12 when things stopped. And it is a revised target duly, of course, as you would expect to account for that. So Sparks need another 162 for win, 224 for victory. And into the fray comes a quite handy bowler, a more than quite handy bowler. Someone who posted list day career best earlier on of 74, Sophie Eccleston. Eccleston on with what looks to be a 5-4 field with 5 on the onside, protecting that shorter boundary. You are watching a genuinely world-class spinner in action. Sit back and enjoy. Erin Burns facing up. This will be a good contest. The Australian international facing up to one of, if not the world's best spinner. Here is Sophie Eccleston. The first ball for the Thunder this season is a dot that is played out by Burns to point for no run.
It seems to me she does seem to be one of the more skiddy bowlers. I think perhaps this slightly damp conditions may favour her more so than perhaps the slower bowling of Alex Hartley. As you can see, she spears it in there.
Eccleston again, driven straight to mid-off, fielded by Cross, no run. We were sort of debating as to who this will help more, that delay. It's turned away for a single. There is a sense sometimes with Duckworth Lewis Stern that, of course, the batting team has still got all of their wickets in hand to throw at the revised total, and in this generation compared to a previous generation, you know, a batting group, a team would not be as intimidated by a slightly higher required run rate than they once might have been because of a T20 era where you will routinely go out and try and score at 6, 7 and 8 and over from the get-go.
Oh, she's moving Dottin around.
Bowling to Jones for the first time. Now this is a key battle. Jones is so important for the Sparks, often anchors in innings. Spinning.
Lefty to lefty.
Just works this away, but straight to square leg. No run, fielded by Liberty Heap. Has had a couple of good starts this season. Made 29 against the Blaze, 34 against the Vipers. Has got really good history in this competition too. It's been a consistent big run scorer for them. Blocked straight to cover, no run. It's been the heaviest scorer in the Rachael Heyhoe-Fint Trophy for many a season. Jones this time can't score off that one again though. Very good first over from Eccleston. Right on the button, concedes just 1, 63 for 2 off 13, chasing this revised target of 224 to win. Mentioned Jones's history at this level. 2020 scored 334 runs in this competition, 276 in 2021, and then again was similarly impressive last season. It is Jones who's anchoring the innings, 32 not out, with just over half of the total. Burns alongside her and having to re-warm up, which is a bit of a fast bowler's nightmare.
Yes, isn't it?
You bowl one over, then it rains, and you have to come on and resume your spell. Here's a certain Tara Norris, USA international, first player to take a 5 for at the WPL, steaming into Burns with the keeper up. It's a nice spot to be in. Nice shot from Burns. Driven straight to mid-off, no run. Norris, who took that 5 for the Delhi Capitals against the Royal Challengers Bangalore, was highlighted by Crick Info as one of the players to watch. Joined from the Vipers, where he won plenty of silverware. nicely bowled. Was deliberately played by Burns. Knew that there was only deep third out behind square on the offside. So it might have looked like a flying dramatic edge, but there was an element of control to it. 64 for 2. I mentioned Norris and all the silverware she won at the Vipers. Vipers, of course, winners of this competition in 2020 and 2021, runners-up last season. But they won the T20 competition, the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Short outside off. Hitting the sweeper hard. Jones getting one to Datani, always a sign of a batter in form.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot. Controlled.
And then Tyra Norris, the Thunder have got one of the very best players in this competition last season. The third highest wicket taker, took 12 wickets at an average of under 20 and an economy rate of only just over 4. A grunting exhalation after bowling. It's played nicely but straight to cross at short mid wicket. Another dot, so Norris just building the pressure off the back of what Eccleston did in the previous over. I think it'd be fair to say that Thunder haven't quite seen the best of her yet.
Of Norris? Yeah, well, I mean, the results and the bowling figures suggest that, but it's early doors, isn't it, for her with a new starter here up north, as they say. It's a little bit leggy.
Yeah, going down leg. Gets the dot though. Tidy set so far from Norris. 1 for 66 off her 8 overs a couple of weeks ago. Was quite expensive against the South East Stars. Then none for 32 off 7 at the Storm, which very much exceptions to the rule of her history of bowling in this competition. You would think it is only a matter of when rather than if she comes good for the Thunder, and she'll hope that today can be her day. Oh, beautifully bowled from Norris. Just going down leg. Definitely looked like a good shout. There's this sort of half smile from the umpire as it's given his leg by. 66 for 2 of 14. I believe
much better over from Norris.
Very
nice.
Good.
Very good.
Very well constructed over. We've only had 4 runs scored off the first 2 since the resumption.
Well, yeah.
That reminds me, I believe that the umpire that gave that decision is the very same umpire who at Rosa Talks Ball highlighted on Twitter a little bit of work that we actually didn't quite catch, which was on the stream. Must have been a moment where both of us were nattering about something, because as we have another look at this shout, Norris pitching outside leg and it's going further down, so it's a good thing that neither of us are umpires. Although we're not in line, and dare I suggest you.
I did say not out. So I got that right. More by luck than by.
I thought it was.
Skill.
I thought it was closer than it actually was. But we are not in line, I should stress, is Eccleston, and that's just jabbed out to point for no run. At Rosa Talks Ball on Twitter highlighted a moment where that very same umpire, the ball sort of came into their personage, into their region, and they did a couple of flick ups. Eccleston sliced, was looking to go hard down the ground. It went nowhere near that for Burns, who's instead going to get 2 out to a vacant deep third region. Gore has to make a long chase round from backward point. 2 to the total, 68 for 2, but that's just the pressure building up. Umpire did a couple of flick ups, football style, and then caught the ball. And Rose was highlighting the techers, I think the young people call it, of the umpire, driven with a straight back at Eccleston. Sounded very good off the bat, which yeah, is a term relatively unfamiliar to me, but I'm told that's a real compliment from the younger generation. Eccleston again a bit more flighted, and that's just worked into the gap at cover for 1. 69 for 2, so we are all in binary since resumption. All in dots and singles, apart from that 2 down to deep third. This is just what the Thunder would have wanted.
Tight.
Not giving anything away here, and that is what you get when you've got Sophie Eccleston in your team.
Floodlights are actually a little bit off-putting, to be fair.
Yeah, do you know what? You're right.
They're bright, aren't they? Need to be. It's a very dull day here in Manchester.
Beautifully bowled from Eccleston, finds the inside edge of Jones's bat. The feet didn't really move there. Kind of came off the inside edge onto her pad. It was an uncertain prod. Eccleston once more just jabbed out onto the onside, fielded by Dottin, and that is another tight over.
Really
3
is,
conceded from it, so 69 for 2 off 12, and that is what you get when you've got Sophie Eccleston in your team.
Right.
And do you know what you notice? It's the small, as Blink 182 once sung, it's all the small things. It's the way she races through the over.
Yeah.
That over took 2 minutes tops.
She doesn't give the batters time to settle.
She knows all the tricks of the trade, and it's such a privilege to sit here and watch it live in person. Here's Norris continuing. Bowled a good first couple, either side the rain delay.
Awful toss.
It's hit straight on the bounce to mid-off, where it is fielded well by Eccleston. Well, that in a weird way can give a bowler a bit of confidence there, because they know they've got away with it, and the batter knows they've missed out.
You do get a sense that the Sparks are forcing it a little bit now.
Yeah.
You know, this tight bowling from Norris at one end and Eccleston at the other seems to have changed the mindset slightly.
Short, forced off the back foot. That is a nice looking shot, and cover point has to make good ground to her left, fielded by Lamb, who we might see later on with the ball. He bowled well and batted well in this fixture last season, which the Thunder won. And similarly to this one, was rain delayed with the Sparks chasing. In that they chased unsuccessfully. Norris wants to be shorter down leg. Magnificent keeping from Frelkeld. It is a wide, but that doesn't really tell you the full story. The full story is to be found in much more than the scorebook, as is so often the case. The way Frelkeld moves down leg and takes that as if it's just the simplest bit of sort of picking apples off a tree or something. And looks for the stumping, as you do. Beautiful stuff. Norris again, just flick down a fine leg for 1, 72 for 2. It's funny you mentioned in the first 2 games maybe not quite seeing the best of Norris. Thunder assistant coach Stephen Parry was just talking about the first 2 games as a whole and said we've not played as well as we did in pre-season. Of course there was the washout afterwards too. And certain passages of play we look really good and have improved a massive amount from where we were a couple of years ago. We're just not doing it for long enough. Norris again. Full does find the outside edge. That was a genuine outside edge from Burns, but there is only deep third there, so one more, 73 for 2.
I think certain players have played well in the games. What's not happening is we need 4 or 5 players to have good games at once, not 2 or 3. 4, 5 or even 6 players really at their best, which has not happened yet, but when it does we're going to give somebody an absolute battering.
And what's interesting is he added that could be bowling in partnerships or at times with the bat when we needed to go on a bit further. Shorter from Norris, just turned away but straight to Dottin at point. When we've needed to go on a bit further, we've lost a couple of quick wickets. Now you would imagine, regardless of the result here, I'm sure they'll be looking a bit back today at going from 105 for 1 to 153 for 7, and again that sort of losing wickets in clumps. 1 ball left of what's been a good set from Norris so far. Nice. Short and forced back to the bowler. It is another dot, so the pressure very much remains on. The 4 overs since the resumption have conceded just 11, so there is a real sense that steadily there is
tighten the screw here,
something building here.
Can I also mention, dear viewer, that Michael turned round and I got the shock of my life because I mentioned the floodlights that are glaring straight into us. He suddenly turned around. Just take a look. Look. What is that? What is that? And I didn't know you were doing it. You just turned around and suddenly I just saw these yellow. I thought you'd turn into some sort of southern London alien or something. I don't know. Good shot.
Short, forced off the back foot out to deep cover. Have you been reading too many of those conspiracy theories on the internet?
I'm just very suspicious by nature, Michael. Just gets the one for that.
Generally, they're more used in sun
than artificial light
Yeah.
in Manchester.
Yeah.
You look like you're going clubbing. You're like an old man who's gone into a nightclub by mistake. Oh, where's me sunnies? As Eccleston comes into bowl. Again, nice and tight. No run there. It's good stuff, this, isn't it? Just what they needed.
I do sense
both these bowlers.
I do sense there's a big shot coming here. The pressure's built.
Well, you'll be able to see it, won't you? You'll be able to look into the night sky. That's a little dab down. It's not quite a big shot, but it's certainly going to get them at least one, I suspect two, down to third. Yep, they've taken two there. Jones moves on to 36. Burns is currently on 15. The score still has moved on to 76 for 2. Slightly ahead of the run rate now, our Thunder. Good move by Threlkeld, bringing Eccleston on at this point, I feel. Again, well fielded from Eccleston. Another dot ball.
I mean, the other thing, and this sounds a tad cynical and hopefully it doesn't come to this, but it's always worth thinking about when you've got games like this where the game's getting short and the forecast isn't great.
Oh, she's taking a big hike. She's really going for it. I told you, Michael, put your crystal ball away now. It's those glasses, isn't it? Can you see into the future as well? Those sci-fi glasses. So, we're just looking at the highlights here, Mike.
So this is the highlights from the first innings, which all started there in terms of wickets for Sparks. Naomi Ditani caught off Izzy Wong and then was really impressed by Georgia Davis. Bob very, very tidily, as did Burns. They took 6 wickets between them, the two spinners. And obviously there's that element of good bowling. Batters might be frustrated with shot choices. That was how Fee Morris was out after a good knock at the top. As new over starts from Norris, turned away for 1, might want 2. They're going to take 2.
They're going for it. Good running from the pair. Backed up, my go, as every good cricketer should do. As the ball's coming into the bowler's end, definitely save your bowler's hands if you can. Last thing you want is a bowler with a dodgy finger or two. Here comes Norris. Off the back foot, out towards the cover boundary, just for a single on that occasion, fielded by Lamb. May well figure as a bowler in this match. Scoring rate does have to seem to slow down a little bit with the use of the spinner.
All I was going to add is that sometimes you want to get the overs in before the game gets reduced. And it's one of these small things, but I wonder whether it was just in the back of Threlkeld's mind.
Well,
more showers
the
apparently
coaches
on
and
the
the
way.
statisticians would have been in her ear hole, I'm sure, during the wet rain break. Nice stroke for nothing. Oh, she's taken a quick singler, I tell a lie. I looked for all the world as if she was going to settle to for nothing there, but she's taken a really sharp single. That's really good running there.
Well, it was good running because she knew that she'd hit it just to the right of Norris, and so in Eccleston's direction at mid-on, and knew that it was to Eccleston's wrong
Right
side. So Eccleston was going to have to do a lot there, even for a fielder of her quality, to get close to a run out.
Brilliant. It's using your brain as well as your skills there. Oh, that's a good strike again through the covers, but again there's a boundary rider out there and they've kept it to 1. Beautiful throw straight in the keeper's gloves. Every keeper loves those.
Nice change up from it being thrown at your feet.
Yeah, you'd be used to that village cricket, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
Hey?
Yeah, I've just in the last 2 weeks discovered the joys of it. Magnificent.
Norris is in bowling into the left-hander again here, into Jones. Still got a deep cover, deep backward square, and she comes. And it's gone into the fielder. Short cover. Fielded it beautifully. Straight back to the keeper again. Dot ball. It's Crossy doing a bit for a follow bowler there.
But yeah, sometimes, I mean, it's even more applicable in a T20, of course. But I want to get those Premier bowlers on when the rain's about.
Here we go. Nice little dab off the legs into the square leg boundary there. We're thinking about it. Well done on the boundary there. Kept it to 1. Good pick up from Norris, the bowler there. Backed up again by Cross and Gower. Gore, I beg your pardon. Gower was blonde haired, left-handed, very elegant batsman from way before you were born.
Do you know what it is funny when I saw the name pop up on my screen? So we have a look at the last 5 wickets to fall in the first innings from the Thunder. Again, we see Burns causing problems. That was the ball of the day. Just kissed the outside of Kate Cross's off stump, and it had Cross sort of looking around in bewilderment. And then, oh look, picking up 1. All the seamers picked up a wicket each, and then the spinners got 6 between them. That was a very good catch from Wong out on the boundary to finish things off. Eccleston gone for a list A best score of 74. Now it's got ball in hand.
And well done. Another dot ball. Backed up again. Mid on. The batsman just didn't really have any choice but to dab it down there. They're scared of going across batted to Eccleston because they know she's got the ability to spin it. She's got the ability to change the pace. There's a little dab down to fine leg again. Swooped. Love that word. Swooped by is that Young Liberty Heap? I think it is. Again, reducing the batsman to not a lot. 0, in fact. She's gone for a bigger shot there. Oh, Eccleston clutches at her face in disgust at that. They've run 2, but it definitely wasn't what the intention of the batter there. They got lucky, I feel.
Yeah, ended up with a bat that saw a weird cross bat angle, then sort of pulled out, and it looped up off the edge into that vacant
got their sunnies
third.
on, Mike. You're just such a trendsetter.
Well, clearly, like me, she's not enjoying the glare of the floodlights.
Yes, they are bright, surprisingly so. I hadn't realised how much so. And she comes again, and again she's forced a defensive stroke from the batter for no run.
It does feel very English cricket that the first time I've used my extra sunshade this season is because of bright artificial lights to make it less cloudy and dark.
Not only that, but you're indoors, Mike, as well. Oh, that's close. Oh, that had gone straight to the stumps. She was off balance though. But again, judged it well. They knew it had gone to the side of the fielder there. She had to make ground to make up. That gave them an extra little half-second.
Thing is, they've got to run positively like that.
Absolutely.
Particularly against Eccleston, you have to at least make sure you can sort of tick on over. It's difficult. It's really difficult for the Sparks here.
Oh, well, that's a rarity. It's gone right through Dottin's legs, of all things. And they're going to get 2 here. It's been struck firmly through mid-wicket. Should have been a dot ball.
Yeah, that will really frustrate Sophie Eccleston.
It's a very rare sight, a misfield. To be fair, from any of the Thunder players so far in this innings, let alone Dottin. And the score's moved on to 87 for 2.
So it's funny you mentioned fielding. Stephen Parry was actually talking about that pre-match specifically in terms of where he thought the side had improved. He said the way we've been fielding has been miles better. That's one thing. Now the girls have got a full-time gym program. You can see that dynamism shining through. Myself, Paul Shaw and Craig White can definitely see things growing. There's no doubt. In our first game against the Stars, the girls admitted they were really disappointed, but they were better against the Storm, which is encouraging. But he really felt like the one thing that he would get, the implication that was that he was most pleased with the 3 departments of the game was the fielding.
Highly underrated previously, but here comes Norris again. Start of her next over. That's a lovely shot off the back foot out towards deep point, just for the single. Burns has moved on to 21, Jones 42, and the score has gone to 88 for 2.
When you say underrated, do you mean in that maybe there wasn't enough?
Well, back in the day, there was.
On it?
I mean, I'm talking way back. There was focus on it, but you know, for example, the diving on the boundary, the little spins, the fielding in pairs, you know, ferrying the ball back. I mean, the amazing stunts they pull off on the boundary to prevent 6s and 4s. And that one's been pulled away by the right-hander down to square leg. Datani's picked it up. Strong throw from the left-hander. Another single. Yeah, and you look at just looking at the Thunder and all the other teams in this competition warming up is an absolute joy in itself, watching the skills they've got. It's way. I think it's the biggest difference between the game now and the game when I played.
And again, that's where we go back to the increase in contracts this season means that once England players are back, you've got full 11s of full-time professionals playing each other.
It's a nice shot again into the gap there. Datani's being kept busy out on that boundary. She's in and out like a yo-yo.
Might see her with the ball later.
Yes, of course. We haven't even mentioned her bowling, have we? I mean, very experienced
I'm just
player.
looking down that squad list. Pretty much everybody apart from Liberty Heap and obviously Rachael, the keeper. Everybody else is in contention to have a bowl. I mean, it's
We've got a shed load of bowlers waiting in the wings if any of them don't perform as well.
Yeah.
So Norris's 4th ball of this over. Field remains the same. Oh, it's a bit leggy. She flicked it. Oh, and she was being backed up there. Jones had come a long way down and was sent back by Burns.
You got Dottin, Lamb, Datani, Eccleston, Cross, Norris, Morris, Hartley, Gore, Heap.
Who else? Yeah.
That's it. That's your 10 outfielders.
Yeah.
So 9 of the 10 of them are, yeah.
And I bet if Liberty Heap was in the net, she wouldn't do a bad job either.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, they all bat and bowl in the net. We all do, don't we? And everybody does when you go to the net, don't you? Oh, that's nice, but it's going down the leg, but it's dot ball. Should be pleased with that. And then there's Phoebe Graham, and then there's Sashin Pye, and there's Laura Jackson,
knocking on the door.
Daisy Mullen, etc., etc.
Fee Thomas, Laura Marshall,
Yep.
Hannah Jones, Steph Butler, again, Scott, all yet to play a game. Apart from Liv Thomas, who's played a couple. Everybody else who we just named hasn't. Alice Clark, too.
Who's a keeper, I think. But yeah, she can bowl, I'm sure. I only know that because I met her about an hour ago for the first time. Had a chat with her.
I was more making sure she didn't feel left out.
Left out, no.
Make sure
What a lovely girl, by the way.
One.
It's lovely to meet you, Alice. And good luck with your career. She was so interested in the history and the legacy, and it's just lovely. As I say, none of us begrudge these girls this opportunity. Just grab it with both hands, ladies, and go for it. It's amazing. Short, perhaps a bit high. Perhaps a bit high. It was a short ball. Probably would have gone over the stumps and possibly down leg as well. But a little shock for the batter there. 91 for 2. We're just getting some more highlights there. Oh, we're getting a rerun here. Way down leg, Michael. So it's given us a leg bye, obviously. And scores moved on to 92 for 2.
So, since the resumption, we've had 8 overs, from which 30 runs have been scored. At a tickle under 4 and over. Haven't lost any more wickets, the Sparks, but haven't necessarily accelerated on like they might have liked. I just wonder whether in the back of their minds as well, I don't want to use the phrase see them off because that's always a dangerous mentality, but there will be an element of if they can get through the 10 overs of Eccleston without a huge amount of damage in the wickets column, even if they're not necessarily scoring at the rate they might like, they might be somewhat content with that.
Dangerous game to play when you've got the likes of Dottin up your sleeve.
Absolutely is. Hit hard straight at short mid-wicket. But it would be an understandable mentality to have. You know, from a Sparks point of view, Sophie Eccleston is the most dangerous bowler in the Thunder lineup. Played inside out. That's a really lovely cricket shot, and that's a really lovely bit of fielding out there as well from Liberty Heap. It means that it's a comfortable 2. It's a very good piece of cricket all round. It wasn't a bad ball at all from Eccleston, but it was clever improvisation from Burns just to try and create and open up an angle.
It's the joy of having these teenagers in the side. They are sliding around everywhere in the field. It's great.
Again goes inside out Burns, but has hit this straight to Datani at extra cover. It's just keeping. Just watch Burns here with a easy for her to do. Badly for me to say. Watch her foot movement. She's keeping extremely leg side the ball against Eccleston. She's trying to open up that offside.
Watch Eccleston follow her though. There you go. She's followed her.
Again goes inside out, and this time smashes it down the ground. That's a great shot. A real release shot. It is the first boundary since the resumption of play 8.5 overs ago. They've really needed that, the Sparks. They've been nudging and nurdling the ball around, but now have a boundary to celebrate. Really good cricket from Burns, putting the pressure back on Sophie Eccleston, who of course, as we know, is a world-class operator.
She's smiling because she actually won't mind that, you know.
No, absolutely.
You know.
It puts you right in the game in a way too.
Risks.
Any good spinner, as soon as you see a batter advance down the track, thinks, right, this is the challenge, I'm up for this, this is the game. Flight, guile, variations. That one's left alone by Burns outside the off stump. Eccleston completes the set with something of a spinner's Yorker, if you will, and it is well dug out by Burns after it was slid in quicker and flatter. End of the 21st, 98 for 2, and well,
this is a very handy partnership, isn't it? And here we go, we're going to get the results of the old Manhattan over to the statistician.
Yeah, you can see that they've just sort of steadily accumulated that light blue across the last 8 overs or so, solidly building, and then that boundary just ticking that over up a little more. It really is a proper nip and tuck game of cricket.
Yeah.
There's every chance this goes right the distance, I think. My suspicion remains...
Hartley's coming on.
That if the Sparks bat through the innings and don't get bowled out, or at the very least very close to getting bowled out, they will achieve the target.
Now, I suggest Hartley will have a slightly different field to, obviously different to Norris.
Likes to bowl with a little bit more flight.
She does give it a bit more air, yeah.
Is not quite as quick. Of course, vastly experienced player for those maybe watching Alex Hartley for the first time, part of the England women's team that won the World Cup so memorably at Lord's back in 2017. Left arm orthodox, is having to protect the short boundary here that Jones will be eyeing up. There's square leg mid wicket and long on out. Ring of 4 on the offside with a deep cover. That's just flicked behind square on the leg side. There's nobody there, so it's a big old chase for deep square leg coming round. It's a very comfortable trotted 2 for Jones. So Eve Jones on to 45. We'll be eyeing up yet another 50 to go on her tally.
I think she's a good thinker, Alex Hartley. She's canny, as all good spin bowlers have got to be.
Short, slightly short back of a length outside the off stump, and
she pushed that one a bit quicker, possibly.
Yeah, she did. I think Jones was anticipating a bit of turn coming into her that wasn't quite there. Hartley again, this time on the pads, and just worked on the half volley to mid wicket for 1. On that shorter side, 101 for 2. Burns on 29, Jones on 46. So far in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy this season, Alex Hartley with 1 for 22 off 4 against the Stars here a fortnight ago, and none for 40 off 6 in the game at the Storm. Left arm around now. Burns just flicking it down to Eccleston at long on. comfortable trotted single. We are kind of in that period of the innings where you get a lot of what I call agreed singles.
Discuss.
It's Hartley again. That's gone to short fine leg, diving stop, but hasn't actually got anything on it though, Gort. Needs deep square leg to come
It's
round.
a long way down for her, isn't
So
it?
an agreed single is where sort of the ball is played out very close to a sweeper, you know, with plenty behind it, such that they've hit the sweeper relatively hard. But at the same time, they know that they've put it too close to the sweeper to really get two. So they'll sort of trot through, knowing that it's one. And there's kind of a universal agreement that, yeah, this is the middle overs, and that's another agreed single. 103 for 2 off 22. Now remember, we're actually almost at the halfway point of this run chase. It's been reduced to 45 overs, 224 to win.
It's very close.
And this partnership is worth 59, as you can see. Comfortably the biggest of the innings so far after the early loss of Brewer, and then Freeborn went for 17. These two have put on an unbeaten 59.
At the same stage, the Thunder were 109, but they'd lost another wicket, so very tight.
Yeah. Eccleston to continue. Short. Too short, flicked away. It could have been a catch for Heap, but short backward square leg. Instead, Gore has to go back and do the chasing at the expense of a couple more.
It would have been a specky, as Alex Hartley calls them.
Yeah, it would have been.
But, yeah,
Jones
on another day.
Is one short of a 50. He's facing Sophie Eccleston. Drives straight at mid-off. Nice looking shot, but won't get anything for it. Eve Jonesy's had a couple of good starts this season without going on. Be determined that today is the day where she's not left in the same scenario. Floated up, just trying to tempt her in. She was on it a bit early, just had to check that shot and hold it back. Otherwise, would have ended up possibly chipping that straight back to Eccleston. Eccleston again. And she's managed to get this in the gap just to the right of short cover, and that is 50 for Eve Jones off 75 balls. Takes the applause from her teammates. Such a consistent run scorer over so many seasons in this competition for the Central Sparks, and he's doing it again on this occasion. It is 50 off 75 balls with 4 fours. Will now look to go on.
Beautifully played innings, beautifully paced.
Eccleston once more, short and works straight to
the very long barrier.
Gore at backward point. It was a few yards to her left, and again, that was good backing up, good aggressive backing up, good calling to be hunting the possibility of a run. Declined it in the end, but again, good intent. Comes down the pitch this time, Burns, and hits this on the bounce to mid-on. There's a really good contest there between Burns and Eccleston, and we've got plenty of instalments of it left. Eccleston still has 4 overs up her sleeve, 106 for 2 off 23.
Another tight over, as you say.
The clouds are starting to look a bit worryingly ominous again. Almost as ominous as my extra layer of sunglasses for the floodlights is uncool.
So you're talking about a cloudy day and sun and floodlights in the specs. Clouds are looking ominous. I'm surprised you can see them. What clouds? All I can see is orange.
Yeah, it is very, very English cricket conditions to be only using sunglasses in this situation. Hartley to continue. Just down leg, but works straight to Heap at short mid wicket. They've plugged that gap. They've decided they don't want Jones to have an easy single there. It's a more aggressive field this over, and deep square legs come up as well. So they're just trying to tempt Jones into playing the big shot here. They've only got 2 out. Shorter outside off. No real foot movement from Jones. He's left ruining that. So the only 2 they've got out are deep mid wicket and deep cover. I have to say, I like this field from the Thunder. I like the thinking. Comes down the track, meets it on the half volley. It's a nice shot from Jones, but it won't be the pressure release. Fielded it mid-on by Tara Norris. There is a partnership very well set in here, and it's just trying to find a way to disrupt it. It's come off the outside edge. That's well bowled from Hartley. A little bit of luck for Jones. They get 107 for 2. Jones has 51.
Yeah, especially clever, and particularly bowling into the left hand, of course, because with being left hand spin, it will turn into her. And you know, so if she's going to try and play it through that gap on the off, she's playing it against the spin. But of course, now we've got the right hand, and I've given you all that. So not quite the same.
Burns goes back to this short one. Now that is an agreed single. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You see what I mean there? So Dottin has fielded that on the 3/4 out, a deep backward square leg. As it's gone towards Dottin, they've walked the single. Dottin has somewhat walked towards the ball. It's all very, you know, everyone's agreed. That's fine. That's one. You know, that's the perfect ball to demonstrate the concept. Proof of concept, as they say in the business world.
Left-hander's back on strike. Change of field again.
Oh, he really gives this one some flight. It's hit out down to long on. Jones will get 1 to end the 24th. 109 for 2.
Well, I think Thunder have got to the stage where they really need to be trying to get one of these two out.
And that's why I said I like that feel from Hartley in terms of the thinking of just bring a couple more up and say, hey, here's the carrot, here's the short boundary, you know. Do you fancy it?
If you want to play against the spin, go for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Another change of bowling.
Now, I have got a little DLS calculator here, and it's always interesting as kind of a part, and it reckons that as things are now, so we have a look at some planes flying overhead, you know, about par, give or take right now, is roughly about 94. So they're about 15 runs ahead of that, and that reflects kind of what we're saying, which is there was a very tight spell of bowling initially after drinks from Eccleston and Norris, but this partnership is just starting to tick along it now, and the longer it goes on, the deeper they take things, the more of a concern it will become. Gore's back on.
Change of ends for her.
From the Jimmy Anderson end. Flicked away, was in danger of flicking that straight into the hands of Dattani at short mid-wicket. Met on the half volley by Jones, met confidently. Just about managed to keep it down. Keep herself in.
Again, there's only 3 on the 4 on the onside, 4-5 field.
Gore bowls, and that's straight to Dottin at backward points again. Just building the pressure. Dots build pressure, pressure takes wickets. That's what the Thunder will be hoping here from Gore. He's now got the keeper, Rachael, standing up. Down leg and well taken. Wasn't anything on it, so it will be a wide. But again, Ellie Rachael demonstrating her excellence. Was one thing I really noticed when scouring all the different Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy previews this season. The excellence of the keeping of Rachael was consistently cited by various pundits. By Gore, and sort of slapped almost baseball style from Jones down the ground, very much not with a straight bat. Sounded good off the bat, but it is straight at mid-off, and it is another dot. Polly Starkey saying in her words, direct quote, that Rachael's exceptional keeping could be vital to some excellent stumpings and catches, particularly with the Thunder's talented spin bowlers, but then the ability to stand up to the seamers. Gore again, and Jones just sort of pancake flipping this through mid-wicket. met with the top hand, and the bottom hand provided the power, and it is a really valuable boundary. It is only the second boundary that's been hit since the innings resumed after the rain break. Best part of more than 10 overs ago now, and it's 114 for 2. So we've had only 2 boundaries hit in 13 overs. It's been a lot of accumulation. Last ball of the over, and Jones was just a bit early on that one. Not sure if it was a little slow ball variation from Gore. Just had a pushing at it, had to hold herself back to end up avoiding chipping it to extra cover or
thinking
middle.
If that's the case.
And that is 114 for 2 with 1 to go from Gore. Full outside off, and absolutely crunched down the ground from Jones. That's a great strike. Second boundary of the over. Really just letting go of any sense of pressure on the Sparks. That was more hand-eye than anything else. Kind of clubbed down the ground for 4. 118 for 2 off 25. Jones is going very nicely on 60, anchoring the innings. Burns is ticking along well 2 off 31. The partnership is building very, very nicely in that sort of game of the pendulum that match of cricket can be. Onus really is now on the Thunder to find something.
Definitely. So they came together when the score was 43, I believe. Is that right? No, 44. Yeah, so
44.
Hartley's to continue.
Partnership is 65 in exactly 17 overs.
Big shot. Big shot. Right over the bowler's head. And it's been given as a 6. We couldn't see underneath there. It's right below us. What a great shot. Moves the score on to 124. Burns moves into the late 30s on 37. Again, you can see the footwork from Burns. Quick feet, sharp feet, and a good eye. Now, with Hartley being a slightly slower bowler, this is the danger, and also the weapon of Hartley, because she can elicit an error. Wide ball given down the leg, taken easily by Frelkelt.
So with that 6, it's now under 100 to win in just under 20 overs. So suddenly it is the Sparks who definitely have the upper hand.
Oh, well said, Michael. Hartley has just bowled an absolute glorious ball, and it's beaten the batter all ends down. And it's Burns, the Australian.
Big wicket.
What a big wicket. Yeah. Look at this on the replay. Oh, it's just moved a little bit there. Burns has misread it slightly, but Hartley won't mind that.
Partnership of 81 for the third
really
wicket.
Needed that. It was such a timely wicket for the Thunder, and that's game on again. For those of you listening, now the coronation has finished. Welcome back. It's Alison Byrne, Lancashire, Cheshire, former captain, and Mike McGann, and we'd love to see you sharing the Lancs TV post, because I think this is going to be an absolute scorcher of a game. Not in temperature terms.
Could just see from side on, maybe kept a touch low from Hartley.
Yeah.
Burns was through the shot a bit early. Was just slower and a bit cleverly sort of held back from Hartley.
Campbell coming in. Tell me some stats about Campbell, Michael.
Amy Campbell made 15 off 26 in the game at the Blaze, and then 9 not out of 8 against the Diamonds when batting at 5, but had comfortably her best innings of the season so far, with 54 off 76 in the home game against the Vipers. Was the top scorer for the Sparks in a game where they were pretty low scoring. They only got 183 for 9. The Vipers chased it down with 3 wickets to spare, so is in good form after that 50 against the Vipers. Will be feeling in confident mood here, walking out.
I'm loving that scorecard there from Hartley. 6 wide wicket. That's typical spinner, that, isn't it?
Spin life.
Life of a spinner.
But yeah,
Now,
Campbell will be feeling confident after that 50. She really struggled for runs last season for the Sparks. Only made 74 in the Charlotte Edwards Cup all season and 89 in the whole campaign in the Rachael Heyhoe-Fint Trophy.
She's up against a canny operator. Israel Kelt's just stopped Hartley from running in there, checking her boundary rider is in the right place. Here we go. Oh, that's a good shot. I thought for a minute it was going to get stopped by Hartley, then the fielder, and I thought this fielder below us was going to stop it, but it's 4 runs.
What a way to get off the mark.
Exactly, it was a nice shot. Deserved 4 runs.
Yeah, bringing...
Straight drive, lovely straight drive. Off the back, I don't know, back foot, front foot. I think she was going to go back
sort
footed
of
and then
forced off
changed
the
her
back
mind.
foot, wasn't it? Kind of rocked back and just whipped the hands through it.
Nicely played through to mid-off for no run.
Amy Campbell, who is only second to Erin Burns in terms of experience in this Sparks side.
Nice shot again. Fielded by Eccleston there. She got down really well. For a tall girl, it's always takes a bit longer.
Made her county debut back in 2005 for Northumberland. 18 years ago.
Amy Campbell.
That's experience right there.
Nice pick up. Another dot ball. And a mixed over from Hartley, but I think she'd be pleased with the result. Finally, it's 129 for 3. Thunder have had a breakthrough there. Much needed. Jones has moved on to 60. And you can see it's neck and neck on that worm. Even I can see that. What a game we've got in store.
Yeah, what Central Sparks will be going back to though is they have still got Jones there. They've got plenty to come in the middle order and lower middle order. Right now, I think I'd still just about rather be the Sparks.
Yeah.
But
I think so, but
the door has been kind of opened.
Thunder have got the runs on the board, and that's always a nice feeling to have. And we've just got a little matter of Kate Cross to deal with now. Oh no, I'll tell a lie. Kate Cross had the ball in her hand. It's Fee Morris.
I was going to say, unless Kate Cross has been working on
Pass the ball to her. Pass the ball to her. Little white towel in the backside should have given her away. Little bunny tail. But equally as difficult to face at times. Very experienced. Again, another off-break bowler, right-handed. Well, that was a forced shot. It didn't quite come off. It's edged its way towards the dotting.
I mean, the one thing they do have here, as we discussed, is sort of an embarrassment of riches in terms of bowling, in terms of quantity and quality and different types of bowlers.
That's a bit more flight, and she squirted that. There's no other word for it really. It came off the edge, sliced off the bat in towards covers for a dot ball again. Good start from Morris. Bit quicker. Oh, don't know what it hit, but for a moment the Thunder girls were interested, but it's a dot ball regardless.
She's tried to play that big shot down the ground 3 times, and every single time it's come off the edge, and she's got quite lucky.
Yeah,
that's been the get out shot of jail shot she's gone to, and it hasn't quite worked.
And again, just get the single this time. Rolling over is Eccleston in her snazzy red shoes and her fabulous sunglasses. She's got a little tail as well. Can't miss Eccleston. She's got lots of things to help us recognise her, hasn't she, apart from the fact
Throwing left-handed.
Oh, she's left-handed. Oh yeah, all these things. They all help. I'm getting on a bit like me. Morris is testing the wind there, the blade of grass. A little adjustment to the field there. She's bringing in a fielder slightly further forward towards the wickets.
Jones doesn't need to force it here. Jones needs to look to just, I mean, I know it's really easy to say, but look to bat through or as close as.
Campbell plays sensibly there, but it's a really good comeback over from Morris. Just the one off it, 130 for 3. Just what the doctor. I'm keeping the doctor busy today, aren't I? Because I've put lots of demands upon him. Doctors, I've said it about 4 times now. Do you know why? It's because we had a message from a doctor, didn't we, earlier on, and I've got the word doctor in my head now.
Another interesting game within a game here. So obviously Eccleston's bowled 6 so far. They've gone for 21. Very tidy set before coming off. You know, when are you bringing Eccleston back for her last 4? He's having it right till the end, because knowing that she can handle that pressure.
Yeah. Or Cross.
Finish off with, well, that's what I mean. You finish off with Eccleston and Cross. You know that you've got those two as your bankers.
The thing
but then
is, if you've got something like Morris coming in and bowling overs with only 1 run being conceded, that's fantastic, isn't it? As a captain, Hartley's there. Yeah, she's given a couple of runs away, but she's taken a key wicket. So it's all coming together for Threlkeld, really, isn't it? Nice from Hartley. Dot ball.
It's a funny one though. Obviously, to have a team where you've got 8-9 people who can genuinely creditably bowl is fantastic, but it can sometimes leave you almost spoilt for choice.
Bit of flight there, and I think there's somebody at long on who's going to come and sweep around and collect that nicely from Tara Norris. Just the 1 run. 1 run. Yeah, I mean, as a captain, I'd much rather have 9 bowlers to choose from than 5.
I was waiting for you to say that, and it is the obvious
come on.
response, and it's. But you know what I mean. It
Yeah,
doesn't.
I do,
It
yeah,
doesn't
I
mean
do.
that it doesn't bring with itself
It's trying to keep
things
them
to
all
think
happy,
about.
but at this level, they're professional
No,
players.
of course.
You know, so their aim should be the team's aim, regardless, shouldn't it? As it should be in every game of cricket. But we all know, we've all met them, haven't we? The ones who want to bat open the batting, open the bowling, field it slip.
I don't mean it so much as in. I mean the club cricket vibe obviously would be giving everyone a go. I more mean it as in who. Here it's kind of who do you use and when.
Juggling your pack. That's a nice shot, and they've just taken the cover fielder out of there. That's gone for 4. She's hit that off the back foot through the covers for a beautifully placed 4 from Campbell. That's taken her score onto 8. We'll see that replay again. Head still, bang. Lovely.
2 very well hit boundaries from Amy Campbell, having just walked out there.
How can Hartley reply to that shot? Bowled it a little bit closer to her legs, and she's unable to force that one away. To dot ball, no run.
Very much as our roots in the north, Amy Campbell came through the Durham youth system.
Interesting.
Northumberland.
Tatani's moved back on the point boundary. Flight. Down to long on for a single. And that's a healthy over from the Sparks there. And the score has moved on, 136 for 3. 6 off the over. Jones 62 off 93. Well, I was going to say plodding. It's hardly plodding, but she's a steady rock there, isn't she?
Yeah.
Campbell 9 off 9.
Yeah.
That's what you want for your sport player coming in at 100% strike rate, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, yeah. Very much. I know she gets a little bit of joking stick from members of the camp for not necessarily being a local to the Sparks' development region. Amy Campbell mentioned coming through with Durham and Northumberland, had some time with Yorkshire in 2013 and 2014, then was back with Durham, played for the Northern Diamonds in 2020 and 2021.
Oh, she's gone big again.
Played for the Manchester Originals in the 100 last season too. Now settling into Sparks colours. Threlkeld has seen something.
She's seen something there, hasn't she? I was just about to say. What do you want, D? I'm liking the look of that. Of course, it's always interesting when you hear the batsman at the other end listening into their conversation as well.
That's that thing people do where they subtly try and pretend they're not, but they are.
Then the ear.
Same thing between overs when the 2 batters come mid-pitch for a chat and fielders sort of go past but try and go in orbit such that they can pick
moved
up
Eccleston out of there, put her at slip. She might be a bit tired after that really long innings by her standards. Short, pulled into Tatani in the open space on the leg side. Just for the 1. Yeah, Cass and Mouse definitely going on here. Oh, they moved Eccleston around to final leg from slope, obviously with the left-hander. She does look a bit stiff in the field, does our Sophie. I'm not surprised though with that innings.
Batted superbly. 74 of 65. It's not really worth thinking about where the Thunder would have been without it.
Yeah. And again, little dive from the bowler there. No run. Score remains on 137. You can hear the laughter from the Sparks below us, they're enjoying themselves. A little bit quicker. A great stop for Morris. She looks really athletic in the field, isn't she?
Yep.
Super. She's well backed up there as well. That's what you want, team effort. Dot ball.
Very tidy stuff, this.
Oh, they've moved the long on fielder back towards the boundary. Little dab down to leg on Soph. Oh, she gets down. To her left this time. A little bit easier for the left-hander to pick it up on that side. They've still stolen a quick single. Campbell moves on to 10. Up 11. Jones on 63. Total on 138.
You're right about Eccleston. She just
look a bit stiff, doesn't she?
She was just sort of moving a bit gingerly as she moved back from fielding that to go.
He moved her back into slip to the lefty. Well, she hasn't played for a while, has she? I think, was it the last game was in the WPL, I believe. Oh, that definitely didn't sound right.
No.
Dear me, that sounded like my bat from circa 1992.
But I wondered whether that was the bat.
Me.
It didn't look like she quite timed it as she might have liked, Campbell.
Morris is having a little chuckle over that one. Well bowled. This is good stuff from Morris. And it's ricocheted off the back. Yeah, I'm not surprised they're having a chuckle. There was all sorts going on there. These are the sort of little incidents in cricket you just got to laugh with your opponent and enjoy the moment. 138 for 3.
So 16 overs left. They'll feel relatively in control of things at this stage, Central Sparks, but really is that classic thing, a wicket or two and suddenly there's a lot of pressure on their middle order.
Hartley's coming in again from the Statham end. Nicely played on the back foot for a dot ball. She's got Titani at deep cover point. She's got a long on. It's gone into the space in front of Titani actually, and she'll field it for a single. She's been kept busy as Titani. Seems that she's going to be a regular boundary rider for the Thunder this season. The 2 games I've witnessed in person and the one on TV I watched, she did that job admirably.
Hartley looking for the breakthrough now. They've brought Titani up.
Oh, no they haven't. It's the Okie Kokie.
It genuinely
Hartley is leading the Okie Kokie. Poor Titani. No, bit further out, mate. Up you go, Naomi.
Was brought, what you didn't quite see there, she's brought right into the circle.
And she smacked it straight. There's no way the fielder's going to get that. Great shot, 4 runs. Fielded by the Sparks squad players there under their blankets. Looking a bit chilly there, aren't they? Look at this. Look on the replay. Smack. She nearly took her partner out in the meantime.
Yeah, it's just a touch too short from Hartley, but Campbell picked the length up very quick.
Picked up, smacked it off the back foot, baseball style. Bit of flight. Oh, that's gone through Hartley's legs. They've taken a single. Good stop. Norris kept it to 1. He's playing the straight ball really well, both players.
Campbell's been very positive from the moment she walked out and hit that first ball straight down the ground for 4.
Bit more flight again. Oh, it's just flicked off the leg. I think he's going to give a leg by the umpire, I believe. He's just checking with his fellow umpire. Yes, it's a leg by given. A few screams of disappointment there as the ball went past the leg stump. Left-hander's on strike. Eccleston's moved back slowly. She doesn't look too bright there, to be fair. It's possibly coming turn out is fielded first by Kate Cross. That's the end of Hartley's over. The 30th over. The score's moved on to 145 for 3. Everything to play for, Michael.
Certainly is. 15 overs left. And again, as we said, the Sparks will feel like they've got slightly the better on the pendulum right now, but it's nothing that a good over or two can't change. You're always expected to be a tough test for the Thunder. Stephen Parry, assistant coach in the build-up, saying that Sparks are a good team, one of the stronger ones. They qualified for finals day in the T20 Charlotte Edwards Cup last year, and they look like they've been playing very reasonable cricket in the first few weeks of the summer.
Oh.
Full toss, smashed away. Didn't quite get all of this. It is going to plug out there, and it will just tease the fielder before going over the rope for 4. Not fun for Cross, who was pursuing it in the hope of hauling it back. And Jones gets a much-needed boundary. Pressure release from Fee Morris. Bowled an excellent spell so far. Will be a bit frustrated there. It only conceded 7 from her first 3 overs. It's a bit of a freebie to a batter of Jones's quality. Jones this time looks to fetch this from outside off. Goes down to mid-on for no run. Works this away for a single. Jones on to 69. Has in the process of this innings brought up a notable bit of history. Thanks to Heyhoe-Fint on Twitter for alerting me to this. She's now brought up 3,000 runs in List A cricket. I mentioned how consistent she's been.
Congratulations, Eve Jones. That's an amazing achievement.
That is a lot of runs.
She's also brought the 150 up for Sparks.
Just pushed back for a dot. Working in tandem here. Nicely done. You had 0.2 of my 3 statistical points.
There you go.
I'll be ridiculously impressed if you had 0.3, which again comes courtesy of said Heyhoe-Fint.
Oh, I've got no idea what you're on about now, Michael. Go for it.
It's extremely niche. Down the ground. Down the track, I should say, from Campbell. Then jams down. It was pushed in quicker and flatter by Morris after seeing Campbell coming. So if Jones can score just a couple more runs here, she'll become the highest run scorer in the Rachael Heyhoe-Fint Trophy in its history, overtaking... Well, actually, let's have a bit of fun with that.
Overtaking who?
Overtaking who?
Oh, flipping heck, now you're testing me. Just
let us know at home as well if you haven't already seen said tweet.
Is it George
Flicked away, straight to short mid-wicket and dropped. Dropped by Dottin. Oh, what a chance that is for the Thunder. And it's one you would expect Deandra Dottin to take. Known for taking absolute screamers out in the field. 151 for 3. That is a real life for the Sparks.
Oh,
you have to feel for Morris, who'd built the pressure really nicely. Doesn't get the reward she deserved. Dottin will be disappointed. 151 for 3 off 31.
It's not been the best day for Dottin, has it? One way or another. These West Indians don't like this cold, sunny, cloudy weather. Drizzly.
Still time for her to come on and change the game with the ball, though.
Is it George Adams who scored the most runs? No.
Not George Adams.
Okay, I could be here all day. Danny Wyatt.
Not Danny Wyatt, that's a fair guess.
Winfield Hill.
No, again,
Tammy Beaumont.
good shout, got to be
Have
up there.
I named the whole of the people who've played in the competition?
Not Tammy Beaumont.
No.
It will hurt you when you hear it.
Oh no, why will it hurt me? It's not a Thunder player, is it?
No, it's not a Thunder player. But I just mean as in, like, you'll be like, how have I not?
Have I not? Okay,
tweet.
well, it's not Sibber.
Kate Cross to come on.
No.
The keeper up.
I've given up.
Just played out to short mid-wicket. You given up? You done?
Well, I haven't given up, but I think it's getting a bit silly now. Me shouting random names.
Plays for the Western Storm. I mean, I really feel like I'm silver plattering it.
I can't even remember.
First name Sophie. Second name Luff.
I was about to say Luff. You didn't give me the chance. Honestly, you didn't give me any chances there, Michael.
Hit hard down the ground. That's a very good cricket shot.
Dive.
And it's Eccleston has not quite timed the dive right, it's fair to say.
What are you doing?
Don't mean to end up laughing at misfortune.
Oh, sorry, Sophie.
But that was quite funny. And they scamper through. It's good scamperage from the two batters.
Scamperage.
They've managed to get back for 3, so 154 for 3. But that
She
was a
is
bit
tired.
like, I'm not sure if some of our viewers might be familiar with this trend of football goalkeepers sarcastically diving at a shot that's going wide, kind of for fun. It was a bit... It was not her finest moment
I
until
just don't
Sophie
think her
Eccleston.
little legs could move, so she just went, I'm going to dive.
Yeah,
she just
I think,
looks
I think you're right,
exhausted.
yeah.
I really do
I think she's picking up I think she genuinely has got an injury,
little
though.
hammy or something.
His cross. Hit hard, but straight to short extra cover. He did well to stop
so
it.
relieved that she stopped that, because Eccleston was going to have to
I mean,
back at it.
all jokes aside, because that was one of those little
Yeah.
funny cricket moments. Hopefully, from the Thunder's point of view, she can come back on and bowl her last 4 overs.
Oh,
Because
good point.
Because
Good point.
if she can't bowl those last 4 overs, that is a real game-changing moment. Has been
It's
walking
just
around
as well
quite
she isn't a
gingerly.
seam bowler. Look at Cross. She's such an absolute athlete, isn't she? Look at the way she strides in.
Just jabbed away again for
Beautiful.
extra cover. Dot ball. So, just to confirm it for you, if Eve Jones can score a couple more runs, she'll become the highest run scorer in this competition, overtaking Sophie Luff's 1,057 for the Western Storm. Cross again. Right arm round wide with the crease and hit hard straight to mid-on. That's the breakthrough that the Thunder desperately needed. Eve Jones has to go for 69. Kate Cross gets the breakthrough, and what a valuable breakthrough it is. Jones, who has anchored the innings magnificently, goes trying to be a bit more aggressive. Bit of a bottom-handed swipe to mid-on, where it's taken by Norris.
Yeah, that's definitely put the cat amongst the pigeons in terms of making this a spectacle now, because you're going to have a new batsman coming in. She did bat well, Jones, didn't she? And congratulations to her for her remarkable achievements in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy.
Yep, 69 today to go with a 29 and a 34 so far this season. So, bit of quick maths, that's 134 runs in 3 innings, continuing her excellence in this competition. Gets a warm ovation from her teammates as out comes
Perrin.
Davina Perrin, who is even younger than Hikako, who I termed a child prodigy. I mean, you're very much in that territory with Davina Perrin. Was making her Sparks debut at the age of 15, was the youngest player in the 100 at the age of 15, 16 now. Got a pro contract, played in the Under-19 World Cup where she picked up a couple of wickets. Got into cricket initially through her elder sister. A bit of a anything you can do, I can do better sort of vibe, I'm told. Came through the system at Staffordshire and then into the Central Sparks Academy.
An interesting highest score to date in this competition.
I think
came
I know what you're going to
against
say.
the Thunder, didn't it?
46,
yeah.
when opening the batting in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy game here.
You should know what I was about to say, because these are the notes you gave me. You wrote them.
Cross going right arm over to Perrin. Full and driven straight to extra cover, no run, but a nice looking shot from Perrin to start her innings. 32 gone, so we've got 13 left here. Required run rate is nothing to be out of control for the Sparks, but the very well set Eve Jones has gone, and now it'll be up to the middle order to try and bring it home. A lot of pressure will transfer towards the experienced Campbell in that regard.
Look at that graphic.
It's pretty
Couldn't be
similar.
closer, could it?
Pretty similar. And again, we're now into the point where, and this really is emphasising the innings that Sophie Eccleston played, because at this stage, broadly speaking, the Thunder had just collapsed to 153 for 7, and you know, if you run a cricket simulation machine, or even better, you play the highly addictive game Cricket Captain once upon a time, if you're 153 for 7, you are very rarely getting 234 all out from there in a 50 over game. Morris to continue.
Very impressive, Morris.
Met by Campbell, who is consistently willing to use her feet and try and meet the spin on the half volley. Drives straight to extra cover. We've got deep mid-wicket and deep cover out. Everybody else in trying to put the pressure on Campbell here. Again, uses her feet.
Great pick up from Dottin.
That's well fielded by Deandra Dottin. Has met with power from Campbell. He's showing real intent here. Who's going to win this battle? Campbell's not letting Morris settle, doesn't want to anyway. Goes wider and Campbell just uses her wrist, opens it out, finds the gap at deep cover. Brings Davina Perrin onto strike. Perrin, who was part of the England under 18 World Cup squad alongside Liberty Heap and Saren Smale. Really talented young player. Field just changing for Perrin. Got a deep square leg and a deep mid wicket. Bless you. Ring of 4 on the offside. Square legs come up now. So Morris bowls, hit hard down the ground. Oh, that short from Morris, but Perrin just rocks back in her crease, waits for it, and then sort of plays a tennis forehand down the ground. Very, very nicely done. Back past the bowler for 4. Morris has got to find a response. Well, shots like that are why people are rightly so excited about Davina Perrin.
Yeah, we've got a lot of good youngsters coming through from the under-19s in all the regions, from all the regions, haven't we?
Quicker and flighted, hit with a straight bat on the off drive. Out to cross at mid-off. So far this season, Davina Perrin for Sparks, 5 off 17. Away against the Blaze on match 130 off 51, her season best so far at home against the Diamonds, and then a 2-ball duck at home against the Vipers last time out. Goes short again and plays a similar shot to that which had brought her the boundary. We'll get a single this time to finish the over. 6 off it, 160 for 4. So 12 left. Just glancing at the bowling allocations so far for Thunder. So Cross has still got 5 up her sleeve. Eccleston has still got 4. Although,
Did they lose one because they went to 45? I don't know which of the bowlers would have lost. Would it be 1 each from the top 5 bowlers? Or?
I would assume that we're down to 9s. I would assume. Which would leave Cross with 3 and Eccleston with 3. Cross, of course, is continuing now, so it means looks like she might bowl out before the death. That's jammed in towards the pads of Perrin. It goes away for 1. And there is a little inside edge on it. 161 for 4. Campbell back onto strike. Amy Campbell is also a personal trainer and a sports therapist. Very common side hustle careers for professional athletes, of course. Hit straight to mid-on. Fielded by Norris off the bowling of Cross, who's straining for a breakthrough here, trying to use all her experience. 73 England caps. Of course, interestingly, has moved across the Pennines from the Manchester Originals to the Northern Superchargers in the 100, which is some fascinating quotes in an article well worth reading all about that. Cross goes wider of the crease this time, hit hard down the ground. That's a great shot from Campbell, who really does like muscling the ball down the ground. She did it from the very first ball she faced in this innings, and she's done it again there. Gets up the track, and then really gives it a belt. It sort of reminds me a little bit of, obviously without the going aerial, but a kind of bit of a golf vibe. The driver,
golf vibe.
Nice high back lift, comes through nice and hard, lots of power, good timing as well. Lovely cricket shot. Full from cross, was looking for the Yorker. Well, dug out by Campbell, who's on or around a run of ball at the moment, going along very tidily indeed. And it is the Thunder who've got to find a response. 59 to win off 68.
Oh, she's trying to bounce.
Shorter, and that is flown away down to fine leg. Fielded by Gore at the expense of one. All eyes on the umpires, who have signalled one for the over. Runs?
Put him.
Runs?
One run.
It appears so.
Just one.
Maybe I need to get that prescription checked. I
Shook
wasn't
her up,
quite.
shook
I wasn't
her up.
quite
Those
sure what it had
glasses,
flicked off.
You need to put your sunglasses back on, mate.
Full, nice looking straight drive. They charge through for the single against Norris to test her arm. It's good cricket. They knew that even if it was a direct hit at the bowler's end, would have made it home pretty comfortably. So single to finish that over. 167 for 4 off 34. So we've got 11 overs left. It is 57 to win off 66. Thanks very much for joining us on Lancs TV. Do make sure to give us a like and a subscribe, and also follow on Twitter at ThunderCrick. Your hashtag is Bring the Thunder. Alison Byrne alongside me, Michael McCann. Do give us a tweet on at This Is McCann. This is McCann, MCCANN. Let us know where you're watching from, what you make of this one, and what do you make of this one?
I think it's great. Nothing better than a tight game. It could go either way, and everyone's, it's not like there's one or two characters that have been dominating the match, which can happen in this format. There's little cameos all over the place. Campbell's on very quick for 25. You've got a brilliant catch from Norris over there. It's just, there's action all over wherever you look. And they're the type of games you want to see, isn't it? You don't want to see too one-sided a match.
Plenty of twists and turns yet, you sense too. This new over from Morris has started off with a single from Perrin. Right now, whilst that runs to win is below the balls, and they haven't lost too many more wickets, Sparks will feel the happier, but a wicket or two and that changes oh so fast.
Oh, this is the last thing Eccleston needs if she's feeling the pain. To and fro-in. Down to short fine. Morris spinning the ball now.
Driven by Campbell out to long off for one. Looking in fine fettle here. Amy Campbell mentioned she was coming off the back of that 54 off 76 in a low scoring game against the Vipers. Maybe missed results elsewhere today. The Blaze comfortably beat the Diamonds. Slug sweep from Perrin. It's gone through everybody. It might have got a little flick off the bat. We'll await the umpire's signal. For now, they scamper through and get 2. 171 for 4, given as runs. So Perrin into double figures. 53 to win off 63. It's down the leg again. Some appeals for LBW. Top ball from Morris, who's been very economical in this spell.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Morris's bowling today. Bowling well, pressure. Again, she's pinned her down.
Just fired in towards the pads. Not wanting to give Perrin too much room. Runnable 10 so far for the 16-year-old. One ball left in the over. Does Morris let's go into the pads again or toss it up with a bit of flight? Does toss it up with some flight, and it's hit hard back to her with interest by Perrin, well fielded by Morris off her own bowling, so it's going along well here. See Morris, it's the tightest spell of bowling all season, conceded 23 off 6, 171 for 4 off 35. That's your bowling card so far. Kate Cross has picked up a couple. Morris and Eccleston in particular have been really economical. Norris hasn't given a lot away either. Gore and Hartley have gone for just over a run of ball. It is proper nip and tuck cricket as we head into the last 10 overs of this one. 53 to win.
Okie dokie. So it'll be interesting to see who Threlkeld turns to now for this over. It looks like she's staying with Cross. Cross is a little distinctive habit. Start of each over, sorts her hair up, tucks it up very nicely so it's not flying in her face as she's running in. Just bringing in that boundary ride a little bit there on long on.
It's a game full of superstitions, isn't it? I've seen all sorts tie the shoelaces, those little things.
She goes, gorgeous run up. Smack, straight down the ground. Go on, Sophie. Oh, the red boots couldn't get there, but Norris is it Norris backing her up there? Well done, Tara Norris. She's backed up beautifully there. Well run, 2 runs. Oh, Sophie will be glad of that Radox later, won't you, lovely?
Radox?
You know, Radox, you stick it in your bath and it soothes the muscle.
Oh! I don't know, I knew I'd heard that word, I couldn't remember.
Radox in your bath, yeah. Oh! What a catch! How did she pull that out of the bag? What a catch from young Gore. Goodness me, it's a good job she's 6'2", because it looked like for all the world that was going straight past her. That could be a game changer, and that's Campbell gone for 28 off Cross's bowling. And look at this again, look at this bowl, look at this catch. Full length, all 6'2", plus the fingernails came into play there. Well done. Well, that's going to enamour her to her teammates, isn't it? Especially Cross. Well done, young lady.
Well, yet more confirmation that you are looking at a 17-year-old superstar in the making. You have to feel for Amy Campbell coming off the back of that half-century against the Vipers. 28 of 29 balls. When she hits that shot off Cross, she will know that there's only short, fine leg. And she will be thinking, as long as I beat short, fine leg, I've got 4. And when she gets that much off the bat from a ball like that, she's probably thinking she's hit it for 4 and would have been as surprised as anyone to turn around and be walking back instead.
And she's just coolly chewing her gum. She's the first one to break from the huddle, back into position. Come on, girls, get on with it. Got a game to win here.
And that is her first catch
for
the Thunder.
Wow, she set the bar high for the rest of the season, hasn't she?
Certainly has done.
Very good. Now then, who've we got in here? Casey George into bat.
Certainly is. Got 31 off 37 against the Blaze. Didn't bat against the Diamonds, and then got very useful 23 off 28 at home against the Vipers. And if she can get a similar sort of contribution here, that might well be enough to help see the Sparks home.
It's an interesting field setting as well. We've got a point, we've got a forward point, a short cover. She's made her forced her into a forward defensive there. Eccleston's warming up there. Gore's gone back to the boundary down at 3rd. We've got a deep fine leg right of the boundary and a deep square leg. So it's very much an offside field, 5-4 field. But crucially, Campbell is back in the hutch. Oh. Thought that crept through for a minute there. It's a nice little shot towards mid-on. Sophie's had to bend down again. Won't do any harm if you're about to bowl. Dot ball. You can almost feel the tension in the air, can't you, Michael? Great.
You can.
Nice attempted Yorker there. She nearly got that ball to creep under her bat. Or ball crossy. That ball.
Very good from Kate Cross, but you almost expect nothing less, really.
Just the perfect last three deliveries to a new batter, isn't it? She's not giving her any room to free her arms, or stride forward to do a forward defensive, or back to do a backward defensive. She's just digging it out off her toes. Brilliant. And that one's skewed off the bat there, down to Gore, down on the boundary, down to third. No problem getting the ball in from there, and that's 1 run. George is off the mark on 1, Perrins remains on 10, and the overall score is 174 for 5, and they still need exactly 50 to win.
Yeah, I think we've got a really exciting finish on
so,
here. Pressure on the lower middle order. Thunder chasing their first win of the season.
Oh boy, do they need it for confidence more than anything else.
Now
we've got to change of fielder. What's happening? Oh, it's Eccleston.
This is interesting because we've mentioned it a few times. Sophie Eccleston did look to be kind of limping around a bit after that first spell. We were wondering if she'd come back. Of course, it does help somewhat. She's a spinner rather than a pace bowler, and here she is. This is very much the trump card being played by the Thunder.
I do hope the England selectors aren't watching her play through an injury. We might never get her back again for the rest of the season.
Eccleston to bowl.
We're assuming she's injured.
George.
It could just be fatigue. You don't know. Let's hope she's not injured.
Might be cramp.
Yep. And she goes. Oh, and she's. Oh, that's gone through everything. What bowled? I thought she'd bowled her. I was just about to jump out my seat. But she's actually got quite a languid gait anyway. You know, that's her style of walking. Very relaxed. Very, you know. So yeah, hopefully she's okay. That is a grimace though, isn't it?
Yeah, just the body language, and when you think of the chases that we saw and not seeming to be able to sprint
fully.
Quite, yeah.
She's switched a couple of her fielders here. Now that's another modern day thing that, you know, perhaps she wouldn't have felt confident enough in doing back in the day. She wants particular people in particular fielding places, not just filling a gap. It's flicked off the legs there, but there's cover behind her there. Into the long mid-wicket area. 1 run. Brings Perrin on to strike. The youngster seems unfazed by this situation at the moment. Good strike race. And she's flicked that again down off the legs. Probably going to get 2 here. It's a long chase down to this boundary for the fielder there. It's Cross having to do all the work. In fact, they get 2 leg byes for that. Oh, now here we go. This is the time you've got now, Sophie. Get those laces tied tightly to each other. No.
I was thinking, where are you going with this?
That was always what you'd say as a batter. Will you do my laces? And then the fielder will say, can we tie them together? And you go, oh, if you must. It's a just long running standard joke in women's cricket. Get up. Oh dear me, that was an effort. Now then, don't be too nice now, Sophie. Get that ball in the pocket there. Oh, it's a bit uppish. Well fielded. No run. Oh, she's only a young. Oh no, it's not Barron whose laces she did. It was the other girl, Casey, wasn't it? Casey George up at the other end. Oh, a nice little cut shot. Down to third. It's a long chase there. Is that Hartley? Yep, 65. She has to turn. The wrong hand. Good running. I think they've run a good 2 there. 3. Is that 3 or you just yeah? Is that okay sign or
no?
A
They ran
sign?
3. Yeah.
3
smart
run.
running.
Very smart running, but then it, you know, it bisected the field. brought George on to strike. Again, it's edged. It's gone down to deep square, but they'll just take a single this time. This is the beauty of having wickets in hand, though, isn't it? You can really swing your bat a little bit and have a go. Not that many wickets, though, to be fair. Anyway, 181 for 5. George has moved on to 3, Perrin on 13. We'll have a little look at the bowling figures again there, Michael, if you want.
Yeah, Jones anchoring the innings really nicely with 69. Burns looked very calm and impressive for her 37 off 45 to go with the 4 wickets that she took earlier on. Campbell looked really fluent for that 28, just a tick under a run a ball, but now it's down to the youngster Perrin, 16-year-old Davina Perrin alongside Katie George, the 24-year-old, to try and bring it home. I mentioned George has already had a couple of useful cameos with the bat this season.
Cross to George. Oh, diving stop by Fee Morris. She looks an athlete, doesn't she?
Very good piece of fielding. That's the kind of thing that Stephen Parry was referring to that I mentioned earlier on about feeling like the Thunder's fielding has really gone up a notch this season.
Goalkeeper style. George will be a tiny bit frustrated by that. Oh, she's bounced her again. Oh, and it's up and over. It's two fielders down there. She's going to take... Oh, she was thinking for a second of taking on the arm. It's just one.
I think that might have been a very dicey 2.
Yes, I think so. She's fast bowlers usually have good arms on them.
Will be at the 100 this summer, Katie George, for the Manchester Originals, having played for the Welsh Fire in the first couple of editions. Joined the Sparks from the Western Storm.
Here comes Cross again. Oh, I thought she'd got through there. That was a very dicey shot there, inside edge down to fine leg. Taking a single there, but it was so close to breaking through Perrin's guard there.
Was really well bowled. You'd expect nothing less from Cross. He's got 9 balls left to make, 3 balls left I should say, of course, to make an impact on this contest.
Into George again. Full, and it's struck beautifully out to the cover boundary there for 1. Good arm from Liberty Heap. Scores on 184, 40 to win.
Yeah, whilst they can, if the Thunder can find a way of getting that runs to win just above the balls, then the psychological pressure creeps up a touch.
Oh, she's bounced her again. Didn't quite get hold of it. It's gone, dabbed it down to Dottin, who slings it in. Looking for the run out, but it hadn't backed up too far, so it's a dot ball. Last ball for Cross. Can she do some damage with it? Oh, it's a good ball. Oh, that was close. She was backing up that time, and Eccleston has to put in a dive to the wrong side. Thankfully she timed that dive a bit better, or that would have gone for 4 overthrows. That's the end of the over. 184 for 5. Spark still ahead of the game really in terms of runs to win and balls remaining.
40 to get off 42. Still all up for grabs though. Thunder chasing their first win of the season after 2 losses and a washout. Sparks with a win and 2 defeats so far. Defeats to the Blaze and the Vipers, either side of a win against the defending champions, the Northern Diamonds.
And Eccleston remains a wicketless so far today, which is most unusual for her, isn't it?
Yeah.
She's saving the best till last.
Still's got a couple of overs left.
And change of field, as I say, it does look like Sabutio on here sometimes, with all the crisscrossing over of fielders into different positions. Nobody keeps being moved across.
Slipping play as well.
Yep, I think that's good. Oh, and she's hit it right over the ring of fielders into the outfield. Tatani's chasing hard to keep it to 1. Yeah, and I think there's a potential 2 there, but they weren't happy with that. So it's,
I mean, for all the cricket we've had, I ultimately feel like we're still, in a sense, back to what you said a few hours ago, which is when the Thunder were attacking with the new ball.
Very similar, isn't it? Oh, it's gone up, go on, go out, go on, go out. Oh, Dottin has dropped another one, I don't believe it. She won't either. She's had the day to forget today, hasn't she?
That's definitely a lot tougher than the first one.
Look at the youngster commiserating with the world boss there. What a moment. Tough chance, that. Tough chance. But
yeah.
Of her calibre, you'd expect her to take that. And she would have expected her to take it, more to the point. She's dabbed it up to mid-wicket for a dot ball. No run there.
And, well, that almost illustrates the point, but I still feel like, I'm sure you can, this comes down to if they bowl them out or come close to, they probably win. If they don't, the Sparks will win it.
It's looking that way, but Eccleston's doing her best with an appeal there, but I got a sense that took a little edge as well. We'll see on the replay.
You know,
naturally enough, they're going to appeal.
Realistically, it's wicket. They obviously need control, but it's wickets they really need.
Yeah, that
there you go.
So simple. I knew it wouldn't be long before Eccleston struck gold there. It's very rare that she goes that many overs without a wicket. And in the end, it was a very, very simple catch. And do you know what was lovely? She got the wicket. She turned to Dottin, patted her on the head as if to say, "Don't worry about it, mate." Team. That's a team, isn't it? That's what you do.
Very neatly caught and bowled by Sophie Eccleston, but you could tell from her reaction she knew that's
it was on its way.
A mere footnote in what she wants this to become and what the Thunder want this to become. Not much of a celebration from Eccleston herself, very much sort of along the lines of the postman doesn't celebrate when he delivers the post.
Yeah, that's my job, that's what I do.
She delivers the post kind of vibe. Yeah, exactly. Very much eyes on.
But it was a
4 more wickets and they win
this. It was Katie George there, it went for it.
Yep.
Perrin's very much definitely in. Playing a nice little knock here, 15 off 18. Emily Arlott's joining the party. A very, very experienced player in this competition. Almost the perfect person to come in that respect.
A very, very experienced player, but a player who, in the immediate recent past, is not in the form that she might have liked to be in.
Not in the Vipers form yet, then.
Has made 5 off 16 against the Blaze, and then didn't bat against the Diamonds before making 5 again off 10 against the Vipers in Game 3. So has made 10 runs in 2 innings, and now has to come in a pressure situation, face one of the very, very best spinners around in Sophie Eccleston. So
game on then.
Game very much on here.
Yeah, good call, Mike. Eccleston to Arlott. Very, very cautiously played down for no run. What a great over. 186 for 6. And the runs to win and the balls remaining still just about in favour of the Sparks. 38 runs to earn off 34. Perrin 15, Arlott not yet to score. Here comes the Manhattan for our statistical man to analyse.
Yeah, it hasn't been that high scoring a game, really. I mean, when you look back at the Thunder's innings, there was only 3 overs in which more than 10 were scored. There's only been 1 over that's fit that criteria for the Sparks, who mainly have been about steady accumulation, but will be concerned by that loss of regular wickets. Norris on to bowl the 40th.
This would be a time to take a couple of wickets for Tara Norris, wouldn't it?
Certainly would be.
You say it wasn't a high scoring game, but the game up at Durham certainly was a lot less.
Well, yes, I mean, yes.
It's all relative, I suppose, isn't it? So Norris tidies her ponytail up. Left armour, of course.
Yeah, it's bowled with the most control of her 3 performances so far for the Thunder this season. 1 for 66 off 8 in game 1, none for 32 off 7. It's gone for just 21 off her 5 today.
Which is what you're more accustomed to seeing from her, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, just for those who might be unfamiliar, this is the 3rd highest wicket taker in this 50 over competition last season, with an economy rate of just over 4.
So two boundary fielders on the leg side. That's a good start. She looks fired up there, Michael.
Yeah,
doesn't she? There's a bit of bounce in her
step.
step.
A little bit of intent and following in as well. And Davina Precious. Davina Perrin will be feeling the pressure here. 16 years old. Well, that's in at the other end, yet to score. The onus will be on her to try and take the sparks home here, with support from others, of course.
Norris into bowl her second ball of the over. Nice one it is too, and it's well fended off by Perrin into short mid wicket. Dot ball.
Now this is what I was referring to with that runs off ball. Suddenly, psychologically, it just feels a bit different when that number of runs required is above the balls left.
And I don't know whether it's a help or a hindrance, but now and again the scorers are flashing up balls to win and big yellow letters on the scoreboard there that the batters can see, and of course the fielders can see. So we'll see if that helps which side. Again, it's been dabbed down into mid wicket. Easily swooped. Norris looks like she means business here. I don't know, there's something about her body language, the pace.
Yeah, agreed. Intent.
Follow through. It's the follow through, I think, and I think possibly that's what's been missing. I think she's bowling with a bit more freedom here. She's going for it.
Yeah, it's definitely good signs for the Thunder. Best rhythm she's been in the 3 games so far, it looks like.
Here she goes again. Let's see what she can produce. Again, another good. Oh, blimey, that missed something by not very much. Let's see it again. Great ball. What an over from Norris. Just what the Thunder ordered. Left arm round the wicket, of course. Oh, how did that miss the leg peg? Perrin's a very lucky player. But you earn your own luck in this game. Perrin's got 15, and it was 15 off 16 a minute ago. It's 15 off 22 now. Another good ball, straight ball, just a single, down to long on for Perrin.
I think one thing we didn't quite acknowledge, because there was so much going on, is just how brilliantly Kate Cross has bowled as she completed her spell. 3 for 40 off her 9, and it feels strange to say it because she bowled so economically a fortnight ago here against the South East Stars. Of course, missed the 2 games from us, but those are her first wickets of the season for Thunder. So Norris, assuming she were to bowl through her 9, can bowl all of the remaining overs at this end. Norris can bowl the 40th, the 42nd and the 44th, and then the question becomes who's bowling 41, 43, 45. Eccleston has 1 left, which then means you need to find 2 overs from the Jimmy Anderson end at the death.
Yeah, wouldn't like to have that choice though, Kelt. Oh, that was a bit up. What a stop from Dottin, and it's straight in. Wow, well done, Dottin. She saved a couple of runs there. She gets a high 5 again from the youngster. I love that. Second game for the Thunder. She's high 5ing one of the world's best fielders. I love it. 1 run off that one. 188 for 6 the score all. It's off the mark on 1. And Perrin 16 off 23 is getting a bit tasty now, Michael.
Yeah, we hope you're enjoying at home. 36 to win off 30. Are the Thunder? Hope you're all right.
Asthma, don't worry about it. It's an age
I hope you're good. The Thunder chasing, of course, their first win of the season. The Sparks looking to make it 2 wins from 4. If the Thunder win this, they'll go above the Western Storm, the Sunrisers and Central Sparks, potentially, depending on the margin of victory. Now, this is an interesting move. So, Eccleston has been held back. It's been taken off again. And Mahika Gore will come on. 17-year-old to bowl from the Jimmy Anderson end, having had 1 from the Brian Statham end earlier on. Of course, lest we forget, is actually still feeling her way into playing at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
And which end she'd prefer to be bowling from going forward. It will be Gore bowling to Arlott. Gore in, and that is a lovely shot for straight back, slightly inside out from Arlott. This is going to take some stopping from Norris. Really can be chased. Has managed to flick it in.
She's done it. What a stop!
Needs support on the
I
tag
hope she hasn't
team.
hurt herself.
And it will be 3. Norris gets back to her feet a little gingerly. Well-timed shot, and just the wrists opening that out to get it wide of mid-off. Fantastic fielding.
Yeah, there's fire in her belly today for sure.
33 to win off 29.
Everyone
Confidence
counts at
boosting
this
shot
stage.
for Arlott. Short and just wristily whipped away by Perrin for 1. 192 for 6. 32 to win off 28. So Gore by the 41st from this end. Eccleston's still got 1 up her sleeve. Gore once more short, sort of jab away through the onside for 4. Great shot from Arlott, and the batting dugout in front of us are all too aware of the importance of that. A big cheer went up from the Sparks dugout in front of us. Just watch, she gets very deep in her crease, then whips through it. Really fast hands to get through the ball, fielded out there in the car park, and it's 200. Oh no, pardon me, already been added on. 196 for 6. So 28 to win off 27. That's just brought runs back to being almost level with balls left.
We're having a conflab in the middle there. Understandably so. Despite her excellent start, she still is a novice in terms of the quality of play that is required in this competition. Oh, they're having a look at the ball. What's she doing?
Umpire's
Scissors out.
Umpire's just cutting a little bit off.
Yeah, she's giving it a bit of a trim.
Taking it to the hairdresser.
Oh, you might as well get your fringe done while you're there, Pat.
I'm not necessarily sure those umpire scissors are the optimum thing to be having a haircut with.
All sharp.
Yeah, exactly, on a few levels.
She's coming in again after the haircut. Oh, it made all the difference. Look at that ball.
Straight
Just
to
lovely bowling,
mid-off.
well done.
Really important dot that for Gore. The first 3 had gone for 8. They can't really afford a big over against them here, the Thunder. Haven't got that many runs to play with. 1 big over here for the Sparks will leave them largely able to tick through the rest of it in singles. Again, Arlott goes with that off drive, play with open face, gets a single out to the sweepers that have been pushed back after runs that have come earlier on in the over. So really important ball for momentum here. Another boundary, and it's all with the Sparks. A wicket changes it all.
Nice ball.
Perrin hits it straight to extra cover along the ground. 197 for 6. So looks like we've got a really tight finish in here, folks. 27 to win off 24, but only 4 wickets in hand for the Central Sparks, who are by no means in control of this run chase. Now, this is the question for me, for you, and for you at home. We've got 4 overs left. Who are you bowling, and what end are you bowling from? Because of the sheer amount of options that the Thunder have, you've almost got a limitless amount. You've got 2 to fill from the Jimmy Anderson end, 2 to fill from the Brian Statham end. Kate Cross is bowled out. Sophie Eccleston's got 1 left. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking Morris has had a good day.
You bring Morris back.
Potentially, yeah, I know, it's a risk.
It is a sort of, it goes against the conventional wisdom, off spinner at the death and all that.
You know, she's experienced. Arlott's not in brilliant form, although she's striking it well today. She might just tempt a mistake out of them. I think it's a risk if you bring Goa on because she just seems the pace sometimes goes against her. Sometimes you just need to get a little top edge or anything can just go. At least with the spinner, they've got to make the efforts.
As I suspected, Norris will certainly continue for now from this end. Come on, Staveman. It's short, and that's whacked away through mid-wicket. This will be a boundary. It'll be a welcome boundary, a valuable boundary for the Sparks. Arlott into double figures. 23 to win off exactly a run of ball. Just rocks back deep in her crease. And then whacks it away into that gap. There is a deep mid-wicket. There is a deep long on. But that bisected the two of those perfectly. They definitely need, again, without meaning to sound like we're repeating ourselves, they definitely do still need wickets, the Thunder. If the Sparks are still 6 down by the end of this,
yeah, because they can just swing and miss, and it doesn't matter.
These two are batting.
Cyril Kelce is playing with the field a little bit.
Yeah, he's now put 3 out on the leg side. He's now got a deep square leg, a deep mid wicket, and a long on. 5-4 leg side field, so he's going to bowl straight here, Norris, you'd imagine. Certainly is, and making room and hitting it straight to cover. That's out.
What a good catch from Morris.
Arlott gone for 13.
Morris and Norris, we wanted that combo.
Yeah, it is the rhyming combination. 201 for 7. That is a really important breakthrough. Norris left arm around, just trying to cramp the batter for room, and Arlott trying to go inside out. And it is bowled Norris, caught Morris. End of Arlott, who in the circumstances played a quite useful cameo there. 13 off 8 when you think of where the run chase was. 201 for 7. You've got a serious game of cricket on here.
Oh, it's great, isn't it?
And
it's Izzy Wong.
And you know
Fireworks.
You know what's just happened as well? It's just starting to rain as well.
Oh, you're joking.
Just starting to...
Ignore it, umpires.
Not that I'm wishing that, of course, but it only adds to the sense of drama. Out walks Izzy Wong. Of course, best known for her antics with the ball, can certainly more than hold a bat as well. So far this season, wielding the willow. 22 off 32. 22 of those in boundaries against the Blaze, 3 4s and a 6. Didn't bat against the Diamonds, and then a 2-ball duck against the Vipers, and now walks in to this pressure situation. 23 to win of 22. With the rain starting to come down here at Old Trafford, we really do hope that is not how this contest is decided. I think regardless of who you might be supporting watching at home, that's not what you want to see. You want to see this reach its natural conclusion. Here is Norris 2-1. Oh, beautiful ball! It's 2 in 2.
Oh my goodness!
Straight through. It's a first ball duck for Izzy Wong. 201 for 8. And Tara Norris is on a hat-trick, magnificently bowled. You miss, I hit stuff. That is exceptional fast bowling, shaping into Wong. It might have flicked off the pad on the way through.
Oh, she's a dangerous player to have to bowl against. She can hit a good ball. Is Norris gonna? Norris is on a hat-trick, as you said.
So we've got a hat-trick ball here, and you'd imagine there is only one place Norris is going here, which is hit the pins.
Yeah, you miss, I hit.
Hit the skittles.
Davis.
Out comes Georgia Davis, who will be feeling confident after how brilliantly she bowled earlier on. She took 2 for 38 off 10. It's nothing like doing well in one part of your game to give you confidence in another, but so far this season with the bat, made 1 off 7 against the Blaze, didn't bat against the Diamonds, and made 3 not out off 7 against the Vipers. So has not really had much time out in the middle this season, and now walks out to bat in rain that is sadly increasing in its volume, And I make it from having a quick look at the Duckworth list that it is... Well, I actually make it that that wicket that has just been taken, the second of those two, has edged Thunder in front by not very much at all. But that is an official one, unofficial one, not the one used by the set
hasn't been tempted to
no, it hasn't changed
too
anything.
many fielders in for the hat-trick. Norris should be bowling at the stumps anyway, so hopefully she'll be looking for a clean bowled or an LB. Hat-trick ball.
Hat-trick ball for Tara Norris, bowling to Georgia Davis. And it is straight, it is exactly where you'd want it to be. They think of a single after it had cannoned off Norris. He goes charging with a big smile on her face into the offside. I'll tell you what a game we've had here. What a game we've had here, and what a performance it's been from the Thunder. Had to fight back from 153 for 7 with the bat. And Norris take 3 wickets and 4 balls. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
Good shot.
Short, pulled away nicely out to deep backward square, fielded by Datani at the expense of 1. So Davis gets off the mark. 21 to win off 18. Understandably, and rightly so, the umpire's pretty determined to keep the players out there, no matter what. Really want to see this game finished on the field rather than anywhere else. And there's every chance if they did come off now that would be it. Norris once more. Oh, slower ball goes off the outside face of the bat from Perrin and goes for 4. A big boundary. The cheers from the Sparks dugout in front of us will tell you that. They really needed that, the Central Sparks. 206 for 8. And we go to the last 3 overs.
Oh, it's all very exciting, isn't it?
Exactly a runner ball needed in the rain. Drama, drama, drama. So, all eyes on who might bowl this one.
6 over, 1 a ball.
It sounds so simple when you say it like that.
Big pitch, lots of spaces.
Of course, the jeopardy is the 2 wickets.
Yeah.
And it goes back to exactly what we were saying, that the only way the Thunder were ever going to win this game likely was either bowling them out or getting close to. And it is going to be the 17-year-old Mahika Gore who is trusted with a big over here. And it really does show the amount of faith that Thunder have in her, and rightly so, of course. Took 3 for 39 3 for 39 3 for 39 off 10 in that game against the Storm recently. Burst onto the scene. Well, it really did look like it was going to be Gore for all money. Gore was even marking out a run once more, and everything's set. But it will be Eccleston to finish off her spell. Sophie Eccleston, who has conceded 28 off her 8 so far and picked up a wicket. Eccleston to bowl, 18 to win off 18. 5-4 leg side field. Goes to sweep Perrin. This has gone very fine. And a little hand on it from short fine leg. And that means that it'll be 2. It could well have been 4 had Hartley not managed to stop it. So 208 for 8. 16 to win off 17. It was Davis with the sweep, beg your pardon.
So you can understand why they're bringing Sophie Eccleston on, because if they can get another wicket this over, pressure's really on, isn't it? Take a little bit of pressure off Gore if she's going to do the last over.
Eccleston in, comes off the pads. Good aggressive running from Perrin. Really good aggressive running. Hartley's at short fine leg, but Perrin was charging down. Means that there's no real chance for a run out at that danger end, and Davis is happy to trust her and scamper through for the leg by 15 to win off 16. Just played out straight to extra cover, no run. 15 to win off 15. Really tight, tense finish here. Can the Thunder get their first win of the new season? short back of a length, and that's been chopped by Perrin off the inside edge, and it's gone away for the most fortuitous pair of runs. 13 to win off 14. What a bit of luck that is for the Central Sparks.
Yeah, there's been a couple of those.
Still a lot of twists and turns left. Eccleston has 2 balls left to try and impact the game. What can this world-class spinner produce?
Oh, here she's plugging a gap there.
Square leg up. Doesn't want to allow Perrin an easy single. Still got deep mid-wicket out as well as long on and long off. In the rain, here comes Eccleston. And again Perrin, what a bit of luck. They'll want 2 once more. They're not going to get it this time. Hartley manages to hunt it down and stop the second. 212 for 8, 12 to win off 13.
She's got 1 ball at Davis.
1 ball left in the contest for Sophie Eccleston. It's brought long off up. Eccleston in. And big appeals and gone!
Eccleston,
got him!
You
LBW.
diamond.
Georgia Davis is out, LBW. Sophie Eccleston gets the wicket with the very last ball of her spell. 2 for 33 off a very tidy 9 overs, but most importantly, has picked up a second. It's the end of Georgia Davis pitching on or around leg, and then of course turning away from the right-hander, and more than enough to convince the umpire to give it LBW. So Davis gone for 3 off 5, 212 for 9, 2 overs left, 12 to win off 12, in the rain,
1 wicket.
1 wicket to win. It's all happening.
Yes, that was a good decision, because as you say, it's going to turn away from the right-hander after it pitches there from the left-hander. And it's Grace Potts, is it?
I don't really keep talking about it. The rain is getting even heavier.
Getting heavier, it really is.
And the umpires will keep them out there, totally understandably so. But it only adds to the drama of the occasion.
I think it favours the batters as well, playing in the rain.
Would you say so?
Field. Yeah. The ball slipping out the bowler's hands,
yeah.
Misfields.
Yeah, good point.
The pitcher sometimes can speed up with a bit of damp on the surface. Yeah.
So Grace Potts comes out and joins Davina Perrin. Potts so far this season with a resilient 12 off 34 against the Blades. Didn't bat against the Diamonds, and then 7 off 12 against the Vipers. She's at the non-strikers. It will be Tara Norris to bowl to Davina Perrin.
Norris to clean bowl one of these in this over. I'd have 50p on it. No more like.
Does go for the Yorker. Nice shot inside out square drive from Perrin, straight at Dottin. Now there's an interesting game within a game here. Does Perrin take the single and trust Potts? Does she feel like she has to go for the boundary option because she's with a number 11? There's a ring of 5 on the offside. Then deep square leg, mid-wicket, deep, long on deep. So they're giving Perrin a single almost anywhere apart from short fine leg on the leg side. Norris once more.
Oh,
well dug out by Perrin.
Good cricket all round there.
Certainly
Norris
was.
has got a bounce in her step. She's loving this.
So 12 to win off 10. It's very clear from the field set what the plan is from the Thunder and what the orders are to Tara Norris, which is give absolutely no width on the offside to Davina Perrin, because there is that short offside boundary and a ring of 5. 12 to win off 10. Does Perrin feel like she's got to try and hit a boundary this ball? In comes Norris.
Slow ball. Oh!
Hit down the ground.
I thought she had a caught and bowled there.
Just about gets past and goes away for a single. So Perrin does take the single that time. Hadn't turned it down at any point in the over, I should say, to be clear. We were just wondering whether she might.
3 balls to Potts.
11 to win off 9. Potts will be looking for the single here, you'd imagine, no doubt.
She's just wiping herself down there. Not just the ball, the forearms, the elbows, everything.
Using the towel provided by Eccleston. Here comes Norris. What a way this would be to stamp her authority at her new club. helping them win their first game of the season.
Oh, that's well played.
That is a nice shot, a very confident shot from Potts through a number 11 walking out in this situation. Not easy, but as I mentioned, has got a couple of useful little contributions down the order, can certainly hold it back. The days of the sort of so-called rabbits are long gone, really.
Yeah,
we're in an era now where the mentality for cricketers right from a young age is that everybody's got a bat, and it's worth working on making sure you can do it well. 10 to win off 8. Now again, the question here is, does Perrin look for the single, look for the boundary? Facing up to Norris. Listen to Perrin, he flicks this away. They're going to want 2 here. I'm not sure they'll get it.
No, they won't.
They won't take it on, and I feel that's a good decision. It might well have been a run out. Sharply fielded out there by Emma Lamb, who we've not seen with the ball today.
We've not seen much of her in the field either. She's no fault of her own.
Feels like a long time ago, but they made a very tidy 50.
Lamb. Yeah.
It's 9 to win off 7. Now a single here, you can tell how much it's raining because you can see Perrin just holding the bat between her legs to try and mean that by the end of this she's not going to have to.
Just the gloves you need to keep dry as well. They can get very slippy in these conditions, can't they?
Now what does Potts do here?
Stay in. Don't get out on this ball. Do not
well,
get out.
Well, of course that.
That's her main consideration on this ball. Stay in.
Norris to Potts.
Nice shot.
That's again just nicely
she's
worked.
Stolen the strike.
Well, that was what I was alluding to with the but at this point you can't be turning down runs, I think, really. 8 to win off the last. We go to the last.
Brilliant.
The Sparks need to defend it to get their first win of the season.
The groundsmen are bringing the covers on. Look, they're just getting ready for the end of the over, I hope.
Oh no, you'd like to think not.
I hope so. No, I think they're just.
It's actually not raining now quite as hard as it was 5 or 10 minutes ago, to be honest.
You can see.
I mean, they're getting ready to do it as soon as the game ends.
There's only 6 balls left, even maybe less if one of these bowlers can get a wicket.
And it is going to be Mahika Gore, it looks like, which makes sense. It's kind of what we expected after Eccleston had finished off. What a way to make a name for yourself. Well, you thought you enjoyed the Mahika Gore story with that 3 for 39, those 2 early wickets against the Storm. You're about to watch another chapter in the development of this very exciting young cricketer, defending 8 to win off the last over.
Crossie's in her ear, giving us some last final words of advice. What better player to have at your side in this situation than Kate Cross if you're a fast bowler?
And it is Grace Potts on strike, facing up with a deep mid-wicket, a long on and long off, a ring of 4 on the offside, and a short fine leg and a square leg. Here we go, 8 to win off the last. It's caught in.
Oh, that's a good ball.
Potts, LBW shout. They've scrambled a quick single inside the ring. 7 to win off 5. 7 to win off 5. You would imagine, obviously it's statistically possible, I'm aware of that, but to win this game, the Sparks probably need a boundary at some point. The question for Perrin is, when does she look to be aggressive and how does she look to be aggressive in hitting that boundary? Field hasn't changed for Perrin, looks like. Same setup, ring of 4 on the offside, long off. And again, with this field, the message from Frelkel to Gore is pretty clear that she wants a bowler to bowl straight, not offer too much width outside off. 7 to win off 5.
Just like
from
that,
Gore, played with a straight back. They want a quick single. They'll get a quick single. Good scampering from Perrin. 6 to win off 4. How are your nerves?
I don't know about you people out there, but my heart's fluttering. I know that. I hope everybody's enjoying it as much as we are. What a great game we've had here today, Michael. Regardless of what happens in the next 4 balls, it's been really enjoyable. Just need a bit of icing on that cake now from a Thunder point of view.
Here's Gore into Potts. Gore bowls, and that's gone right the way through. It's just about missed the off stump. Great keeping from Frelkeld up to the stumps. 6 to win off 3.
That is a great ball in these circumstances.
Curving in.
Any circumstances.
Almost hit that off stump, but not quite. So useful, of course, to have Frelkeld up to the stumps.
Looks like Hartley was praying then. I think she was just trying
to
stretch off a wee bit on your toes, ladies.
Gore to Potts. 6 to win off 3. short and just turned away.
Just one.
They're going to want 2 here, I think. They are going to come back. Perrin scurrying in, and Perrin has made it. 4 to win off 2. 4 to win off 2. What a game here. Good quick running. It needed to be as well. The ground staff are itched and poised like 100-metre sprinters in their blocks, ready to
bring the icing on the cake
straight
almost.
out as soon as this game is done, because the rain is continuing to pour down. I think if we were in a more, if we weren't so close to the end, we probably would have come off about 10 minutes ago. 4 to win off 2. Gore to Potts. Gore bowls, that's come off the inside edge, and this will go away through short fine leg. They are going to come back for 2. They hesitated initially and they scamper through. 2 to win off 1. 2 to win off 1. A wicket or a dot, and it is the Thunder who win it.
Or a single.
A single.
Bash myself in the mouth with the microphone then, I was so excited.
A single.
I'll send you the dentist bill.
And we have a tie. My goodness me.
They're just going to drop, and they can't
2
drop and
to
run.
win.
They need 2, don't they? Wow.
You would think that would invite Potts to try and play the
She's
big shot,
almost
but
got
of
a
course
free
you
hit,
also
isn't she?
well, but you don't want to lose the game either.
No.
If you don't put bat on ball, you've almost certainly lost, unless something quite bizarre happens.
Don't do an O-ball or a wide. Just don't do that. But
Gore to bowl. Field is changing. It is pretty much a ring field now. They're still leaving 1 out at deep mid-wicket. Everybody else is in tight on the single, walking in from the edge of the ring.
Who's that on that boundary? Is that Fee Morris, the boundary rider? Yeah.
Mahika Gore to bowl to Grace Potts with the game on the line. 2 to win from the last. Here we go, folks. And it goes off the pads. They scramble through, and it's a single. It's a tie. What a game we have had. What a game of cricket. And in chasing this rain-reduced target of 224 to win off 45 overs, Central Sparks finish on 223 for 9. Nobody takes the win. And in truth, it feels harsh that either side could deserve to lose after such a magnificent game. 8 to win off the last. What a magnificent final over from 17-year-old Mahika Gore, who came so close to defending 8, which is the kind of score that normally you might favour the bowling side. Great credit to, at the very deaf, Grace Potts for a number 11 to walk in and play the way she did was key in ensuring that the Central Sparks at the very least avoided defeat. It is a rip-roaring thriller of a finish in the rain here at Emirates Old Trafford. It's a tie.
It's a tie. Amazing. Well, 2 points is better than no points. And that's the best result I've seen since I've been commentating on them. They've lost every other game I've commentated on. So my duck has been broken, so to speak, half broken. What a game. Brilliant. End-to-end stuff. Brilliant. Great advert for the game. Both sides would have preferred a win, obviously. But after a game like that, if you share the points, well, everyone's sort of happy.
Absolutely. So Thunder don't get their first game win of the season. They get a tie to go with a washout and 2 losses, and the Sparks get a tie to go with a win and 2 losses so far this season. As the teams shake hands, got a moment just to thank Alison Byrne, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, for being on time as always. I've been Michael McCann. It's been a great pleasure to have you with us wherever you've been across the world. Let's have a look at the cards before we say goodbye. Central Sparks batting card in pursuit of what became a rain-reduced target of 224 to win in 45 overs. Really nice knock at the top from Eve Jones, anchoring the innings with 69. Erin Burns on debut for Sparks this season with tidy looking 37, and Davina Perrin, the 16-year-old, keeping her calm in the chase and almost seeing them home with 27 not out. Good bowling performance from the Thunder. Fee Morris, the only bowler to not take a wicket, but was very economical. Exceptionally tidy and impressive from Cross and Eccleston, as you'd expect. 5 wickets shared by the England duo, Hartley picking up 1, and Gore at the death, defending just 8 to win off the last. Almost did it. And so that was that here at Emirates Old Trafford. It's been a great pleasure to have your company. Until next time, we hope you've enjoyed this one here today, where in different weather, it's been an absolute thriller here. It finishes between the Thunder and the Central Sparks in a tie.